Tere hommikust kõigile ja suur tänu tänastele moderaatoritele nii entusiastliku sissejuhatuse eest. Teie päev on pikk, et ma palun kõigepealt aplausi siis nendele, kes siin päeva juhivad. Austatud kohalviibijad ja lugupeetud külalised, mul on väga hea meel tervitada teid siin tänasel konverentsil, mille keskseks teemaks on kultuuririkkus ja selle roll ühiskonna kujundamisel. Ehk täpsemalt, milliseid võimalusi see meile annab ja milliste väljakutsete ette see meid asetab. Kultuurilise paljususe ajastul seisavad paljud riigid silmitsi ühiskonna polariseerumise, rahvuslike, usuliste ja maailmavaateliste erinevustega. Selleks, et vaadete ja arusaamuda paljusese merel kindlat demokraatliku riigikorra juhttüüri hoida, vajame me head navigatsioonisüsteemi ja oskusi. See tähendab kriitilist meelt, koostööd ja arusaamu meie alusväärtustest ja isikuvabadustest, kodanikuõigustest ja ka kohustustest. Infokanalite üleküllus raskendab orienteerumist uudiste meres, usaldusväärse teabe eristamist valeinfost, mille eesmärk on vahel suisa teadlikult negatiivne, hirmutada, luua ohtlikke karisid riikide ja rahvusvahelisele usaldusele ja koostööle. Sellele vastu seismine nõuab teadmisi ja tarkust, mida tänagi siin konverentsil jagatakse ja luuakse. Lõimumine ja koostöö aitab ehitada sildu erinevate väärtushinnangute ja ka arusaamade vahel. Selleks, et oleksime kaitstud ja saaksime julgelt vaadata tulevikku, tuleb meil mõista maailmas toimuvaid arenguid, targalt ennetada varitsevaid ohte ja hoida kokku ühise turvalise ühiskonna nimel. Erinevatest rahvastest koosneva India üks riigi aluspanijaid, vabadusvõitleja ning suur filosoof Mahatma Gandhi on öelnud, et meie võime leida ühtsust mitmekesisuses on korraga nii meie tsivilisatsiooni eksam kui ka ilu. Niisiis, lõimumine ei seisne kaugeltki vaid riigikeele oskuses ja kodanikkondsuse-eksami sooritamises, kuigi mõlemad on väga olulised. Inimesel peab olema võimalus väljendada oma vaba tahet ja olla selle ühiskonna liige, kus ta elab. Iga õigus ja võimalus toob aga kaasa ka kohustused ja vastutuse. Väikese ja kompaktse ühiskonnana peame me aru saama ja ennetama ohtusid, mis võivad kaasa tuua radikaliseerumise, vastandumise, usaldamatuse ja vägivalla. Rahvusvaheline koostöö aitab meil ühiskonnana õppida, areneda ja oma kogemusi ka koostööpartneritega jagada. Kuid kõige tähtsam on ühine väärtusruum, mille eest seista ja mida kaitsta, sest see on võti, mis hoiab avatuna ukse rahumeelsesse ja turvalisse tulevikku. Kultuuriline mitmekesisus ei ole Eestis ega ka Euroopas sugugi uus nähtus. Kultuuriministeerium kuulutas 2024. aasta kultuuririkkuse teema-aastaks, mille eesmärgiks on tutvustada Eestis elavate eri rahvaste mitmekesist kultuuri ja traditsioone ning Eesti oma unikaalseid kultuuriruume ja kogukondi. Eestis elab üle 200 erineva rahvuse esindaja, keda saatus ja ajalookulg on siia toonud. Meie erinevustele vaatamata on oluline leida ja hoida seda ühisosa. Konfliktid Ukrainas ja Lähis-Idas on veenvaks tõestuseks, et rindejooned maailmas ei kulge keelte ja kultuuride, vaid väärtuste vahel. Mul on hea meel, et eestikeelses avalikus elus, ettevõtluses, spordis ja kultuuris on tegutsemas palju teise emakeelega inimesi. Üleminek eestikeelsele õppele Eesti üldhariduskoolides annab veel paremaid võimalusi hariduses ja karjääris meie lastele ja noortele ning avardab järgmise põlvkonna valikuvõimalusi oma edasises elus. Ühine kultuuriruum ja jagatud väärtused seovad meid põlvkondadeks. Loodan, et tänavune konverents aitab meil leida vajalikud tööriistad, et rakendada kultuuririkkust sidusama ühiskonna kujundamisel. Lõpetaksin tabava üleskutsega Bengali poeedilt, nobelist Tagorelt. Tulgem kokku mitte oma erinevustest hoolimata, vaid nende kaudu, sest erinevusi ei saa kunagi tühistada ja elu oleks ilma nendeta palju vaesem. Las rahvad säilitavad oma isikupärasused, kuid kogunegem mitte surnud ühetaolisuses, vaid elavas ühtsuses. Tänan kõiki, kes on kaasa aidanud tänase konverentsi teoks saamisele. Aitäh Integratsiooni sihtasutusele, järjepideva töö eest lõimumisvaldkonnas ning muidugi suur tänu kõikidele korraldajatele ja esinejatele. Soovin teile tarkusega täidetud konverentsi. Aitäh ja ilusat päeva!
Aitäh kultuuriministrile Heidi Purgale sellise sissejuhatuse eest. Lugupeetud ja head konverentsil osalejad. Mul on hea meel, et me jätkame head traditsiooni ja kohtume taas Eestis toimuval rahvusvahelisel lõimumiskonverentsil. Aitäh kõigile, kes te olete siin saalis ja samuti kõigile, kes te olete meiega üle veebi. Teie kogemused ja arvamused, mis kõlavad konverentsil täna ja homme, aitavad mõtestada, mis on meil hästi, mis vajab tähelepanu ja mis lahendused on võimalikud. Teisisõnu, ees on tulemas 2 inspireerivat päeva. Tänavune konverents on juba 11. Nagu ka varem, veedame 2 sisukat päeva koos eksperdidega erinevatest riikidest ja valdkondades. Seekord keskendume väärtusele, mis on alati meie ümber, aga mida me tihti ei märka. Kultuuririkkusele ehk kogukondade ja rahvaste kultuuride mitmekesisusele. Nagu kultuuriminister on maininud, just sellele väärtusele on pühendatud Eestis tänavune aasta. Kultuuriministeerium kuulutanud kultuuririkkuse aastaks. Teema aasta eesmärk on muuhulgas märgata, väärtustada ja hoida meie erinevusi ja sarnasusi, mis on seotud sellega, et tuleme erinevatest kultuuridest. Eesti on olnud läbi aegade kultuuriliselt mitmekesine ja tänapäeval tuleb erinevaid rahvuseid ühe juurde. Seda kinnitab nii statistika kui ka igapäevaelu. Samas on kultuur oluline lõimumise vedur, mille kaudu toimub teineteise mõistmine, kontaktide loomine ja ühiste rõimude ja valude avastamine. Selle konverentsi tähelepanu keskmes on teemad, mis on ühel või teisel moel seotud kultuurilise mitmekesisusega. Nende teemade seas on palju positiivseid, aga meie keskendume nendele, mis on valusad ja panevad meid proovile. Näiteid on palju siin ja seal maailmas. Ühiskonna polariseerimine, inforuumi killustamine, radikaalsete liikumiste esile kerkimine, väärtus- ja kultuuriruumi rolli uuenemine, rände suundumuste muutumine nii valimiskampaaniatest omadeks ja võrasteks jagamine. Sarnased rõime valikohti jagub ka Eestis. Kevadel avaldatud lõimumismonitooringu tulemused näitavad, et Eesti ühiskond on läbi teinud suure töö sidusamaks muutmisel võrreldes 20. aastatega. Samas sõda Ukrainas ja teised valusad teemad tõstatanud küsimusi ja tekitanud ühiskonnas pingeid. Küsimusi on kuulda meil ja ka teistes riikides, mida me saame külalistega välisriikides ka arutada. Kuidas väärtustada nii mitmekesisust kui ka ühtekuuluvust? Kuidas kaasata inimesi, kes ei tunne sidet riigiga ja ühiskonnaga? Kuidas hoida nii varasemaid kui ka uusi tulijaid? Kuidas tagada nii rahu ka julgeolekut? Ja kuidas pidada meeles, et oleme kõik ühe riigi inimesed? Head kaasmõtlejad, tänases ja homsetes aruteludes kuulume erinevad kogemusi, arvamusi, nindeid, mis võivad aidata meid nendest küsimustest vastuste leidmistega. Omalt poolt mõtlen kaasa siira ja suure huviga ja sooviga, et kultuuririkkus on ja jääb meie võimaluseks, mitte takistuseks. Tean isiklikult kogemusest, kui innustatav see võimalus on iga päev töötada koos inimestega erinevate kultuuritaustadega Eesti heaks, siin juuderes Jaades Dmitriks, kelle vanemad on siia kunagi tulnud. Head esinejad ja toetajad, aitäh teile, aitäh kõigile ja ilusat inspireerivat konverentsi.
And first, I will ask you all one by one to make a small talk for up to 10 minutes to tell you about your personal understanding of cultural diversity, and then we will continue with the discussion. Agnese, would you like to start? You can stand or go.
Of course. Hello. Honored to be here. I have prepared a couple of slides. How does this work? I just haven't. Okay, we go. This is not the most important one. Let's go to.
We want to know about you as well.
Okay. Yeah, well, as presented, I'm head of diversity and inclusion practice for Baltics in PricewaterhouseCoopers, Latvia, but my background is social anthropology. I'm just trying to get to the next slide, but somehow it doesn't move. Yes. And so when talking about interaction, people who are interacting, I'm also using my anthropological perspective. And I'm also internationally certified diversity manager, have been working with diversity management in different organizations as consultant and practitioner and also as a researcher for many years now, focusing both on Nordic organizations, have been actually living and working and studying in Norway for 15 years, have been doing research also in Middle East, and I also have a sufficient background, of course, from Latvia. So what I want to do first is maybe to broaden and also challenge the concept of diversity, and I would say that diversity, it's not a choice, it's a reality. And we as human beings have always been diverse. It's nothing new. Also, I don't understand Estonian, but I understood that also Estonian Minister of Culture had the same point. Of course, we have always been diverse. And in order to discuss how to deal with diversity, we have to first look at the data, we have to understand the context in which we live, and it applies both organizational level and on national level. So first, let's understand the context. That diversity is a reality. So first, if we look at EU population, we see that society is aging. And that is in many ways a threat to our societies. Average age of European Union citizen is 45 years, which is quite high. And we also see that the share of people 65 plus is expected to rise from 14% in 2000 and to 25% by 2040. So it means that by 2040 there will be equal number of those 65 plus and those under 25. We also see that multi-generational working places are inevitable. It's quite possible that in one working place there can be even up to 5 generations, if we think now of how we call all these generations on social media, silent generation, baby boomers, alpha generation, and so on and so forth. So we can face a workplace with up to 5 generations simultaneously, and that is a big challenge when it comes to diversity management. We see also that EU population has grown last 20 years, but if we look at the Baltics, for example, Latvia and Lithuania, in Latvia and Lithuania population has dropped by 18 or 17%, and which is the largest relative decline in EU. And all Baltic countries and also Estonia are amongst the least populous nations in the European Union. So basically, our market is shrinking, human resources are shrinking in numbers, and this is a huge challenge that we face not only in a labor market, but also when it comes to social services and sustainability, social sustainability in our countries. We also see significant changes in family structures. We have fewer marriages. We have also births occur later. These numbers of births are going down, and we see that births to women in age 40 plus actually are doubling since 2002 to 2022. So we see also significant changes in family structures, also more and more solo parents raising children alone. We see also when it comes to differences between genders, if we look at men and women, then in European Union we see that there are 5% more women than men. Unfortunately, it does not reflect positions on top managements. But if you look at Latvia, their leading statistics, there are 16% more women than men. At the same time, males in Latvia has the lowest life expectancy in EU. So also these are, significant aspects to take into consideration. Talking about diversity, 1 in 5 in the European Union have neurodiversity. 1 in 4 has a disability. The workforce numbers are declining, and there are prognoses that by 2050 there will be a decline by 16 million employees in EU. It means that the total number of employees in EU is shrinking by 16 million from 246 million in year 2020 to 230 million by year 2050. It means that amount of employees is shrinking dramatically. So we have to think what to do about it in terms of finding people, giving opportunity for people to work and in different sectors, also looking at social groups which have been discriminated so far, and looking at people in whom we have not seen value for one or another reason. And then we also see, of course, that international immigration is growing. There has been 7 million immigrants to the European Union in 2022, more than 5 million from non-EU countries, and more than 13 million EU citizens live abroad within the EU. So it means that also internally in EU there is a lot of internal immigration, and we also see that the share of children born to foreign-born mothers are increasing. It means that when we talk about cultural diversities or national or ethnic diversities, it's not a simple question anymore. Who are you if you have parents from different nationalities? I'm Latvian, but I have spent 15 years of my life living and working in Norway, and that has perhaps impacted my perception of ethnicity and values even more than growing up in Soviet Union. So what is ethnic diversity? What is national diversity? What is cultural diversity? These are questions that we should challenge. And we also see big differences between rural and urban contexts. We see that fertility is much, much higher in rural regions. At the same time, we see that in rural regions there are no working places. And we see that employment is possible in urban places. It means that there is a lot of movements between urban and rural territories, or between rural and urban, and it is also a significant aspect of diversity. How do we integrate? How do we cooperate? How do we include? How do we promote the feeling of belonging when we talk about rural versus urban? And these differences can be even more significant than having different national cultures. So let's move to my second slide, which is about diversity and democracy. So first slide was about what diversity actually is. It's not only culture. Culture is never homogeneous. Culture is never static. Culture is always, ethnic culture is nothing that defines us alone. I mean, the fact that I'm Latvian does not impact how I perform my duties at work. My identity is much more comprehensive, much more richer than that. So diversity and democracy, those concepts are very closely related, and both require inclusion, representation, and respect for differences. So while these concepts are distinct, their interplay really contributes to well-being and functioning of societies. And I want to highlight my main points actually by this very simple drawing, which is found on Google, on Twitter. You can see the source. I have not drawn it, but I think it explains a lot of things in a simple way. If you look at the first picture, which is called reality, we cannot ignore the fact that people are not born equal, and there are huge structural inequalities. So if we say that gender doesn't matter, if we say that skin color doesn't matter, what we say is that we actually don't understand structural inequalities. So as a diversity manager, I used to say, if you are power blind, if you are gender blind, if you are gender blind, if you are color blind, then we are also power blind. We do not understand structural inequalities and how it influences our everyday, walk of life, how we feel in labor market and so on and so forth. So in reality, some people has all too much than they need. Some people have the basic needs covered, and some people do not have enough at all. Then we have had an idea that, well, equality is the goal that we have to strive to. And if you look at this picture, which is called equality, you see that the equal or similar approach to everyone actually does not work. We have to recognize individual needs. And when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we actually talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because diversity is a fact, we are all diverse. And in order for people to feel included, we need to treat them in a way that resembles equity. We need to recognize individual needs. And for example, if we look at organizational context, you may ask in this picture, which is called equality, this guy who is the shortest one, why isn't he performing? You know, we treat everyone the same way, and you say exactly that he's not able to perform in this way. He needs some adaptations. And in order, and we are all interested in having productive and motivated people who feel belonging, who feel valued and important. And these guys in the picture of equality, who feels belonging, who feels included, who feels able to follow the game, is only actually the tallest one. If you look at equities, and this picture looks a little bit better because you see that individual needs are recognized and everyone can watch the game. But at the end of the day, if you look at if you remove the fence, then you don't need these adaptations. And if you look at the last picture, which is called inclusion, then you actually see what inclusion is about. But very often we talk about diversity, we count the genders, we count nationalities, but we forget about including them. We forget about equity, we forget about inclusion. That is the main part. And just briefly, so what connects diversity with democracy? First of all, inclusive representation. Democracy is about hearing, you have to listen to diverse voices of society. Societies have always been diverse, people have always been diverse, and democracy is about representing everyone's needs through elected representatives. So, and also diversity. It is about inclusive representation. Diversity is a number, but if we want to have value out of it, it needs to be included. Participation, equity, equality. Again, these are basic concepts both for diversity and for democracy. We need to think in terms of equity in order to ensure equal opportunities. And without participation, it's not possible. Culture or intersectionality, I briefly made that point in my previous slide. Well, national or ethnic culture is nothing homogeneous. It's changing all the time. I'm not only defined by the fact that I'm Latvian. I'm also a woman, I'm also a mother, I also have education, I also have background, I belong to specific maybe social class or networks and so on and so forth. So that is what is intersectionality. It's synergies of different identity dimensions that forms us as human beings. So the fact that I'm Latvian does not influence how I work, how I make friendships, how I, for example, fall in love, or how I trust or don't trust institutions. It's a huge amount of experiences, perspectives, dimensions of my identities that influence how I perform. It's not my nationality. And in defining diversity, just as, let's say, cultural diversity, actually we enforce stereotypes about specific cultures. And as a diversity manager, I have received questions many times, okay, how do we work, for example, with Norwegians or with Indians or with Ukrainians? You can't provide instruction how to work with Norwegian. It's the same way as you can't provide instruction how to work with Latvian. If I would ask you how to work with Estonians, would you provide that instruction? It's not a washing machine. It's a person with a large scope of identity dimensions. So we should not look in so narrow terms of what culture is. Culture is our way of thinking and acting, which is based on all previous experiences that we have had in our lives. And just to make a point here about minorities, we know that minorities do navigate differently in organization, in society, and that's why we really need to focus on diversity competence rather than diversity in numbers, but diversity competence. And diversity competence is how we understand power relations. We have to be aware of power relations in society and organization. We have to be aware of biases, prejudices, stereotypes, and how they influence our decision making, how they influence how we form relationships. We have to be aware of privileges, And we have to be able to see the value of diversity. And the role we want diversity to play, and these are all fundamental aspects of diversity competence. Then, if we want innovation, competitiveness, and social sustainability, again, we need to see diversity as a value rather than a threat. And democratic framework helps us to unlock the potential of diversity, because when we listen to other voices, when we listen to other perspectives, when we take them into considerance, then we can innovate, then you can grow our competitiveness, and we can secure social sustainability. And there are, of course, several normative frameworks and new directives requesting us to focus on social sustainability. We can talk about CSRD, ESG, all these concepts, which sounds very complicated. But what is the most simple definition of social sustainability? It is how we treat people. And how we treat people, it defines how competitive in long term we are. Human rights, social justice. Can you imagine democracy without human rights, without social justice? In-group and out-group dynamics. We can refer to several social theories, some psychological and cognitive theories that, of course, we tend to to like people who are like us. But it's not always because that we admire ourselves, but we somehow unconsciously look for the reflections of our normality. We feel safer, we feel in comfort zone when we navigate in similar environments that we represent ourselves, but at the same time we have to encourage, we have to be curious, we have to be open to diverse perspective, because with only one perspective, with only homogeneous approach, you cannot be competitive and sustainable in the current world. Media, information, communication, I assume that we will keep on talking about it. And of course, media, information, channel, communication, it's a huge responsibility how we talk about otherness, how we construct otherness. Diversity management always starts with ourselves, how we see the world. It's not, it doesn't start with managing other cultures. It's about our worldview. Why do we perceive someone as a threat? Why are we afraid of differences? Why are not we open to other viewpoints? Why our worldview is limited in specific ways? And then how media deals with it. Are media reinforcing differences, exaggerating differences, and in that way polarizing society, focusing more on conflicts than on peaceful discussions? These are, of course, questions that should be addressed. And my last point, polarization, I would say that, and we will get back to it during discussion, I'm more than sure about it, that polarization is what happens when diversity management does not work, when you have not done your homework, and because diversity management is not an anarchy. There are specific competencies, specific homeworks that has to be done, specific awareness, understanding, insights, structures, also legal frameworks that needs to be in place in order to promote inclusion and belonging. So polarization is what happens when this homework is not done, and when people are not included, and when diversity is not managed and not understood. So that was a brief, or maybe not so brief, introduction from me.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agnese. And we will continue, but I just want to remind you that you can use Slido to ask questions. So I will incorporate these in the discussion later. So Slido, and use hashtag INSA. Dimitri, would you continue and have your brief introduction?
Thank you. No, I don't. I'm actually tempted to provide you kind of guiding manual how to work with Estonians, but well, I actually was about to congratulate you with the November sun, but then they closed the windows. So we are now using basically our November quarter for the sun, so you can look out of that window. Well,
after the conference.
Yeah, I mean, of course it depends on us, because we are here to entertain you. And yeah, after so brilliant presentation, what I have to add, well, my background is defense and security. And obviously I am here to be a bit more pessimistic than other speakers. And well, if you look at diversity through the prism of social resilience, then of course this phenomenon, diversity, has at least two sides. One side of the course, and why you need resilience. And of course, if everybody is happy and your society is wealthy and healthy, and you live at peacetime, then nobody remembers resilience. But then if you are at crisis, well, especially at multifaceted crisis, prolonged and continued crisis we are now living in, then of course everybody reminds that, oh, we must be resilient, and then you speak about different characteristics of resilience. And resilience is being tested at crisis, and then we can see now also in our societies, but of course in Ukraine, a country at war. So what we can learn from them and what we can do here, that preparedness matters. And diversity could be considered through the prism of resilience as actually enabler. The diversity as enabler because it allows us to choose from multiple solutions at crisis. Because if we are preparing for a previous crisis, then we never succeed, because crisis can surprise you. And in order to solve a crisis, you need to be innovative, you need non-standard solutions, and obviously the more diverse society or group you have, the higher probability then non-standard solution can be found. So in that regard, diversity is an enabler for resilience. Another example could be, let's say, nature. Okay, the more diverse is your pool of genes, at average, the more healthier your human population is. Or the more diverse is your food diet, the more healthy you are as a human being. So no question about that for diversity. But another side of coin for diversity is that actually it could be a challenge for societal resilience at the same time. Because as already mentioned, psychologically, we enjoy being surrounded by similar people, like-minded people, or people we see as appearance similar to us. It's, psychology, because it's in-group belonging. And there are several important components of kind of recipe component and elements for resilience. I just would mention several of them. One is trust, because without trust you cannot build a resilient society. And then again, we tend to trust people who are similar to us, naturally. And why we need trust? Because again, during a crisis, in order to solve a rising problem, you need to cooperate with people, especially in societies as we are here, sparsely populated, with limited resources. So basically cooperation is the key how you overcome the crisis. And then for cooperation, obviously you need trust, because otherwise you want to do something together with people you don't trust. And then if you don't trust people who are around you, your neighbors or members of your community, or people who live in the same society, that obviously you are trouble of solving crisis. Another component of resilience is empathy. Because if there's no empathy, then obviously you won't help people who are at crisis and who might be, let's say, more vulnerable. That impact of a crisis is more harsher than them. Without empathy, you obviously won't go to help them. And then again, naturally, we tend to trust and to show our empathy to people who are more similar, I don't know, culturally, linguistically, ethnically, or on whatever characteristics we take. Well, the good news is that actually trust can be cultivated. And that's also a measure of crisis preparedness. And that is my message, that in order to prepare for the next crisis, you must invest also into trust-building activities between different societal groups, whatever they are. Again, they might be as diverse as possible. We are not talking just about ethnicity here, but also its age, its, of course, gender, its geography, or on whatever characteristics. But trust-building activities as a crisis preparedness measure is very important. Otherwise, when crisis happens, obviously it's not too late to do trust-building activities during the crisis. But then, of course, it will cost you much more. It will come with a higher price than if you're basically building trust between different groups while you're solving the crisis, as we are doing now in my country here. So that's my suggestion for our politicians and the government. Unfortunately, they already left here, but anyway, they can see us on the web. That during the crisis time, another innovative solution to introduce diversity tax. Who is going to pay a higher price while building trust during a crisis? So we need diversity tax in order to stimulate integration and diversity. The last one was a joke. I know that we are already tired of various new taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. And okay, you can applaud, of course. And Dainius Pabilas, then do you have this diversity tax in Latvia? Lithuania, sorry.
Hello. Yeah, and well, still not yet, but hopefully, why not? It's a good idea. Actually, I'm very pleased that today we started to discuss about the cultural diversity, about democracy and state policy and the connections between them. And I'm very pleased that we have different approaches on that, and we started with the different approaches. And well, there is no one perspective on that's for sure. So that's why we should discuss from the different perspectives. When I start talking about the cultural diversity and democracy and state policy, so at the moment it's very difficult for me to talk about the current news from Lithuania, and I even changed my points and highlights of the speech because the Lithuanian national minority law is on the stage now. It's still on the ending phase, and the parliament exactly 1 week ago on November 7 adopted the new law on national minorities, and now we're still waiting for the last signature from the president, which will probably happen today or tomorrow. So it's very important, and it's very close connected to the cultural diversity and democracy as well. I would like to illustrate my talk on experience from the long period and experience of the state, and also my personal experience from the last 20 years. First of all, I want to take us all back 35 years ago to the singing revolution time when all the Baltic states evolved as independent countries. And to me, it's a very good period and a very good example how democracy and cultural diversity affects each other and how it goes in parallel. And how it's connected. During the restoration of the state, so the national minorities NGOs became active. They were established. The cultural life of national minorities, based on preserved identity, was revived. Many processes took place in parallel, and it happened that the current law of the national minorities, it appeared faster than the independence of Lithuania. So because it was adopted on 1889, and the Department of National Minorities, which was called at the time the Department of Nationalities, was created and was built. And only after that, the Lithuania got the independence. And this law was, at that moment, it was the first such document, not just in Lithuania, but probably in whole Europe, which was adapted on the state level. And there was very clear understanding that the state and the democracy will not be effective without the clear understanding and the clear structure of the cultural diversity, and how can be it take it to the agenda of the new young state. To this issue, the main leaders of the state, it was the period when the first proactive leaders gave a lot of attention to the diversity, to the NGOs of the national minorities. And it was so important to give the clear message that all those people with various cultural and national background, they are involved in the Lithuanian state. And actually it was a very safe approach for the Lithuania as the 85% of Lithuanian citizens, they were Lithuanians, and just 15% were declared as the national minorities. And the Department of National Minorities, that current department, it started to operate under the Council of Ministers, and it has no special building at the time. It has no places to gather the people which were involved. And even nowadays, we're still kind of joking that the national policy on diversity and national minorities, it started in the kitchen. And it's very symbolic for us that it was the place where the porridge was cooked and boiled, and at the same time the first documents of national diversity appeared, and it is actually the place where we have lots of ingredients, and when we have lots of ingredients, so we can make it that result, and then. That whole period, 35 years of independence, so it can be divided to some parts. And the first part was for the 20 years until 2010, and it was the period when everything was kind of growing because of the enthusiasm, because of a will to make much more for the cultural diversity. Many organizations appeared. The special structure of national minority centers appeared in Lithuania. There are lots of funds. The leaders were included in various important organizations, for example, like the representative of national minorities in the Council of Culture of Lithuania, which is the most important organization for dividing the budget for culture in Lithuania. So it was a special status for national minorities to have the representative there. This was the period when the state actually regulated the diversity a lot. Was it democratic? Well, I think yes, because the NGOs they make their opinion a lot, and they were active in building and evolving the policy. But after those 20 years, the next stage began because the law, which was adapted during the Soviet Union times, because it was just before the independence, so it ended, and there was growing understanding at that moment that it's kind of enough to have the state policy on national minorities, and it's kind of more idea that now it should evolve somehow by itself. This was the time when, for the almost 14 years, we had no law. The Department of National Minorities was deconstructed, and all the topics and files were divided between the various ministries, and we lost clear state policy on that. But it was a kind of thinking that, well, we are strong enough to build that and to proceed that, and it's already enough. Basically, some plans and ideas was kind of good, but in general, we lost a lot in that period, in this kind of sense. And just recently, when it was investigated that the discrimination on other people, the trust that my colleague was talking about is decreasing. So it was taken back to the political discussions. It was taken back that we should regulate this part of the policy much more, and it lasted for many years. And it was so many discussions between liberals and conservative parties and social democrats. And finally, somehow we succeeded just this year, and just last week, as I said, the parliament approved the law just by one vote, and not even by vote which was for the law, but by one vote just because of a registered person for voting. So this opportunity was taken not so easy, and it even was voted for by the parties which will be not in the collision for the next 4 years, as the parliament election just finished in Lithuania. So we still have the kind of challenges on that, but it was a very clear message to 400,000 people that they are a part of the civic society, that they are included, that they are invited to build the country together and to create for its benefit. And what is more very important, that by law it was done to exclude a smaller group of people and describe them as historical national minorities. So it means just 1% of the whole national minority group. And the description described them as people who don't have their own country, and they have long historical relations with Lithuania. It was done for the Karaites, for Roma people, and for the Tartar community, which is in general Muslim community, but is also very, very important for us. And they got much more opportunities by law. So it's even a possibility to start some measures and some policies which are specially dedicated for them. And who is the most happier with that? Who is the most happier that the state starting to coordinate the cultural diversity much more than before? So those smaller groups, those little small groups, and they really satisfied with that. They are happy that the state take attention to them. And well, the last probably my questions still are open. Does cultural diversity save democracy, or its opposite? So is democracy saves the cultural diversity? And actually, I always saw it like two ways moving all the time, and a synergy there. But for being effective, so it's the Lithuanian case showed us that it's impossible to do it without the clear and position of the state and the state policy. And when we start thinking that it's somehow going on itself, so it is losing immediately and quite fast, and we are losing what we got during the policies that we got before. So state policy as a catalyst for the connection between diversity and democracy is very important.
Thank you, Dainius. And you can applaud, obviously. And don't forget to ask questions on Slido. Let's start where you finished. Why do different Baltic states have taken so different approaches to minorities? Lithuania, as we heard, is finally having a minorities law. And on the other hand, we have heard that in Latvia, there might be deportations of people who can't speak Latvian language. Dainius, why these different approaches?
Well, so the different approaches are not bad thing in general. So because approach is as good as it is adaptive to the current situation of the state. So I think that regarding the cultural diversity and And the policy on national minorities is different because of its structure, cultural and structure, and the cultural diversity, national diversity that we have. First of all, the biggest minority is Polish community in Lithuania. So even the Poland is a strategic partner of the Lithuania because of the issues that we have in the state safety and defense. So it's always about the equal opportunities to all the people, and we have to take in mind that it's not about the Russian-speaking community. It's not just about the Russian people, but it's also about the other communities. So I think in this case, Lithuania was always more, let's say, Lithuanian state and government. It was always like a more brave in some measures in taking the law into account and shaping the law and everything. So, but it's not probably the example to the other countries. So it can be different.
Dimitri, would you like to add something why Baltic states have had different approaches to minorities?
Well, I leave to my Latvian colleague comment on whatever deportation you mentioned. Right. I think it's also related to the sense of threat perceptions. That I think threat perceptions differed that time in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Obviously, Russian-speaking population in Estonia and Latvia was securitized because we looked at them, and still are looking at some of them through the prism of security, because you never know whom you could trust. And that's the issue which actually followed all the 30 years of integration here. So it's not just about, let's say, Estonian identity or the language, but it's also about the issue of security. And the challenge here is that it's never a dialogue between majority and minority. There's always, let's say, a third party was present around the table virtually. Of course, the Kremlin with its geopolitical ambitions. And that's how we solved the problem, because it was securitized and different approaches. So, threat perceptions.
Agnese, you are not a politician, so I'm not going to ask about politics directly, but how language policies in Latvia affect the labor market? If you don't speak Latvian, what happens in Latvia with you? Would you still be hired?
Well, it depends where, of course. If you work in state sector and public sector, of course, in order to be able to do your work, you need to know Latvian language. It's the same, I assume, similar as in Estonia. How can you work in public sector and state institution, working with people, with documents, understanding the law if you don't speak national language? And also, well, at least from my experience, also in Nordic countries, I have worked in Norway almost for 15 years. I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't speak Norwegian language. And in Latvia, in private sector, it depends. You can also do your work in private sector if you do not speak national language, which is Latvian. It depends on position, and it depends on your professional sphere, what you are doing. So there is, of course, in order to obtain citizenship, you also need to know Latvian language at least on specific level. Of course, you are not expected to be fluent in Latvian, but there are specific language requirements. But it differs from state sector and public, from state sector and private sector, and there are also jobs which you can do without knowing Latvian in private sector. But again, if you are a member of society, if you are a member of organization, you should understand what people around you talk. You should be able to communicate. But again, at the same time, we see that there is a trend, not only in Latvia, also in Estonia and in Lithuania. We have, for example, this global business centers where local employees in different employees, let's say in Riga, Vilnius, also Tallinn, provide services for foreign markets. There you should then speak, for example, Nordic languages in order to provide services to other markets. So it's very, what I'm saying, it depends. It depends.
What happens in terms of, I'm not saying that you have to explain the law, but we have all read various news and what is actually happening with the language laws in Latvia. Have they changed and are they tough as we have heard?
Well, there is one national language in Latvia and it is Latvian. And well, to be honest, I have not really followed all the changes in language laws in Latvia, but the fact that you need to, well, there is no changes in national language in Latvia, and there are requirements that you should fulfill in order to participate in labor market, but it depends, as mentioned, whether in public or private sector. And what you mentioned about deportations, well, I cannot really go into detail about that, but again, I'm not, well, Latvia is taking care of minorities, and being a minority or being an, let's say, immigrant or expat or it's not a one-way street. It's always, there are always two ways. I mean, it's a mutual responsibility. Of course, each of us has rights, but we also have responsibilities as members of society, and there should be there some kind of social contract, mutual understanding. What are our common goals? What are our common values? So it's it should be in both directions. And also what you mentioned about trust and also it comes to belonging. I mean, you cannot impose by law that there will be high levels of trust. You cannot impose by law that no, you have to feel that you belong. It is not possible. It again depends, and both trust and inclusion, it is a relational concept. There need to be at least two, to make this relation work. So you also have some responsibility in order to become and function as a member of society. So this is a like general comment, but well, I don't know if I answered your question.
From the audience, Dimitri, they want to know how to build that trust we are talking about. Is there a method?
Well, shared experiences is one of the methods. Basically, those people who share something together, is a tragic experience going through a crisis or a positive experience, doesn't matter, but shared experience is a measure to building trust. I mean, if you survive a crisis together and then if you see that it hits you more or less equally and then you help each other, then of course this is how trust is built. Doing things together. Whatever. Learning together.
It doesn't matter what you're doing together, just do some things together.
Yeah. Shared experiences.
Agnese?
Well, I have actually done research on trust, comparing both trust manifestations in Baltics, in Nordic countries, also in Middle East. But we know that Nordic countries are world champions when it comes to social trust. And we see that there are these brilliant synergies, Trust is called Nordic Gold, and it means that it promotes happiness, innovations, economic growth, resilience, and strength of democracy, and so on and so forth. Of course, I'm not saying that they don't have challenges. They also have challenges, but the levels of social trust are the highest ones. And one of the reasons behind that is strong, accountable institutions. Strong, accountable institutions, transparency, of course, also communication, of course, also shared experiences. We have to communicate, we have to understand each other, but the backbone is strong institutions and the perception or feelings that the state will take care of you, or at least that the state will do its best to help you. Of course, no, there is probably no state that is ideal. There are always, challenges, but strong institutions, accountable institutions, and I can just give a simple example. For example, especially given our historical background, if you have a challenge, how do you solve it? Do you approach a specific person in institutions, or do you trust that the institution will help you no matter who you are? And this is a big difference. Like, I feel that in Baltics, also in Latvia, there is still a feeling that if I need help, I should know someone in that particular institution. Because if I don't know a particular face, then I'm not sure if I can trust the institution. In Nordics, from my experience, situation is different. It doesn't matter who you are. It does not matter if I know Sven or Jorgen or whomever in this
Maybe
institution.
it comes from our background in Soviet times. It
but
was
again,
always
strong,
had to know
accountable
someone to get
institutions. And do we have these strong, accountable institutions? And what should be done in order to have these strong, accountable institutions and also transparency? So these are some fundamentals of trust building. And of course, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not granted to you. You have to, to prove that you are accountable and that you take care and that you work for including people and making them feel valued.
How is trust built in Lithuanian society?
Yeah, I will say it, but I want to make one more note regarding the language, which was said. We should always not forget the right to use the native language. So it's always like a opposite direction movement, because the state is also always, it's in the same happening in Lithuania, that it's somehow fostering the more and more the usage of the official state language, but at the same time, the state is responsible to keep the possibilities to use the native languages, and especially for the national minorities groups. So it's always like an opposite, and it's important not to forget that. Regarding the trust, so I totally agree with my colleague regarding the common goals and common initiatives, the intercultural communication and learning. So it's a basic things that we can build it through, but it's always important how we are making that. It's easy to say that we all of us understand that it's important, but can the state somehow influence that? So of course yes, and there are special programs and special funds and possibilities which are focused on that goal, and we still keep it. For example, we even trying to involve the national minorities groups to be more active, thinking about the trust not between themselves, but also those people who arrived recently to the country, and somehow trying to make the conditions that could move them into communication with the new coming people more. So it's like a state policy for trust building between the people.
One thing, what happens with even, for example, the newcomers, if Ukrainians come to Estonia, they are starting to build these cultural bubbles. They have their own social media communities where they talk, where they get their news. They even use maybe only Ukrainian, I don't know, whatever you need, like friseur or whatever, you take it from your own community. And it's also helped by social media. Dimitri, what to do with these cultural and ideological bubbles?
Study them. No, I mean, admire them, and then, of course, also approach them through the, how you called it, diversity competence, right? Because there are different Ukrainians who come here. I mean, it would be wrong to assume that, I mean, obviously they are citizens of Ukraine, but they have their own experiences. I mean, they are different Ukrainians, and they might have different needs, different interests, different future prospects. And for that reason, why I answered, studied them to understand, are they going to be part of our society in the future? And then they learn the language and integrate or whatever we propose them to be part of our society and also labor market. Or they will just wait for the victory, and then they will return home. Or they go, I don't know, to other country. So again, to understand, are we accepting them for long term, or what are their plans? So that's we could do.
How can shared spaces, for example, in a workplace, can be designed to encourage this cross-cultural dialogue, Agnese?
Well, cross-cultural dialogue, cross-cultural communication, I would say that usually these are not, physical barriers. These are, the barrier is here. And we tend always to, put blame on those whom we perceive as others, but we have to remember that we are the ones who define what diversity is, because diversity is nothing objective. it's always subjectively constructed based on whom we perceive as others. So the first question is, why do I perceive specific persons as others and different? Why am I potentially afraid of them? Why am I not open to their perspectives? So everything starts with yourself. When we work with diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, it starts with you as either team leader or a manager, or you as a person. Approach critically yourself. Why do you perceive them as others? Very often there are much more similarities than differences, but we have these mental barriers, so it has usually nothing to do with physical barriers unless we talk about physical disabilities. And so starting again, this diversity competence is alpha and omega. We have to start with diversity competence. So how we view the world, how we view specific people, why do we view them in that particular way? Focus on similarities, not on differences, but don't ignore differences. Be curious and understand that there is value in different approaches. And especially if it's within one organization, I mean, no one benefits from discrimination. No one, neither the state, neither the individual, neither the organization. Discrimination has extreme costs, both for labor market, for society, for organization, and also for individual. So inclusion, everyone earns by including others. So basically we have to strive for having, one big us, then several, us and them. And so we have to start with diversity competence, with removing mental barriers, promoting awareness, promoting insight, promoting understanding. Also what you said about, studying them, it sounds simple, but it's not. We have to try to understand, we have to be willing to understand, and we have to understand that we can't be sustainable, competitive if we ignore differences and do not want to see this diversity as a value.
There is an audience question that fits here well at iNews. How to make sure that state integration services take into account the cultural diversity of their users?
Well, we need data for that, and that's a true next challenge that we need. So calculating and getting the data about the cultural diversity is urgently important challenge, and actually it's even one of the first goals in the field of national minority policy at the moment, to gather more data, and based on that data to make more analysis, and because of that, start to implement the new policies and the new things that we can decide on that because of the data and because of the analysis that we got before. So that's probably and actually I even also want to add to the questions that were asked before. So those bubbles in the diverse society are a truly big issue and big challenge, and we clearly understand that sometimes even looking at that image that you showed us, Agnese, for us, sometimes we have the situation when there is no wall at all, or probably it stands not a wall, but it stands like a rock or something, and we cannot remove it, and it will be there. And sometimes people are standing not near the wall, but stand somewhere aside, and they even don't look that direction to the wall. They are extremely somewhere else. So to break those barriers, to break those bubbles, we need allies in a society. It means that the state cannot implement something directly on them, and we need allies in the national minorities. They are our capacity. We need the people and the communities which are close to those bubbles, and to interact through those communities, those people who are not involved. So that's very important.
Yeah,
just also a comment referring to those pictures, baseball pictures. You remember the fence. So this fence can also be a language. So if there is no, how can you communicate if there is not, if you don't have language proficiency to communicate with people? So it is a big barrier, and it is a big challenge, and I have lived abroad myself, and I know it is difficult to learn a foreign language. At the same time, there is no better way how to become a part of society as to learn language. So having language which, is mutually understood, and of course it promotes inclusive participation, and language barriers very often are exactly as these fences in these baseball pictures which I showed you. And also, of course, also Latvia is doing a lot, in offering language courses and Latvian language courses. But we also, it's not enough, to offer course. There also needs to be willingness to become a part of society and to learn language. And we all know that neither Estonian or Latvian or the Lithuanian, these are not large languages. You cannot use them anywhere else in the world. So you really have to be dedicated. And at the same time, I know many expats also from Nordic countries who have learned Latvian, proficiently and they're fluent in Latvian. They work in Latvians, they want to understand the employees and societies, they want to be part of society. So it's always also about willingness, why potentially you want or don't want to learn potential language, and also about the joint information space and what information spaces people are actually living, what information they consume, and we know how we can manipulate this information. So media, communication, information is an extremely essential topic when we talk about risks and polarization in society.
The audience wants to know what is there beyond the national language, and what does integration mean beyond adopting a language? And maybe you can, each of you, give an example of a certain program or certain things that really have worked well. Dainius, let's start with you.
So the question is regarding the national state language, right?
Beyond, what else can be done beyond language to integrate the people in the society who are from national minorities?
Well, so definitely the language is just one step, and of course there are much more steps and ideas needed to proceed. So, getting special programs for the NGOs, let's say, for example, and special programs for the leaders of the NGOs. And it's very important near the language. Language is a part also of disinformation problem, and so the focus on disinformation and uprising the skills of the leaders of national minorities and critical thinking is also very important near to the language.
Dimitri?
Well, I would be happy, if they pay the taxes and if they follow our laws and respect, our traditions, but then again, what kind of problem we are solving here? I think kind of true integration would reflect also, let's say, political participation. That those people who think that they have some ideas to be implemented, that they run for elections.
So what is your thought on the recent topic? You don't want to reply to that.
That's already made a decision, and that was a political decision, and I think we should address that question through our smart politicians.
Yeah, I will just explain that in Estonia, the current discussion is about to take away Russian citizens who are permanently living in Estonia the right to vote at local elections. So that is the current topic. But we will ask later politicians about this. Agnese, what are your ideas beyond language?
Beyond language. Well, there are actually several ideas, and if you look at national level, you can also draw parallels, of course, on organizational level, because that is smaller scope, and it's somehow easier to make tangible this inclusion or integration processes. But what I liked, when we talk about inclusive leadership, we can talk about inclusive leadership both on company level and on national level. Very significant part of inclusive leadership is allyship, what you already mentioned. Allyship, it is very important. Also, different kind of mentoring services can be, mentors are very good thing for people who do not feel included or who have some possibility, some barriers for being included. It can not only necessarily culture, if you look at it narrowly, but also disabilities and so on and so forth. But then what I would urge you to do is try to analyze yourself a situation where you have been a minority, and all of you have been minorities in different life situations. It doesn't mean that you must have lived abroad. You can be minority as a woman woman among men, you can be minority as a woman without children among women with children, you can be a minority as a man among, I don't know, as a man, as a student among professionals. So a situation where you have been a minority, and what exactly made you feel valued and what not, what empowered you and what did not. And just doing this exercise on yourself, analyze and be aware of what actually helps you to perform, what helps you to be valued when you are in a minority position. And then you can actually get many good lessons learned. And tomorrow, by the way, I have workshop on diversity competence, and we will also in this workshop work on those skills. Yes, and now I'm, for example, reflecting on my own experiences. I have been thinking back, okay, how was it for me in Norway? When I arrived in Norway without knowing Norwegian, without knowing English, it was many years ago, without having any networks, having a foreign name, you know, and you know what? I really felt valued. I felt important. And then I have been analyzing what Norway did, or that particular environment where I was, what they did in order to make me feel important, make me feel valued. Of course, I learned language. There was offered to learn language courses. People showed interest in me. They involved me, you know, and I proceeded very quickly in my career. I learned language. I got my bachelor's, my master's, my PhD. I started to work at university, you know, and I analyzed step by step how was I treated as a, you know, foreigner, as someone from post-Soviet country, which maybe was not very highly valued, and just analyzing these steps. And then, for example, just some years ago, working in Middle East, not knowing Arabic, I understood very well how difficult, again, it is to perform, also because of my own prejudices, my own stereotypes, because when you are afraid, you cannot really work productively. And then you start to analyze, why am I afraid? Do I really have some bad experiences with these people? No, I don't, but mass media creates these images that makes us scared of people we don't know. So you have to, you know, use this critical thinking now I'm talking perhaps very broadly, but I'm referring back to my experiences, in what context I have felt I am empowered because of my diversity, and in context where I have felt quite the opposite, and what people around me did in order to make me feel, and also institutions to make me feel empowered. And regarding Middle East, even without knowing Arabic language, when I managed to overcome, I have to admit, my own bias, stereotypes and my own fear, I understood that I can actually start to work productively, and I also have to value my own diversity and be confident about who I am. So it's two-way road. I mean, you know, it's not one-way direction. If we want to, you need to want to be included and integrated, and the other party also needs to do something in order to help you to be included. So it's always mutual. It's always relational process. You know, at least two parties are needed to include.
You already spoke about stereotypes, biased views, and the audience also wants to know a bit more about this. How politicians are using these minority groups to gain their political victories. Dimitri.
Well, there are people here in the audience who are, of course, are very much aware about how our brilliant politicians can do it.
How problematic it is.
It is problematic, absolutely. It is problematic that it's also artificially created division that is being used from one election to another election. And I don't know, will I see the end of it? I mean,
probably not, as long as it can be calculated to ballots.
This so-called Russian card is being played on every elections. And it's shame, really. I mean, because as long as we vote for those politicians who play this Russian card, as long this kind of bad tradition continues. So I think we need to also educate our politicians about cultural diversity and about diversity competence. Not just citizens and not just media, but also our politicians, that populistic rhetoric actually splits society, that populistic rhetoric actually is counterproductive, and in terms of crisis, our society will be less resilient if we trust our votes for populistic politicians who play, again, this ethnic minority cards.
Danius? Oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah. So, well, it is. It is a huge challenge, and even actually at the moment in Lithuania we have an issue because of the anti-Semitic some speeches which were spoken by the politicians, and now those populists, even they are getting into the not just into the parliament but also in the leading coalition, and they are going to rule the country. But they're always thinking and saying that let's try to use those things as a possibility and advantage to create something out of it. And at the same moment, there are always possible to get the allies and to implement something new and to have a good arguments for that. So even at the same moment when the politicians are using stereotypes, making populistic speeches and even anti-Semitic speeches, so there are always possibility to get people, let's make a new plan, let's make a new strategy, let's make something on that. And it actually happens. If someone gathering together, if they are putting their energy together, so it's always possible to get something good out of it.
Agnese, would you like to add, or do you have some mechanisms that actually can promote this dialogue between politicians?
Yeah, well, of course, diversity, competence at national level, of course, it is definitely needed. But I have one quote, actually, I have written it down, which I think it's not only about Baltics, you know, it's about politics in general. There is this famous American professor, Noam Chomsky, linguist, and he says that if you want to conquer people, create an imaginary enemy who seems more dangerous than you, and then be the savior. So what we see in politics in many places in the world, you create these imaginary enemies who are more dangerous than yourself, and then you pretend to be the savior. And this is something also how we create these enormous biases and stereotypes. We categorize, we don't apply our critical thinking. I also call stereotypes for energy saving devices exactly because stereotypes offer us a very simple scheme how to treat different people, because we presume, oh, those, let's say Ukrainians are like this, Latvians like this, Estonians like this, and this is also the danger of using only the concept of cultural diversity as if people were, you know, like homogeneous boxes, but they are not. You know, when we have highlighted here in many sentences that, of course, not all Estonians, not all Ukrainians, not all Latvians are the same. We are very diverse and we have different needs. And also, when you asked me about cross-cultural interaction, you know, we should maybe rather talk about how do we interact between introvert and extrovert people. It would be even better questions than to ask how we communicate across cultures, because being introvert or extrovert has even more impact than having different cultures, because I assume that you as Estonian and me as Latvian, we would not have big barriers in communicating. But if I was very introvert and you were very extrovert, then maybe it would be difficult. Who knows? So this by stereotyping, sometimes on purpose, by not using our critical thinking, by not having diversity competence, sometimes even on purpose, we create these imaginary enemies, and then we pretend to be a savior, and this is how we, you know, try to get to increase our popularity. And it's not only about national or ethnic divides. I remember, I assume also you remember in COVID times, I think during COVID, those were the first elections, at least in Latvia, when suddenly it was not national lines anymore who played most role, but whether you support the vaccination or not. And it was really the biggest, divide in elections. For which party you would vote? Either you support vaccination against COVID, or you are, how we called it in everyday language, is anti-vaxxer. So again, and then again, you create this imaginary enemy, you know, and you just enforce these fears in society.
But if we talk about national security and geopolitics, Dimitri, I'm looking again at you. I'm afraid to ask questions. Maybe you don't want to reply. But is there a divide between the people's nationality, how they, for example, understand the war in Ukraine? I thought that you don't want to reply.
Unfortunately, it is. But there's a very important but. There are people, of course, who might support Russia's war against Ukraine. And these people might live in different countries and in different places. So there's no, let's say, universal determinator that those people should speak whatever language or whatever ethnic background they have. Unfortunately, again, there are some people, also in Estonia, who really might support the war. And on whatever reasons they do that. And that's the problem. The question is, again, what we do with these people. Obviously, we don't trust them.
But what happens when there is a real crisis, as you spoke?
Exactly. That's the question, and that's the solution we are looking for. What to do with the people who we don't trust. So we have lived here for more than 30 years after re-establishment of independence, and we always knew that there are some people among us we don't trust. So how to measure it, what to do with it? Is it the crisis that could unite us, or we are going to again look for, let's say, internal enemies? And all that kind of discussions that we are constantly trying to find a solution without being successful. Because today we can say that we, let's say, don't trust this group. Tomorrow we can say that, okay, we don't trust another group, as actually happened during COVID crisis. That there were some people among us we also didn't trust, whatever, anti-vaxxers and so on. As actually happened during the elections that, let's say, pro-liberal forces and those who protected so-called traditional values, they also didn't trust each other. So, that's the knowledge we have to live with, that society is really diverse, and unfortunately there are some people who support the aggression on whatever reason. So we can speculate that they have been brainwashed by the Kremlin's propaganda, and probably they were. We can see that maybe they feel the perception that they feel offended by some decisions of the Estonian state in the past, so therefore they support Putin. I don't know, but that's the reality, and that's also part of diversity. So our task is again to protect the values we share in our society, that those people who support aggression, that they won't dictate their agenda to the majority, and so we preserve safety and security within our country. I think that is our task.
Dennis?
First of all, of course, that geopolitical issues, it shapes the diversity in the country. That's for sure. But it's not just about Ukraine. It's not just about this case, because it also shapes the same in connection to the Palestine and Israel conflict. It's also about all the other cases, like there are people who are for the Trump in America, and the people who think opposite, and it's always like this. And I'm always thinking that it's every time it's not about just two parties. It's always it's like a line of people, and there are people who support, as you said. There are people who just have opinion, and there are people who think somehow in the middle. They are not sure to which side they can move, and probably it's sometimes it's even not between those sides, but a little bit aside of it. So diversity is much more complicated in that case. And of course, if it's really close to the security of the state, if it's connected with our common defense, so of course the state should somehow move proactively and to implement something, and it's always connected with the same disinformation and our policies. What we do for the disinformation, what are our strengths and possibilities to change the situation and to make more objective possibilities to get there, how we deal with our own media, how we deal with the media that comes from the foreign countries. It's always important to know the reasons why people are in one or another side.
Agnese, would you like to add on this topic?
Yeah, there is a lot to say. I'm just trying to figure out how I can be brief. Well, because it is a very complex topic, and there is not one right, solution. And at the same time, of course, there are no, as I say, when it comes to diversity management strategies, there are no copy-paste solutions, because you need to understand particular context. Everything needs to be based on your data, on your context. And what again you said about study those groups. Again, we have to understand how people think. We have to understand what's happening in their minds. And no, I haven't. Well, in my previous job, I worked a lot as a researcher, and I remember also when a couple of years ago, there was also a survey, for example, in Latvia, where there were questions: do you condemn Russia's attack to Ukraine? And then I think like 99.9% Latvians responded of yes, they do condemn. And then there were very few Russians, I don't remember numbers, by heart, who said that they do not condemn. But then there was a large part actually who didn't answer anything. So there is a grey mass and we don't know what they think. Either they're afraid to say that they condemn or that they don't. Maybe they're confused, regarding their identities. And the fact that we do not know what they think is a problem. We should know what they think. And again, you cannot understand what they think if you, stop communicating, if you exclude. But again, at the same time, of course, there are red lines. Freedom of speech is not hate speech is not freedom of speech. If national security is being threatened, then measure has to be taken. So it's extremely complex and large topic, but we have to understand what people think.
But is there a role of economic wellness as well, that at least in Estonia, if you look at the population, if you go to the eastern part of Estonia, they are not so well off as, for example, in other parts, that the Russian minority is somehow in worse situation in economic state, and that's why they are not so loyal as well.
Oh, well, sorry to disappoint you, I don't have this data in my head. But if we look at discrimination in labor market in Latvia, then we see that those social groups that are mostly discriminated against are, number one, there is age discrimination, so employees are discriminated based on their age, and 50+ category is in a worst position, and we actually did a survey also from PricewaterhouseCoopers Latvia in cooperation with the recruitment company Alma Career Latvia this summer, and we were surveying age discrimination manifestations in our labor market, and only 3% of employees said that they have not experienced age discrimination, and there were only 10% of employers who admitted that they don't discriminate. So basically 90% they admit that to some extent they do discriminate based on age. At the same time, there is an extreme lack of human resources, and we have these very capable, smart, experienced 50+ people who are being discriminated against. So that is number one, most discriminated group in labor market. Number two is the people with health issues. It can be disabilities, either visible or not visible. It can be health issues. So basically, it's not ethnic. Discrimination in labor market is not as much based on, for example, ethnic lines, much less than on age and health and disabilities.
Now I have a personal question to each of you from the audience. I will start, Dainius, with you. Can you address the case of immigrant community in Lithuania who arrived as a result of Lukashenko's orchestrated border crisis? Can you explain what happened there?
Well, first of all, of course, Lithuania was very open and very keen to support the revolution which happened in Belarus and in Minsk. So even the society was very acceptable and so on. But actually, later on, it changed a little bit, and already now we see that there are appearing the provocative actions, and we're trying somehow to react fast and to say our own opinion on that. The state position, which is basically to get Belarusian people included into the society and to keep them possibility stay in our country. Well, even we have some special cases that happened recently. There were some writings and some messages written on the walls, and it was a big need to go to the community and to talk to them, to explain the state position and how do we feel about that. So well, there are issues, but we're trying the best.
To Dimitri, do you have an example of a country where the diverse or integrated society meant society reacted well to crisis?
No.
That was a short answer.
No. I mean, again, every country, every society is quite unique and obviously has its strengths and vulnerabilities. Well, Agnes provided example of Nordic countries, and that's our wishful thinking here, that one day we also can become one by taxation, hopefully. And but again, it's how you perceive your threats and then how you react on them. And then another important component that's actually, I think, well developed in Nordic countries is shared determination. Basically, how you perceived your future prospects, what you're going to do with the future. In Estonia, I think we were on a quite successful track with our IT, digital, and everything E-related. I think it's something which inspired us, at least for some time, something which gave us kind of positive mobilization and actually positively united also language communities for some time. But then somehow we lost that spark, and now I think, maybe not the right time, but still we are looking for another idea, another kind of shared determination or future credible prospects that could mobilize us. But that's again unique because each country should have own solutions.
To Agnese, how to evaluate diversity competence for a person or organization? Is there any tools for that?
Yes, there are tools. I will tell more about. We will work. If you are interested in that, you can join my workshop tomorrow in program. I don't remember what time it is, but we will talk about because it's not well, of course, there are ways how you can evaluate diversity maturity, diversity competence, and that is something I always advise a company to start with. Once they set their focus on diversity and inclusion, you need to understand where they are and where you want to proceed with this. Without that, there will not be, strategic, fruitful work. Yeah, I don't know if I answered, but yes, tomorrow, welcome to my workshop, and we will work on diversity competence. And
for the closing marks, shortly, each of you, please tell what is most important for the future to build social cohesion, to make our society stronger. Tainus, let's start with you.
Well, there are many points, but let's say from my side, from my perspective, so I think that understanding, it means data and data using for the policy.
Dimitri?
Well, first of all, take care of yourself. That's the first rule, which resilience begins from yourself. You are agent of resilience together. And then also take care of those you love. Basically, your close community. Is it family, friends, or whatever you care about. And that kind of network would help you to survive a crisis. So your own strength, care yourself, and then care for your closer community.
Agnese?
Yeah, 4 letters, MMFI. These are actually, it's a short abbreviation which I have written down also on my office wall and also at home. It means make me feel important. So if this attitude does not cost anything, often organizations say, we don't have money to invest in diversity and inclusion. MMFI, make me feel important. If you apply this attitude in your everyday interaction with people around you, with people whom you work with people whom you interact, if a person feels valued and important, you will see miracles will happen. He will be more motivated, more productive, he will feel more included, he will feel more belonging. And this actually, I have to tell that I got inspired by these 4 letters when I was working closely with Norwegian Correctional Services. And this is what they taught me. When they work with people who are, who have finished serving their sentence and they need to re-socialize in society, it's not a simple task. And then these 4 letters, if you make them feel valued and important, then this re-socialization and becoming a good part of society, becoming good citizen again, it really plays a huge role. So MMFI, make me feel important, make me feel valued, apply this attitude at home, at work, at school, and you see miracles will happen. You know how people behave and to what extent they feel more included and belonging.
We value all you speakers a lot. Please make a round of applause. Thank you all.
So for the Estonians, tere hommikust, good morning. For Russian-Ukrainian speakers, dobro ranku, dobro utro. And I understand, just to see who is here, how many people here live in Estonia? Okay, obviously the majority, but some I understand do we have some guests from Latvia? A handful. Lithuania? Fewer. Do we have anyone from outside the Baltics besides JJ? We do. You are from where? Germany. Okay, and hand over there. Belfast. Okay, well, welcome you all. I'd like to thank the Integration Foundation for bringing us all together for the next 2 days to talk about cohesive societies and cultural diversities, and for the speakers, our Baltic colleagues on the first panel. Thank you to the Foundation for asking the U.S. Embassy to be supporting of the proceedings and for inviting a very articulate American, J.J. Green, who will provide a U.S. perspective on cultural diversity, conflicts, migration, and peace following my brief welcoming remarks. As an American, I can say integration is not an easy process nor a self-contained one. Our country's motto is, in Latin, e pluribus unum, out of many one. And that's an aspiration. Our Constitution in the preamble was written in 1789, talking about a pursuit of a more perfect union. So we have had aspirations for hundreds of years. And we're still in the process of forging our society. 400 years of waves of migrants coming to North America in a place where there was obviously a pre-existing, very diverse population already. Those who came to the U.S. initially were seeking religious freedom and economic opportunity. Others came in chains, enslaved, to a continent that was already diverse. My European forebears came primarily from Germany, England, Sweden, and Scotland. They oftentimes lived in North America in ethnic, linguistic enclaves without immediate assimilation. Before I came to Estonia several years ago, I went to the graveyard, which has the first 3 generations of my Kind, K-I-N-D, German-speaking ancestors, the gravestones carved in German. It took 150 years and 5 generations in our Civil War
for the first Kint to have his name shifted to Kent. Immigration has never stopped in the United States, even if for my family, the last immigrant came from Sweden in 1880. And the source countries, cultures, and languages have also continually shifted. My wife is an immigrant herself of Crimean Tatar heritage, born in exile in Uzbekistan. We joke that we met thanks to Stalin, and partially true. Her mother was born in a gulag. Her father was deported on a cattle car when he was 3 years old. She's a school teacher with a certification in English as a second language, because for us, the school systems for hundreds of years have really been the place where children were exposed to English, even if their home language was not. And that is an active issue I know here in Estonia as I travel around and talk to schools, as Estonia is now shifting to at least first, fourth grade kindergarten primary instruction in Estonian, as opposed to Russian or, in the case of one school, Ukrainian. And so I think that issue of how language is a tool and an opportunity has been actively discussed in many of our countries. Perhaps for the last 30 years here in the Baltics, in the United States, we have many different ideas of how best to integrate people and children into our society. And so integration for us has been a continual, if uneven, process, and it will continue to be for the foreseeable future, going back to that promise of our Constitution in 1789, a pursuit of a more perfect union. And I think as you have been discussing today, it's a part of a fundamental aspect of multicultural democracies. And I think that is why our embassy for several decades has been a strong partner in supporting integration efforts here in Estonia. And that is a societal, culture, educational counterpart to our ironclad commitment as an ally to Estonia's security and prosperity. I'd like to shift from those introductory comments as an American in Estonia, of a family that is bilingual and triculture. Our youngest child we adopted in Thailand when we were there, to introduce someone who knows these issues very well. As I said, J.J. Green. He is from WTOP News in Washington, D.C. How many people here have spent any time in Washington? Just, okay, more than I would have suspected. So anyone who has been in Washington knows WTOP. It is an institution, and it's hard sometimes for people who have not spent time in Washington to describe what a cultural phenomenon WTOP is. It is part of the daily routine of everyone who lives in Washington. And it's rare to meet anyone who doesn't pay attention or have WTOP on the background on their commute or in the office. And JJ is WTOP's expert voice on national security issues. And so people in Washington hear him daily. And he reports on international security, intelligence, foreign policy, terrorism, and cyber developments, and provides regular on-air analysis on both radio and TV. He's been embedded with the US military 3 times in wartime zones. He's received numerous accolades, including the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Foundation Award for Distinguished Reporting on National Defense and an Edgar R. Murrow Award. He's no stranger to Estonia. He was working the Leonard Meri Conference this past May and has visited Estonia other times as well. So I would ask all of you to please join me in welcoming J.J. Green back to Tallinn and to this conference. And I am very much looking forward to hearing his comments and thoughts with Neme Raud.
Thank you very much for kind remarks, Mr. Ambassador. And I'm really happy to have here JJ, as you wanted to me introduce you. such a distinguished journalist from Washington, D.C., and what is interesting that at one point we worked in the same organization, Voice of America, at one time, so probably we met at this Cohen building corridors, which were endless. But we'll talk about integration, and when I think of America, I always remember the first time when I moved to Washington, D.C. in 1992 from Canada. In Canada, the slogan was multiculturalism. When I came to America, there was America. You become American. Yeah. Everybody was talking about melting pot. Yeah. Now, in the decades afterwards, the things have changed somewhat, and there is a talk about diversity more and different groups. Now with Trump coming to the White House, some Americans say that we want back this America that slipped away from us in those decades when the diversity was one of the key words, that we want this early America where American was the key word. We want this back. Yeah. So what is your America?
Right. Thank you. First, it's such a pleasure to be up here with you, Neme, and we missed each other at the Voice of America by a couple of years because I was there from 98 to 2004, and he was there, I think, from...
I was in New York, a correspondent for Voice of America, but I was in 92, 94 in Washington.
Right. So we kind of missed each other, but I don't believe in coincidences. Neither. But I also want to first thank you, Ambassador, for that great introduction. You are very kind. Those are very generous words, and WTOP is an institution, and I'm just privileged to be a part of that organization, and even more privileged to spend time in Estonia, certainly with you on a couple of occasions while here, and all of the great people of the region. To answer your question, Neme, the U.S. right now. The U.S., based on me, just as a journalist and as a person who has been blessed to be a witness to history, is right now in the midst of a change. And that change for a lot of people represents a crisis. For other people, it represents a course correction. But regardless of how people look at it, one thing I can say for sure right now that's going on inside the U.S. is a sigh of relief, because I do know, talking to intelligence officials in the days leading up to the election, there was widespread belief that there would simply be a close election, hotly contested, that we may not know the answer to the winner for days or weeks, and there was this thought that there might be violence, which was driven in part by disinformation on a massive scale. The director of CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Jen Easterly, told me in an interview, America is being fire-hosed by disinformation. So the fact that we don't have people in the streets fighting each other is an amazing thing, and I have to give credit to my friend Eva Ekpayuste in the audience, who reminded me of that yesterday. But it is absolutely true. Things are going to be difficult for a while for both whoever your candidate was in the U.S. But one thing I can say for sure, the U.S., as the ambassador mentioned, is still a work in progress. And democracy is a messy business. It's always been and it always will be, whether there's diversity, social cohesion, polarization, regardless of the state of those elements. The United States, as with every other country that has a strong foundation, will make it. The question is, when we get there, what will we have when we get there? And that's just the question nobody can answer. We just have to hang on for the ride.
But I'm sure that you've seen, of course, as an African American, different Americas in different times.
Yes.
Is there now this feeling that now we can turn back the clock, as I said, for some earlier times when diversity and those issues were not that important? Everybody was talking about being American first. not from some kind of group, some kind of minority.
You can turn the clock back, but it doesn't change the time. Sorry. And there's no other way to put it. You can turn the hands back, but it's still the time that it is. And you can live in that process, you can live in that venue of turning back clocks and removing and going backwards, but that facade always just kind of disappears like mist in the sunshine. Yeah, there are going to be moments, and there always have been moments where people have tried, as Dr. Simdina mentioned, there have always been challenges to diversity throughout time. But as an African American, and that is, I guess, the only one here today, and that is to me a great responsibility, but also a great sign of progress, that continuing to forge ahead with the ideals of democracy, and diversity and equity and inclusion is not going to be an easy thing. It's never been easy. It never will be, because there are always going to be those that don't want it, regardless of whether you're talking about a racial or ethnic minority or a person, as Agnes said, a woman with a child or a woman with a degree. There are going to be these challenges. Again, America is at a critical moment. And, America's adversaries that don't want America to move forward are probably rejoicing. But the problem with this whole deal is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this set of remarks, is that you can continue to push against what's inevitable, but it's always going to win out. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice." It always does. It will always do that. And it may be hard, it may be difficult, and there will be casualties in the process, but he said, "I may not get there with you, but we will get there. And as a world, we will get there eventually. But it's going to be hard, it's going to be tough, especially considering the way that disinformation impacts everything now. Disinformation on AI, if you will. But we will get there."
One of the most powerful moments during my years as correspondent in the United States was when President Obama won elections. I was reporting from Times Square in New York, and people were crying. People were absolutely saying that they feel the change. They feel that the history has changed, that really African American person could be a president. They can say to their kids that this is possible. So how much that made a difference that there was a president who was African American, and how inclusive is America today after his years? Did that make a change that the White House resident was not white?
Well,
from your perspective.
He was white.
Half.
Yes.
But he identified himself more than African American.
I know, but that's the thing. We all have...
What meaning he was white? Because his mother?
His mother.
Yeah.
All right? And you spend time in the sun. A lot of people that spend time in the sun with fair skin get brown.
Okay.
All right? People with dark skin, if you don't get enough sun, sometimes you lighten a little bit. I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm just trying to make a point here. I hope I can do this accurately without making a fool of myself, which I've done on...
So the black community didn't see him as a black?
No. Seriously, though, he's totally black. I mean, and everybody saw that, and his identification. But the point that I'm making is he was a president for everybody, and he did not seek to be a president for black people. And black people only. He sought to be the 44th. And frankly, he killed it. You know, he rocked it. He really did. And not only one term, but two. And he, if I remember correctly, not very far into his first term, got the Nobel Prize for a number of things that he accomplished, but also because of his promise. Am I correct? I think that's correct.
I remember I did the story. He was kind of surprised himself.
Right.
He got the Nobel Prize, I think, 2 months or 3 months after he was elected.
Right. So to answer your question, everyone was extremely proud, but what we were looking at the time and what we still continue to look at is the promise of America. No matter who the president is, whether it's, you know, who he is or who she is, and there will be, I promise you, there will be a she one day. But regardless of who it is, this person has a tremendous responsibility. And if you don't carry that responsibility with the decorum, if you don't carry that responsibility with the work ethic, with the interest, with the respect, and I guess most of all, with the reverence that it carries, then you lose everything. We lose everything as Americans. And so our new president has a heavy responsibility. The president we have now has had a heavy one. Everyone throughout history has had a heavy responsibility. Today's times are different now. And that is, as I mentioned to you earlier, the impact of disinformation. And I just want to chat very quickly about how that connects with this polarization, immigration, and the whole bit. I mentioned that Jen Easterly, from the director of CISA, said that the U.S. is being fire-hosed with disinformation. I'm going to talk a little bit about this later in the week, and I'm not going to give it all away at this moment, but to me, the way that disinformation works, it has to be approached from a preventative point of view, not a reactive point of view. And that preventative point of view starts with babies. It starts, from my view, with the 3-year-old. We'll talk about that a little bit later. People my age and older, it's a little bit difficult for us because there are people in the previous election that defied the odds and voted a certain way because of, there's no two ways to put it, because of disinformation in part, because of stuff that wasn't factual, that a lot of people believed, I believe, and that things, they were impressed by things and elements that maybe they didn't understand. So I'm going to give you this analogy of the water glass. The water glass drops on a hard surface, it shatters. What you see immediately is a pile of glass right at the point of impact. But there are these shatterways from the glass. Further out from the center, the epicenter of the drop in the break, there's more glass. Further out, there's more glass. Even more glass, even further out. So much so that really far away from where the glass dropped. And I challenge anybody in here to tell me that you've ever dropped a glass, broken it, and didn't find a piece of glass, sometimes in the next room, or just under the couch, or somewhere you didn't see it and you maybe stepped on it or impacted it. That is exactly how disinformation works. You can see what happens with disinformation right up close to it, and you may have some understanding of it, and you may know how to react to it. But what you don't see, what you don't know, is dangerous. And what you don't understand is dangerous. And there are people in this election who, as I've been told through many of the sources that I've interviewed in my reporting, that simply didn't understand some of the issues because they were confused, they were muddled because of the impact of disinformation, because if they were so far removed from what it was, their information sources didn't include sources that explained what it was and how it came to be and where it came from. And it also kind of commingled with their own thought processes, their own information bubble. So it played a huge role. And so I'm not saying it played a huge role in the election of one candidate or the loss of another candidate. I'm simply saying what the authorities said. It played a huge role in the election, disinformation, and people voted in part because of it.
When we talk about this kind of disinformation, we're not talking about Russia or China sending information. We're talking about some kind of innate disinformation that people grow up with.
Well, some of it is, yes, that, but a large part of what the intelligence officials were talking about did come from Russia. It did come from China. It did come from North Korea, Iran. But one of the things that's most interesting is this conversation I have with a very smart guy. His name is Brett Schaefer from the Alliance for Securing Democracy with the German Marshall Fund. And he said the way the disinformation platform works now is that everybody is equal that engages, because you can use the same tools as one guy or 100,000 guys to do the work. And with AI involved in the process, it can exponentially multiply your outcome. Example, the day after the Ukrainian supplemental was passed in the US, the phone lines of congresspeople lit up, Democrats and Republicans, with lots of angry people. And I happened to get access to a couple of those phone calls that were left, and did some forensic analysis on these phone calls and discovered that one of them was a woman that called, the other person was a man. The woman was from North Carolina. The man was from Kentucky, ostensibly. The representative that they were calling was, and they were yelling at this representative, was from Virginia. They were telling this representative they were his constituent, but they were not. So what we found out through some extra research was this person in North Carolina and actually knew the guy in Kentucky. So how do they know each other? What we learned later is that there is a program called Doppelganger 2.0. Many of you in this room, and by the way, folks here in this region are no strangers to disinformation. You are the experts on how to fight it. I know that from talking to you and from engaging for a long time. But the point that I'm making is this Doppelganger 2.0 exercise reached people. It basically recruited people, put people together, gave them talking points, the very same similar talking points that they engaged in with this particular congressperson that gave them away. And by the way, this woman's voice turns out to be, she was the voice on the voicemail of the man who was in Kentucky, right? So they knew each other. The man and some of his forensics turned up on her telephone forensics, so her metadata. So the point that I'm kind of get at here, and I hope I haven't lost you on this, is that this disinformation process today, it has a very, very wide reach, and it has a lot of different ways that a lot of different people and organizations can use it. So it's not just Russia, China, or the big nation state players. It could be anybody. We still don't know, and we may not know, how that little doppelganger or how that little disinformation operation that impacted the U.S. Congress, where it came from, who was behind it. The U.S. intelligence may know, but they'll never maybe tell us those kinds of details. But point is, with disinformation, it's just so pernicious and pervasive. It's just really difficult to deal with. So that's why I think prevention is the way, maybe, of the future to deal with it, to stop it before it starts, because reacting is just too difficult. Jen Easterly said, we can't play whack-a-mole with disinformation because there's just too much of it.
How much this disinformation targets specifically ethnicity, kind of spreads hatred, coming back to the conference topic, diversity?
In 2016, I can recall people fighting. Before the election, I can recall whites and blacks getting into confrontations and altercations, Latinos and blacks.
Really fighting on the streets?
Physical altercations.
Okay.
Yeah. In part because of this phenomenon that people really didn't understand at the time. They didn't know that there was a force that was out there. And the way this doppelganger, the first iteration of it worked, I understood, they actually chose both sides. They had operations where they would push favorably towards both sides, you know, and just to get them to embrace them. And then somewhere along the way, when they felt it was convenient or something they wanted to do, what they would do is to switch sides and kind of pit the two against each other. And people actually thought what they were seeing on their Facebook page was a friend or some person that they knew, when in reality it was a troll. And in reality, it was a person that was working this whole disinformation platform to make them angry. And there were people actually shooting at each other. This time around, there was so much of it, and people were so busy. But I also think people were a lot smarter. They recognized, they knew that it was out there. They also knew, too, that they had to be sensible, I guess, and this is just a guesstimation, about how they interacted and engaged, because a lot of people have gone to jail and prison because of assaults on other people, namely January 6th, because they were misled, they misunderstood things, they decided that, you know, they wanted to take the law into their own hands. So people were, I think, a lot calmer this time when it came to disinformation, but it was still there. It was still huge. I just think people were a bit more educated about it, but maybe not educated enough.
But how to fight this in multi-ethnic society like United States?
Well, this is probably a question for somebody who actually is a bit higher.
But you've been asking those questions, I'm sure, in your radio shows.
Yeah, well, I don't always get answers.
But what's the answer you can give us based on the answers you've gotten?
Okay, I'm trying to beat around the bush, but you're not going to let me out of this, so I'm going to do it. So, first and foremost, there are people who are a lot smarter than I, who, like Agnes and Dinus, who spend time and money on degrees and and other things to know these things. So, as I said before, just as a journalist who's privileged and blessed to be a witness to history, I've learned a few things. I honestly do think it starts with literacy, and it starts with literacy at a young age. Very young age. And I'm not saying that we're lost as older people right now, but we have way too many more things to do on our plates that we absolutely have to do. And sometimes it's harder for people who've been in situations like we, who are grown up and everything, to manage something like that. Starting with children, the way that children around the world were given computers when they were in preschool or first grade or whatever, to learn that world, to learn how to navigate those things, is, to me, based on what I've learned from people I've spoken to, the best way to approach this, because they have the best minds at that time. They're some people call them the little sponges. They're flexible. They're open, they're not biased, and they're not afraid. People are not born with the spirit of fear. It's something that we acquire in life because of experiences, often. Children are fearless, and I'm sure you all know this who have them or interact with them. They just don't understand, and in many ways, don't care about things that are dangerous. But my point about starting young, teaching young children about this phenomenon, gives them the opportunity, with your guidance, of course, to navigate what it is that they're facing. Because starting early with this process, however you choose to teach them about it, gives them a head start, gives them the opportunity to learn about this before they encounter it in a nasty or a bad way. And for everyone else, it's still possible for us to continue to learn and continue to grow from this. And I just say this to be honest with you about it. There will be casualties from disinformation amongst all of us. We're just in this now. It's just, there's no way out of it. As Director Easterly said, you can't play whack-a-mole like that and win. So it really is about literacy, starting at an early age and continuing to engage continuously on that until many years down the road, long after I'm gone, it's done.
But in a situation when we read that there will be mass deportations from the United States soon, that Latinos will be targeted illegally, those especially who are illegally in the United States, this all stokes this hatred among nationalities, races.
Well, that's not disinformation at all. That's just fact.
Yeah. So how to deal with this disinformation picture and the facts on the ground and still stay on the road of diversity?
It's important for people to know that, as I mentioned from the very top, we're in a period of change. Some people view this, as I mentioned, as a crisis, and rightfully so. But there are others who view this as a course correction. And obviously, as a journalist, I'm trying to play this in the middle because I have to be objective about this. But the truth of the matter is, there's a lot of discussion about how can you do this? How can you pull it off? Mass deportations anywhere is a hard thing, and not just difficult to do, but hard on people, difficult on families. But it's early. We have to wait and see what the plan is from this new president. We also have to see what happens as a result of what we learn from this plan and from these people that would be tasked to do something like this. But I can honestly tell you that from everything that I've heard from people I talked to and the people that I've actually sought counsel from on this, it's a moment in history that will likely color the view of the United States for many decades, if that is something that indeed takes place. So that's a wise thing to wait what happens. But I just came back from Brussels. Estonia is getting an absolutely outsized role in the European Union. Estonian former Prime Minister will be the head of the Foreign Service for the European Union. And of course, the question is how to deal with the United States now in this new reality. That's the big question. In Brussels now, on every level, they're asking about trade war, they're talking about security, defense. So from your perspective as a correspondent who covers national security, how should Europeans deal with this new America? Is that pragmatism that is needed now from both sides, or what's your wise words on that? Well, I don't know about wise, but
observations.
I got a few. It's not a new America. It's the same one that's been there, and it's not going anywhere. And we have elections in the United States every 2 years on some levels, and 4 years on other levels, and 6 years on other levels, and nobody gets to stay forever. One of the things that Jonathan Vseviov, who's a very wise guy, and I think most of the folks in this room know who he is, he says, all wars end. And something my father, who Jesse James Green Sr. always said, is that you're not here to stay. You're here for a minute. What you do during that minute will last a lifetime, not just yours, but the lifetimes of all the people behind you. So there is this pressure on everyone at this moment to recognize, in dealing with the United States, that this too shall pass, whether you see it as good or bad, whether you view the person that is taking office as a good person or otherwise. The whole objective is this. Time continues to move, and you can hear it, tick, 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 tick. Wherever you are from, that clock is continuing to move. And each day, each week, each month, we as human beings need to be busy because there's lots of stuff we need to do for these people, not just in the United States, but here in this region. People in Africa, people in the Middle East, people in Asia, all over the world that need help. And we, as Americans, my view is this: we can't be stuck arguing and bickering with our allies. We need to relate and connect and do what we need to do with our allies, and so we can tackle the problem. So now, how do the allies, how do they address this? My suggestion, and again, this is just one humble journalist suggestion, is don't give up on us. Even if you think things are bad, don't give up, because things have been bad before for the world, and there have been dark times before, and certainly in this region. In fact, when I walk around the streets of Estonia, I still see those drab-looking gray buildings. And I remember the first time I was here, I asked the question, is that what I think it is? And they said, yes, it is. This is left over from the Soviet era. Again, there are those who want to turn that clock back. There are those who want to do that in many different ways, to destroy the relationship that the U.S. and the Allies have built and strengthened for so many years. But they won't be successful, because once you've tasted freedom, once you've tasted liberty, once you've tasted justice, once you've tasted your own power, and as a group or as an individual, there is simply no going back to being relegated to sitting in a corner and just being told you can't do that and you are not free. So that's my suggestion to I know they're not, you know, they have plenty of smarter people that they can listen to, but just don't give up on us, okay?
Because the question I got from in Brussels is that the United States was always the country we were looking, for example, on many issues, human rights, and now when it all's changing or somewhat changing, we're confused where to look.
Don't be confused. And this is something that I tell people all the time, because just think of it this way. Ambassador Kent said, we're still a work in progress. I actually sent out a tweet, so I should know better what it is that he said. But the point that I'm making is it's not over. You know, there's a lot more to do, to happen. And
give us something optimistic to the end. Because I don't want to end with the words, it's not over.
I already did, man. Okay, so Alexander Pope, my friend from the BBC, said, men must be taught as if you've taught them not, and things unknown presented as things forgot. That is the way in which we move forward. We can't yell at people and scream at people because they disagree with us. We can't get downtrodden, and we can't give up when the night is dark, because we know the night has to end at some point. This night will end, and the next day will come. And even when things are good, you must understand that there's going to be troubles and trials and problems along the way. But there will always be a new day, a new opportunity, and new questions, new challenges, and there will always be more of you to tackle all of those things. So that, I hope, is enough optimism for you today, because that's all I got, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Tere! Minu nimi on siis Terje, töötan Statistikaametis rahvastiku ja hariduse statistika tiimis ja täna tehti mulle ülesandeks siin enne algavat debatti tuua välja erinevaid fakte Eesti rahvastiku kohta.
Seda infot, mida tahaks edasi anda, on väga palju, aega anti 10 minutit, seega tuleb selline väga tempokas ja arvude rohke ettekanne. Aga alustame sellest kõige suuremast arvust, ehk siis Eesti rahvaarvust. Eesti rahvaarv 90. aastate alguses oli 1,5 miljonit, peale taasiseseisvumist rahvaarv hakkas langema väljarände tõttu ja jõudis aastaks 2015 umbes sinna 1,3 miljonit algusesse. Peale seda viimasel 10 aastal rahvaarv tänu sisserändele on tõusnud. Viimased paar aastat muidugi on olnud erakordsed, et siin graafikul on ka näha sellist väga järsku tõusu, et sellised nurgelised tõusud on võib-olla tavalised majandusstatistikas, aga rahvastikustatistikas need jooned enamasti on pigem laugemad. Selle tõusu siis muidugi põhjustas sõda Ukrainas ja sõjapõgenike Eestisse saabumine. 2024 aasta alguses elas Eestis siis 37 000 kehtiva ajutise kaitsega inimest. Rahvastikuprognoos näitab, et rahvaarvu kasv siiski püsima ei jää, et positiivne rändesaldo tulevikus enam ei suuda korvata meie väga negatiivset siis loomulikku iivet. Väikesele rahvusele nagu Eesti on väga oluline see, et meie rahvaarv ei langeks, samas võib-olla olulisemgi veel on see, et kes siis moodustavad selle rahvaarvu. Tänasest rahvastikust 58% on tööealine rahvastik, oodatav eluiga Eestis tõuseb, eelmisel aastal oli ta 79 aastat siis sünnihetkel, sellega oleme väga tublisti lähedal Euroopa keskmele. Millega meil ei ole hästi, on siis see teine pool, ehk siis sünnid. Viimased 2 aastat on olnud negatiivne sünnide rekord. See aasta ei ole küll veel läbi, aga ilmselt või suhteliselt kindlasti saab ka sellel aastal olema uus negatiivne siis sündide rekord. Rahvastikuprognoos näitab, et umbes aastaks 2050 tööealine elanikkond moodustab rahvastikust 55%. Muidugi see, kuidas me aastal 2050 siis defineerime tööealist elanikkonda, võib ka muutuda. Tööturg muutub tänu tehnoloogia arengule ja ka 2021 aasta loendus näitas, et üle 64-aastastest 19% on endiselt aktiivselt tööturul. Nüüd aga kultuurilise mitmekesisuse juurde ja räägime kõigepealt rahvustest. Eestis on esindatud 217 erinevat rahvust. Nendest 18 on esindatud rohkem kui 1000 inimesega. Et 2011 aastal näiteks oli vaid 13 sellist rahvust, kes olid esindatud rohkem kui 1000 inimesega Eestis. Viimase 10 aasta jooksul on siis sellesse 1000 inimese klubisse jõudnud veel ka näiteks prantslased, itaallased, türklased ja hindud. Et rahvus on siis enesehinnanguline tunnus, ehk siis igaüks meist saab ise määrata, mis rahvusest me oleme. Alaealiste puhul määrab nende rahvuse lapsevanem, kui nad saavad täiskasvanuks, saavad nad siis selle ise muuta. Et tänu sellele siis eestlaste arv rahvastikust on kasvanud viimase 10 aasta jooksul, et Eesti rahvusest inimesi tuleb juurde mitte ainult läbi sündida, vaid ka siis läbi integratsiooni. Kui me räägime rahvustest, siis me enamasti ei räägi tegelikult arvuliselt sellest, et eestlaste arv on kasvanud, vaid me vaatame siis eestlaste osakaalu rahvastikust. Kuna viimasel ajal sisseränne on olnud väga suur, rahvaarv on kasvanud, siis tegelikult eestlaste osakaal rahvastikust on mõnevõrra langenud. Siia juurde võib-olla veel selline huvitav fakt, et kui me vaatame Eesti leibkondasid, siis Eesti leibkondadest 88% on sellised, kus kõik leibkonna liikmed on samast rahvusest ja 12% on siis selliseid leibkondasid, kus on mitmest rahvusest inimesi. Ja umbes 2% Eesti rahvastikust siis peab omaks mitut rahvust. Rahvusega sarnane on ka näiteks emakeele tunnus. Eesti keelt emakeelena rääkivaid inimesi on rahvastikust 65%. Viimane rahvaloendus näitas, et inimesi, kes oskavad eesti keelt võõrkeelena, neid on umbes 17%. Kui rahvus on selline tunnetuslik tunnus, siis sellele vastand on kodakondsus, mis on dokumendipõhine tunnus. Eesti kodakondsusega inimesi rahvastikust on 82%, ka see osakaal on mõnevõrra siis tänu sisserändele langenud. Kõikidest Eesti kodakondsusega inimestest omakorda 82% siis peab end ka rahvuselt eestlaseks. Vene kodakondsusega inimeste osakaal on mõnevõrra langenud, täna moodustab see 5,8% rahvastikust, aga kui vaadata siia kõrvale rahvuseid, siis vene rahvusest peab ennast 21% rahvastikust. Määramatu kodakondsus ehk siis kõnekeeles hallipassi omanikud, neid 2000 aastal oli veel 12% elanikkonnast, tänaseks 4,5% elanikkonnast. Ukraina kodakondsete arv on muidugi tõusnud viimastel aastatel, täna moodustavad Ukraina kodakondsusega inimesed rahvastikust 4,4% ja kõikidest Ukraina kodakondsusega inimestest, kes täna Eestis on, neist 73% on siia saabunud viimase 3 aasta jooksul. Kodakondsus ja see, kui suure osakaalu moodustavad Eesti rahvastikust näiteks Eesti kodakondsed, see sõltub otse loomulikult sisserändest. Kui varasem sisseränne näiteks aastatel 2000 ja 2021, sellest umbes 50% moodustasid Eesti enda kodanikud ja kindlasti on oluline siin rõhutada, et Eesti kodakondsete inimeste rändesaldo on ka positiivne, ehk siis meile tuleb tagasi rohkem Eesti kodanikke, kui siit ära läheb. Viimased 2 aastat on olnud veidi teistsugused, et üle poole siis sisserändest on moodustanud Ukraina kodakondsusega inimesed, umbes veerandi Eesti kodakondsusega inimesed. Ja siis selle ülejäänud veerandi moodustavad umbes 11% siis teistest Euroopa Liidu riikidest tulnud kodanikud, umbes 4% Vene kodanikud ja siis 12% siis Euroopa Liidu ja Vene siis välistest riikidest tulevad inimesed. Rände kohta väga oluline ka välja tuua, et sisseränne Eestisse ei jaotu Eesti peale võrdselt. Kui Tallinnas elab 33% Eesti elanikest, siis sisse tulevast rändest ja kui me vaatame just välismaalaste sisse tulevat rännet, siis neist 58% jääb püsima Tallinnasse. Ehk siis ülejäänud Eestisse väga palju ei jagu. Nii, aga sellega ma lõpetan. Ma loodan, et sellest suurest arvude laviinist ja infolaviinist midagi jäi ka meelde ja jään ootama põnevat debatti, mis siin järgneb. Aitäh!
Ja palume järjest lavale Juku-Kalle Raid, Eesti 200. Võib siit järjest tulla meie kõrvale.
Vadim Belobrovtsev, Eesti Keskerakond.
Mart Kallas, Eesti Konservatiivne Rahvaerakond.
Maria Jõfireva-Skuratovski, Eesti Reformierakond.
Tõnis Lukas, erakonnast Isamaa.
Ja Raimond Kaljulaid, Sotsiaaldemokraatlik erakond.
Ja me loodame, et kuigi te olete kõik väga sõnaosavad, siis ikkagi väga pikaks need üksikesinemised ei lähe, aga võite julgelt teineteist täiendada ja sekkuda ja vaielda. Aga ma siis alustuseks kordaks Jüri Lotmani tsitaati. Selleks, et me saaksime suhelda, peame olema küllalt sarnased, kuid selleks, et meil oleks mõtet suhelda, peaksime olema küllalt erinevad. Kuidas te seda mõistate, Vadim Belobrovtsev?
Ja, tere päevast kõigile. Kohe esimene küsimus kohe mulle. Minu jaoks on see kindlasti au ja vastutus. Ja me võime öelda, et kuna see on pigem filosoofiline lähenemine, et siis ühest küljest, kui me oleme kõik ühesugused, siis ei ole see üldse huvitav. Ja pigem on igav. Kui me oleme kõik väga erinevad ja siis meil ei ole mitte midagi ühist, nagu siis on väga raske leida seda ühist keelt. Kuigi võib proovida. Aga kui ütleme niimoodi, me oleme erinevad, aga meil on ka palju ühist, siis on palju lihtsam seda ühist osa leida ja siis on palju parem olla üksteise seltskonnas. selline lühike vastus.
Mart Kallas, kas olete Jüri Lotmani tsitaadiga nõus?
Jaa, loomulikult, aga ma ise leian, et selleks tuleb reisida, vaadata avatud silmadega ringi ja siis me leiamegi kokkupuutepunkte samuti, eks ole, kui turistid siin käivad, nendega suhelda ja nii see põhimõtteliselt suhtlus toimubki, aga jah, ma olen põhimõtteliselt Vadimiga täitsa nõus, et tegelikult kui on liiga erinevad inimesed, siis tekib probleeme üksteise mõistmisega ja kui on kõik ühesugused, siis läheb igavaks.
Juku-Kalle Raid, kas te olete ka Mardi ja Vadimiga nõus või tahate vastu vaielda või kuidas teie seda tsitaati mõtestaksite?
Erinevalt paljudest inimestest mul on hästi palju Lotmani raamatuid ja Lotman kodus ja Lotman harrastab ka ise endale vastu rääkida. Muuseas, hästi paljudes kohtades, näiteks me võtame Puškini tõlked, kus ta võidleb ise endaga hästi palju. Nii et ma selle tsitaadiga olen peaaegu nõus, aga tema ütleb, et pole mõtet suhelda, kui keegi teine pole piisavalt erinev, aga ma mõtlen, et pole huvitav. Aga siin on üks asi, et huvitav võib olla suhelda ka inimesega, kes enam-vähem just kui jagab sinu väärtuse või maailmapilti, aga teeb seda huvitavalt. Mu annab selle siukse teise lükke. Nii et ma alati olen nõus Lotmaniga vaidlema.
Tõnis Lukas, kas keel läheb teie arvates selle rikastava erinevuse alla või keelt peame kõik ära õppima?
Läheb loomulikult, aga öeldakse, et ära mine oma usuga võõrasse kirikusse. See tähendab, et meie teema ei ole mitte ainult ju selles, et kuidas saaks kokku väga palju erinevaid inimesi ja kuidas teha midagi ägedat, mingis seltskonnas, konverentsil. Kui me räägime sellest, et erinevad rahvad elavad oma kultuuri väljas erinevates kohtades, siis väga oluline on neid mõista, kui sa lähed neile külla, reisid, kui sa kuhugi ka kolid ja siis mõistavad nemad sind vastu. Nii et siin on väga oluline see teise keele kultuuri mõistmises, hindamises, et selline empaatia on mõlemapidine. Austus teise kultuuri vastu peab olema, aga mitte ainult ühepoolne, vaid mõlemapoolne. Siis saame hästi hakkama.
Maria Jupereva-Skuratovski, mis on teie jaoks keele roll siia Eesti ühiskonda kuulumisel?
Keele roll on väga oluline. Sellest on juba palju aastaid räägitud ja näiteks kui sa elad teatud kultuuriruumis, teatud riigis, siis on täiesti mõistlik, et sa pead keelt oskama selleks, et tunda end hästi ja oleks võimalik töötada, õppida ja suhelda inimestega. Ma tahtsin täiendada Jüri Lotmani tsitaati, sellepärast vähe on sellest, et me võiksime olla erinevad ja tahame jagada oma mõtteid ja ideid. Siinsamas mina oleks nõus Tõnisega, kes ütles sellist toredat sõna nagu austus. Ja ilma selleta, et me suhtuksime lugupidavalt teineteisele, mingisugune kontakt, suhtlemine ja ideede jagamine ei ole lihtsalt võimalik ja asi ei ole mitte ainult erinevuses, vaid selles, kuivõrd me oleme valmis suhtlemiseks ja valmis selleks, et pidama lugu teineteisest.
Ma küsin korra veel juurde, et aga kas te oleksite keele osas samamoodi vastanud, kui te kuulusite Keskerakonda ja olite näiteks lastada oma linnaosa vanem?
Kui mina kuulusin Keskerakonda, siis minu suhtumine oli samasugune nagu praegu see on, et keelt peab ära õppima ja sellest mina pidevalt toonitasin ja näiteks kui mina suhtlesin kooli lastega, kes tulid mulle külla kas Riigikokku või siis Lasnamäe linnaossa, siis mina alati rääkisin eriti vene lastele, et te peate pingutama 2-3 korda rohkem kui eestlased selleks, et saavutada edu. Et selles mõttes minu arvamus ja minu seisukoht antud juhul mitte kuidagi ei muutunud.
Raimond Kaljulaid, aga teie olete üks väheseid noori eestlasi, kes on vene keele nii selgeks õppinud, et räägite seda vabalt. Miks te seda tegite? Eestis ju saab ilma hakkama.
Sellel on isiklikud põhjused, et minu esimene abikaasa oli venelanna, et see oli minu kodune keel 8 aastat. Aga no, kui sissejuhatuseks, et Lotmanile on omased tegelikult sellised mõttekäigud, et kui lugeda tema filmi semiootikat näiteks, siis ta räägib ka ju, et selleks, et saada nagu kunstilist elamust teatris või kinos, peab inimene siis korraga uskuma, et see, mida ta ekraanil või laval näeb, on päris, sest et kui tal on kogu aeg meeles, et see on näidend ja need on rekvisiidid, siis ta ei ela sellele kaasa. Aga samas ta siiski peab ka samal ajal teadma, et see siiski ei ole päris, et näiteks, et kui laval kedagi tulistatakse, siis ta ei tõtta appi andma esmaabi või ei põgene kinosaalist, kui toimub midagi hirmsat. Et sellised, Lotmanil on sellised mõneti nagu vastandlikud või sellised mõttekalambuurid väga omased. Ja võib-olla lihtsalt Eestis on ka teadlased uurinud seda, et mis eeldused on selleks, et inimestel tekiks teineteise suhtes nagu sümpaatia ja lähisuhted. Psühholoogid on seda uurinud ja tuvastanud, et on 3 eeldust. Esimene on see, et inimesed peaks nagu viibima mingis ühes kohas või ühel ajal. See võib ka virtuaalne ruum olla, aga nad peavad nagu sattuma kokku. Teiseks, neil peab olema mingi ühine tegevus. Kui seda ei ole, me lihtsalt oleme näiteks diskoteegis, aga me ei tantsi koos, siis nagu ilmselt me ei tutvu. Ja kolmandaks peab tekkima sümpaatia. Ja huvitav on see, et teadlased on tuvastanud, et see ühine tegevus ei pea tingimata olema meeldiv. Et on ka inimesi, kelle puhul tekivad väga lähedased sõprussuhted või isiklikud suhted ka näiteks sõjas. Või kui nad on sattunud koos mingisse õnnetusse. Et võib-olla kui me selle Eesti ühiskonnas ka integratsioonist räägime, et miks see segregatsioon ongi probleem, et meil esiteks on juba lapsest peale, need kogukonnad on erinevas ajal, erinevas kohas, või isegi kui nad sattuvad kokku, siis neil ei ole ühiseid tegevusi, ja siis seda sümpaatiat nagu väga ei saagi tekkida.
Adrenaliini on vähe, jah?
Kas adrenaliini tingimata, adrenaliini võib-olla on, aga lihtsalt, et kui on väga segregeerunud ühiskond, siis inimesed lihtsalt ei puutu kokku ja seetõttu ei saa ka tekkida siis inimeste vahel, sest lõpuks ega kogukondade vaheline suhtlus on ju ikkagi üksikisikute vaheline suhtlus.
Mart Kallas, Tõnis Lukas, olete nõus Raimondiga, et peaksid need kohad tekkima, kus siis ollakse koos, ma ei tea, kui Eesti-Vene noored lähevad kaitseväkke, kas siis nad kõik tulevad sealt ühtemoodi eestlastena välja?
Jah. Ei, ma päris ei ole Raimondiga nõus, et ma leian, et see integratsioon praegu on toimunud siiski ikkagi Eesti tingimustes natuke selline õhinapõhiselt, et kui me vaatame tagasi kas või näiteks, kuidas loodus toimub, eks ole, me mäletame, kui Nõukogude aeg meil toodi siia lehmadele toodi Ossinovski karuputke ja kuidas ta levima hakkas ja põhimõtteliselt oli ta nuhtluseks lõpus kõigile ja siin lähiajast on Hispaania teod.
Umbroht on praegusel hetkel õige näide?
No ta on ikkagi loodusest, sest loodus, ütleme, et sama on ju põhimõtteliselt inimestega, kui me toome õhinapõhiselt, tulevad võõrast kultuuriruumist, inimesed tulevad siia ja me paraku kasvame lahku nendega ja probleemid tekivad alles mingi 2.-3. põlvkonnaga. Et see on keeruline asi ja seda tuleks põhimõtteliselt ikkagi väga mõistlikult ajada.
Maria?
Seoses armeega. Lihtsalt mul on väga konkreetne näide, et mitte alati see viibimine ühes kohas aitab tegelikult integratsioonile kaasa. Isiklik näide, minu vanem poeg, ta oli armees, ta vabalt oskab eesti keelt ja samas grupis olid teised noormehed, kes olid vene kooli lõpetajad. Ja vaatamata sellele, et nendel noormeestel ei olnud üldse probleeme eesti keelega, et kõik nad oskasid seda perfektselt, ikkagi vabal ajal nad suhtlesid omavahel, et venelased suhtlesid omavahel, eestlased suhtlesid omavahel, aga samas, et kõik need grupid olid väga sõbralikud teineteise suhtes ja lihtsalt huumoriga see eestikeelne grupp nimetas venekeelse gruppi idatiibaks.
Tore, et mitte liiaks kolonniks.
Jaa, aga tegelikult ma ise esitasin endale küsimuse ja minu poole, miks nii juhtus, miks te kõik ei suhelnud ühes koos, te olete ühes samas ruumis, et miks see ei toimunud. Ja ta ütles, et tead, et vist meil on erinev natukene see kultuuriruum, see taust, et ikkagi, et kool oli erinev, mingisugused huvid olid erinevad, et ma ei tea, muusikuid, mida nad kuulasid, olid erinevad ja see ühtsus ei põhine ainult keelel. et kõik juba oskavad eesti keelt, aga ikkagi see ei piisa selleks, et algaks see päris sõbralik suhtlemine. Võib-olla selleks, et see algaks, oli vaja teha veel lisapingutusi, milleks noormehed ei olnud mingitel põhjustel valmis.
Tõnis Lukas oli esimesena käsipüsti.
See, et erinevatest kultuuridest inimesed erineva emakeelega suhtlevad ka koos olles natukene sektsioonides või omavahel väikeste grupikestena, see on iseenesest loomulik, selles ei ole ju midagi halba, sest lisaks keelekultuuritunnetusele on siin, nii nagu Maria ütles, erinevad huvid, võib-olla erinev taust, kellel on mingid praktilisemad huvid, kellel filosoofilisemad. Mõni rahvas käib rohkem kinos, mõni rohkem teatris, millest rääkida, nii et ettevalmistus, haridustase, kõik need võivad olla ju erinevad. Nii et selles ei ole iseenesest midagi imelikku. Võib öelda ühe rahva sees ka, maalt pärit noored võib-olla leiavad rohkem ühise keele kui linna omadega ja vastupidi. Aga ma tahan öelda selle kogemuse kohta, mida tuleb mingis kultuuriruumis aru saada, on see, et tegelikult meil on ju kogemus. Ei saa öelda, et eri rahvastel ei ole kogemust, kui nad asuvad antud aja hetkel erinevates linnaosades ja edasi suhtlemiskogemus, kui nad on erinevates koolides. See kogemus, mentaalne, ajalooline, see käib meiega kaasas. Andke andeks, et ma need teemad sisse toon, aga iseenesest taust on ju ka oluline, kui selle kultuuriruumi kõige suurem tegija, näiteks Venemaa parasjagu ründab kedagi, või kui me teame, et on olnud küüditamised, või kui me teame, et terved rahvad 100%, meil isegi vähem, 100% tšerkessid, tatarlased, ingerlased ja palju suuremaid rahvaid on imperialismi tingimustes aastasadadega täiesti küüditatud, viidud teised kohta, asendatud. See kogemus tuleb ka ju traditsioonist, ajaloost, perekondadest, kes on selle asja läbi teinud. Nii et see, mida me peame ületama oma praeguse suhtlusega, on see pikaajaline kogemus. Ei saa öelda, et Eesti rahval poleks vene rahvaga kogemust või vastupidi, eks. See ei saa olla iga üksik inimese ballast või probleem. Loomulikult, iga üksik inimene on väärtus ja see suhtlus luuakse ja me ei saa nuhelda isade või vanaisade probleeme praegustele lastele. Loomulikult. Aga see kogemus rahvastega suhtlemisel on ju see, mis meid saadab ju tegelikult.
Aga kuidas sellest lahti saada?
No,
me ei saa ju kogu aeg minevikus
ütleme siis nii, et mina oskan öelda, kuidas sellest siin kultuuriruumis lahti saada, et väiksed rahvad üldiselt on harjunud sellega, et nad omandavad mitu keelt, suhtlevad eri kultuurides. Ka meie siin ju räägime, et kui tulevad väiksemate rahvaste esindajad, siis nad võib-olla eesti keelte omandamine on neil, selle vajadus on neil kiiremini selge, kui võib-olla suure vene rahva või suure, ma ei tea, inglise rahva või kellegi teadmine, et ta peab tulema, sest kui ta on harjunud oma keeles igal pool maailmas hakkama saama, siis ta selle peale ei mõtle. Väiksed rahvad mõtlevad rohkem, aga ma arvan, et see arusaamine, mis ma alguses ütlesin, et Eesti, see territoorium siin, ja see käib Läti, Leedu, Prantsusmaa, kõige kohta ju põhimõtteliselt. See on see territoorium, kus on, ütleme siis, mis on loodud, või ütleme see riik seal, need kokkulepped ühiskonnas on loodud selles kultuurilises kontekstis. Ja see tähendab ära mine oma usuga võõrasse kirikusse, tähendabki seda põhimõtet. Kui meie seda järgime, et ma lähen Rootsi, on loomulik, et ma ju võtan sealt ühiskonnast üle või Saksamaale või ma ei kujuta ette, et ma elaks Venemaal 30 aastat ja vene keeles ei suhtleks näiteks. See on väikse rahva nii-öelda lähenemine. Me peame, ütleme, kui me saame sellest aru, et see on siin Eesti riik oma konkreetse kontekstiga ja kultuurilise ruumiga, siis ei ole, ma ütlen ausalt, eestlaste poolt, meil ju tuleb pisar silma, kui me näeme, et mõni teine rahvas räägib meie keeles. Ütleme ausalt, et see on täiesti empaatiline suhtumine. Meil ei ole sellega probleeme, et teistega siin läbi saada, aga me peame aru saama, et teised austavad ka meid.
Nii, Juku-Kalle, kiire vastulause.
Ei ole kiire ja ei ole vastulause, vaid ma lähen kohe isiklikuks. Absoluutselt kõigepealt Maria ja teiseks ka Raimondi kontekstis, aga ma alustan Raimondist, et see muidugi, et sa elasid vene naisega koos, see ei ole mingi kangelastegu, ütleme nii.
On.
Ma olen 9 aastat elanud, ma ei tea, kui vana sa oled. Aga igal juhul ja ma toon ühe väga isikliku näite, mida me saame väga vabalt laiendada. Inimene, kes on täna doktor, ma ei mõtle arst, aga keele alal doktor, sinoloog. Ja kes oskas Tallinnasse tulles 16-aastaselt Kohtla-Järvelt öelda eesti keeles ainult ühte asja. See on tähelepanu valmisele läks. Sellepärast, et tema ujumistreener Kohtla-Järvel oli eestlane. Aga ta tuli siia, võttis 0 kursuse eesti keeles. Ja ta ise tahtis sulandada, kuna ta sai aru, et muuseas tema isa, kes siiamaani elab, on absoluutne sovet, kes absoluutselt arvab, et umbes nagu Putin, et maailma kõige hullem värk oli Nõukogude Liidu kokkukukkumine. Et küll oli tore rahvaste sõprus ja mängida, ma ei tea, plännida mingit Võssotski laula kusagil kordi lollis köögis, eks. Et see nagu peaks ühendama kultuuriruume, aga vot ei ühenda. Ja ta suhtles Eesti punkaritega ja õppis aasta jooksul ära eesti keele nii, et oli täiesti valmis minema ülikooli ajakirjandust õppima ja nagu ma ütlesin, sai temast hoopisti tükis hiina keele doktor. Ta tegi seda läbi eesti keele.
No, ilmselgelt on ka väga tark, et kõik...
Ilmselgelt see on sinu enda käes. Alati. Ilmselgelt ei ole nii, et mina olen loll, mina ei saa. See on ajuvaba jutt. See on absoluutselt ajuvaba, kui sa elad teises kultuuriruumis ja tahad seal olla ja nüüd ma tulen Maria juurde, kes ütles, et need on sinu sõnad, et sa pead olema nii, et sul oleks mugav. Ei, tegelikult sa pead olema ka nii, et sellel teisel kultuuriruumil, kus sa oled, oleks mugav. Et me ei saa ainult mina pildist lähtuda, sest siis me jõuame umbes samasugusesse Nõukogude Liidu aega tagasi, aga говорите по-нашему. No ja Belobrovtsevil see muidugi meeldiks, eks?
Ütle veel kord.
Raimond, palun.
Ja ma lihtsalt viskan õhku nagu ühe sellise mõtte, mis ma olen mõelnud, et oleks huvitav lugeda. Võib-olla see teadustöö on olemas või see kontseptsioon on olemas. Aga vahel ma nagu panen tähele, et kui on sellised suured ühiskondlikud protsessid, et siis me püüame neid riiklikult pidurdada või ümber pöörata. Et näiteks 1990 aastate alguses, kui sovhoosi ja kolhoosi korra kokkukukkumise tulemusel maal kadusid ära töökohad ja võimalused, siis väga paljud inimesed hakkasid kolima linna ja see trend on nagu jätkuvalt.
Mart Laari teatavasti tappis kolhoosi sead.
Toimub on ju ränne linnadesse ja me oleme lugematuid programme teinud ja mõelnud, et kuidas seda pidurdada. Et mul on väga meeles, kuidas ma rääkisin ühe pikaajalise omavalitsusjuhiga, kes ütles, et ta mingi hetk sai aru, et ta ei suuda seda peatada. Ja ta pigem mõtles niimoodi, et okei, see on nagu reaalsus ja võib-olla me saame siin mõne noore pere veel kuidagi, aga et kuidas me sellega kohaneme. Sellest on tulnud see kestliku kahanemise mõte, eks ole, omavalitsuste juhtimisel, et me ei pööra püüa seda jõevoolu palehigis ümber pöörata, vaid mõtleme, kuidas toime tulla selles olukorras, kus me oleme. Et ma olen nagu vahel mõelnud selle peale, et nagu kõrvalt vaadates ja tundes päris hästi mõlemat kogukonda. Ma võib-olla võin eksida siin, kui mul ei ole nagu teaduslikku baasi, aga mulle tundub, et valdav enamus eesti ja venekeelsest kogukonnast tegelikult väga ei soovigi omavahel integreeruda. Ja see on selline nagu riiklik eesmärk, mitte nende inimeste eesmärk, et nad on täitsa nagu neil on okei, et nad elavad, eks ole, segregeerunud kogukondades. Ja nüüd küsimus on selles, ma ei ütle, et see on õige asi. Ma lihtsalt küsitan nagu teoreetilise küsimuse, et kas on olemas mingisuguse kestliku segregatsiooni mudel. Et me mitte ei mõtle niipidi, et mida nüüd teha, et neid müüre ei lõhkuda või neid inimesi kuidagi kokku viia, vaid mõtleme nii, et okei, et see on nagu reaalsus, eks ole, et venelased soovivad elada nii-öelda nagu siis oma venelaste keskis, eks ole, ja eestlased soovivad nagu eestlaste keskis elada, et kuidas nagu siis nagu korraldada elu niimoodi, et sellest otseselt sellel ei oleks mingisuguseid väga negatiivseid tagajärgi ja kõik oleksid õnnelikud. Ma ei väida, et see on nagu hea mõte, ma ütlen lihtsalt, et huvitav oleks lugeda kellegi minust palju targema inimesi nagu sellist teost või tööd sellel teemal, et kuidas see võiks nagu välja näha. Sarnaselt nagu me räägime maapiirkondade puhul kestlikus kahanemisest. Ja siis võib-olla veel kiiretada seda, et vahel on nii, et mingid asjad on nagu tulevikus tundub, et on miski asi, mis tundub meile praegu väga halb, võib tulevikus olla väga hea. Et ma olen alati toonud selle näite, et me oleme alati olnud mures, et meie noored lähevad Eestist ära. Aga näiteks tänu sellele, et kunagi üks noor arst läks Eestist ära ja pikka aega praktiseeris Ameerika Ühendriikide läänerannikul ühes maailma kõige suuremate trauma arvudega haiglas. Ma räägin doktor Peep Talvingust ja nüüd on tulnud tagasi ja õpetab siin meie traumakirurge ja traumaarste. See on tegelikult ju suur vedamine Eesti jaoks. Ja mõtle, kui õudne, kui nüüd mõni riigiamet, kes tegeles, eks ole, eestlaste Eestist lahkumise takistamisega või eestlaste siin hoidmisega, oleks omal ajal suutnud ära hoida doktor Peep Talvingu minemise Los Angelesesse. See oleks olnud suur kaotus Eesti meditsiinile.
Aga tahaks praegu Vadim Beloborossivi käes küsida, juba kõla seda, mis siis teha nende venelaste, kes pole aastate kümnede jooksul eesti keelt ära õppinud. Kas teie arvates see on probleem või peame neid eakaid inimesi rahule jätma juba?
Ja, aitäh. Alustame sellest, et ma ootan, kuni Tõnis Lukasel tuleb pisar silmana, kus teise rahvuse esindaja räägib siin eesti keeles.
Tal juba oli.
Sa nii halvasti ka ei räägi, Vadim, sa nii halvasti ka ei räägi, me ei nuta.
See on õnne pisar, vaatan. Ja siis, kui sekundeerida Raimondile ja Juku Kallele, et ma võin öelda, et venekeelse naisega elamine vahel on kangelastegu, minu kogemus ütleb sama, aga see on selline meeldiv kangelastegu, nii et
kangelastegu ei saa olla.
Sellega ma ei ole nõus. Aga kui keelest rääkida, loomulikult keel on hästi oluline. Aga meil vahel arvatakse, et see ongi lõimumine. Et inimene õpib keele selgeks ja siis põhimõtteliselt temast ongi saanud selline lõimunud ühiskonna liige. Aga tegelikult nii ei ole ja esiteks ei ole see sellepärast, et see keel on ainult vahend. Me kõik teame, kes on integratsiooniga ühel või teisel moel tegelenud, mina olen aastatega sellega tegelenud, et need teavad, et keel on vahend, aga kindlasti ei ole selline eesmärk omaette. Ja teiseks, väga lugupeetud Marju Lauristin kunagi ütles, et jah, me kõik tahame, et siis kohalikud venekeelsed inimesed õpiksid eesti keele selgeks ja siis põhimõtteliselt kõik on väga ilus ja tore, aga siis nad õpivad keele selgeks, lähevad näiteks Delfi kommentaariumisse ja hakkavad lugema seda, mida nende kohta kirjutatakse eesti keeles ja nüüd nad saavad sellest aru, mida seal kirjutatakse, kuhu neid saadetakse ja nii edasi ja mis nendest arvatakse. Just.
See on sama, jah.
Ja. Ehk teisi sõnu, tema selles mõttes...
Aga mis need lahendused siis on umbkeelsete eakate inimestega teie poolt?
Esiteks neid umbkeelseid inimesi ei ole väga palju jäänud. Kui me vaatame integratsiooni monitooringule otsa või lõimumismonitooringule otsa, mis oli presenteeritud selle aasta märtsikuus, ma väga soovitan sellega tutvuda, kes veel ei ole seda teinud, sellepärast see on ülihuvitav lugemine. Ja see väga hästi ja täpselt siis toob välja kõik need kitsaskohad esiteks, aga ka positiivsed trendid, mis on siis Eestis viimaste aastatega toimunud. Ning ma ei tea, kas seda uskuda või mitte, aga põhimõtteliselt ütleb see dokument, et neid, kes üldse eesti keelt ei valda, mitte mingil moel siin Eestis, on 4%. Ehk teisi sõnu me võime öelda, et põhimõtteliselt suur osa nendest inimestest, kelle jaoks eesti keel emakeel ei ole, on siis eesti keelt selgeks õppinud.
Ehk umbkeelsus pole probleem. Mart Kallas, kas te nõustute?
Ja, aitäh. Kui siin abikaasadest jutuks läks, siis minu abikaasa juured on Setumaal ja me oleme 40 aastat õnnelikus abielus. Ja... Sa pani tähele, osavalt öeldi, et umbkeelsus ei ole probleem. Nagu mina oleks seda siin öelnud praegu. Mina pole seda üldse öelnud. Aga
Absoluutselt. Aga ma leian ikkagi, et keele oskamine, ta on üks väga tähtis punkt seal selles suhtes, aga ta on siiski olmeline rohkem, et ütleme näiteks ma enda näitel toon, siis minu parimad sõbrad on näiteks üks rootslane, üks soomlane, kellega ma vestlen vastavalt nende keeles ja autot käinud ma remontimas venelase inimese juures, kes on Lasnamäel, kes ei oska sõnagi eesti keelt või mõned õiged sõnad oskab. meil on ühised hobid, meil on ühine maailmavaade ja me saame väga suurepäraselt üksteisega hakkama. Meil ei ole mingit probleemi absoluutselt mingisugust ühes toos viibimisega või eraldi nurkades viibimisega, mis iganes. Et tegelikult see asi on nagu märksa sügavam, et nagu ma siin korra mainisin ka, et tegelikult see tuleb nagu, ütleme, kogu see kultuuriline kiht, mis inimesega kaasa tuleb, see ju mõjutab meie omavahelist suhtlemist, eks ole. Ja ütleme, kui tulevadki teisest näiteks, ütleme, usukeskkonnast näiteks, siis on väga raske, et see emapiimaga kaasa saadud juba kogu see maailmavaade või kogu see kultuuri taust. Et seda on nagu väga raske ühelt poolt vastu võtta ja teiselt poolt teha selgeks vastuvõtjale.
Ehk oleneb siis, mis su taust on, et kas saab hakkama või mitte?
No kindlasti saab, sellepärast, et ega siis ütleme olme tasandilgi, ega ma suhtlen ka igapäevaselt praktiliselt, eks ole, vene inimesed, kes kui ma näen, et ta tõesti väga puist eesti keelt räägib, mul on lihtsam, et säilitada oma ilusat emakeelt, siis rääkida taga kas või isegi vene keeles, eks ole, et ma ei taha seda.
Kas me oleme nii erinevad? Aga Maria ikka oli.
Ma tahtsin natukene vastu vaelda Juku Kallele. Ta ütles, et mina keskne positsioon võib-olla ei ole eriti hea ja ikkagi peaks mõtlema kogu ühiskonnale. Aga ma sellega ei ole päris nõus, sellepärast ikkagi kõik algab mina positsioonist ja kui noor inimene tahab end täiendada, tahab end arendada, rahuldada teatud vajadusi ka õppimises, hariduse omandamises, keele õppimises, siis kui tal on piisavalt palju teadmisi ja oskusi, siis võib-olla ainult siis tal tekib mõte, et ma tahan siis panustada ühiskonna arengusse. Sellepärast muidu see mõte võib-olla ei tekigi üldse. Et selles mõttes ma tõepoolest arvan, et see on täitsa okei, kui inimene eeskätt mõtleb enda heaolule ja kui teatud siis nõudmised, soovid on rahuldatud, siis ta mõtleb kogu maailmale, kogu ühiskonnale ja arengule, et see on täitsa minu positsioon, sellepärast oma kogemusest. Kaua aja jooksul mina mõtlesin, et mina ei ole piisavalt hea ja küps selleks, et pakkuda midagi ühiskonnale, sellepärast mina pean omandada hariduse, keele, mida iganes. Ja lihtsalt ühel hetkel mina teadvustasin, et nüüd ma saan midagi pakkuda ja läksin siis poliitikasse. Ma ei tea, kuidas.
Nii nüüd päriselt kiire vastulause.
Aga
Jaa, ma arvan, et Maria sai täiesti, ta absoluutselt ei kuulanud ilmselt, mida ma ütlesin. Et ma ei rääkinud, et kuidas see inimene isiklikult peab hommikul ärkama üles ja hakkama mõtlema, kuidas ta panustab ühiskonda. Ei. Aga küsimus on selles, et kui sa tuled erinevast kultuurist ja tahad olla mingi teise kultuuri osa, pead sa mõtlema, kuidas sellel teisel kultuuril on okei, mitte kuidas sul on okei. Ja väga ehe näide on just nimelt väikerahvad, kes on seetõttu õppinud. Meie küüditatud inimesed Rootsis või kusagil ei ole nii, et miks rootslased meid ei võtnud, ma ei tea, kuidagi avasüli vastu, ei. See pidi olema meie enda huvi. Nüüd, veel üks asi, see terminoloogia, nagu segregatsioon, minu meelest on tõesti õudne sõna. Seepärast, et see näeb välja nii, nagu tuleks hommikul traktor ja teeks kõik siledaks.
Reklaami, kus nad tahtsid segregatsioonile tähelepanu juhtida.
Aga just nimelt tähelepanu juhtida. Ja aga see on ju absoluutne naeruvääristamine, sest tegelikult ei ole küsimus selles, mis keeles keegi oma sõbraga või kodus räägib, vaid küsimus on enam-vähem ühtse väärtusruumi hindamises. Ja need asjad on, mis tihti peale tulevad sõpruskonniti, mitte keeleti, kuid mentaalselt. Me teame väga hästi, kes on ühegi luulet lugenud või tõlkinud, on see, et erinevas keeles kõlab ja just nimelt läbi luule ja iga asi natukene erinevalt. Üks ühele on võimatu tõlkida. See on alati keeles kinni, aga segregatsiooni ei ole just nimelt seetõttu vaja. Nii kaua, kui me lepime kokku, et fine, et me enam-vähem käime ühel plaadimäel, uhetame plaat, eks ole ju, ja me saame enam-vähem aru, kus riigis me elame.
Aitäh, Juku.
Ma toon sellise huvitava praktilise näite keele barjääri kohta. et kuna ma Riigikogus olen riigikaitsekomisjonis ja tegelen väga palju välisasjade ja NATO küsimustega, siis on mingid erinevad programmid, et meil käivad koolidest klassid käivad ja siis vahel mind palutakse, et ma pean rääkima neile siis, ma ei tea, NATO-st või Eesti julgeolekupoliitika valikutest, välispoliitikast. Ja no reaalsus on see, et võtaks keskmine Eesti venekeelse kooli gümnaasiumi õpilane ei saa eesti keelest aru. Ja kui me räägime, ma olen kunagi olnud väga humoorikas, ma käisin kunagi ühes venekeelses koolis lõpuaktusel, kus osales ka kaitseminister Sven Mikser, kes rääkis lastele eesti keeles Atlandi-üleste suhete tähtsusest ning Eesti eesmärgist ja sihist saada julgeolekunõukogu valitute liikmeks. Ja ma mäletan, et see oli saalitäis lapsi ja nende vanemaid, kes kõik vaatasid Sven Mikserit, kes rääkis veel ka nagu ütleme kuskil umbes 4 korda kiiremini, kui mina praegu räägin ja ei saanud midagi aru. Aga näiteks, kui need klassid tulevad sinna Riigikokku ja mul on nendega kokkusaamine, siis mul on nagu NATO Parlamentaarse Assamblee delegatsiooni juhina väga huvitav dilemma. Mis ma siis nüüd teen? Kas ma ütlen, et see siin on põhimõtteliselt Riigikogu ja siin on töökeel on eesti keel ja ma räägin teile eesti keeles ja teise mitte midagi aru, mida ma teile räägin ja teil on väga igav, või ma seletan selle neile arusaadavas keeles ja vähemalt üks klassikomplekt teab, miks pärast me oleme NATO-s ja võib-olla nagu natukene mõistab meie julgeoleku ja välispoliitilisi valikuid. Ja ma tunnistan teile ausalt, et mõlemad variandid on omajagu ebamugavad, sest suhteliselt ebamugav on mitukümmend minutit rääkida lastele, kes tegelikult sind ei kuula, sellepärast et nad ei saa sinust aru ja neil on igav. Ja täpselt samamoodi on mõnevõrra kummaline rääkida samas saalis, kus võeti vastu asutava kogu poolt Eesti põhiseadus lastele vene keeles sellest, miks me kuulume NATO-sse. Et emotsionaalselt on nagu mõlemad variandid väga halvad.
See muuseas eestlastele on ka eestlased võimelised rääkima nii, et ükski eestlane ei saa aru. Toome näiteks selle sama Sven Mikseri või Arnold Rüütli neid.
Teema on raske, aga Tõnis Lukas, kui me juba nagu koolides ja klassides räägime, kas praegune koolireform, et kui kõik koolid muutuvad tasapisi eestikeelseks, kas see on meie ühiskonna päästerõngas või see on eesti keele oskamine või oskus on nagu pool sellest probleemi lahendusest?
Siin peavad olema 2 asja koos. Kõigepealt üldine keskkond riigis peab olema eestikeelne, nii et eesti keelt saab kasutada ka avalikus ruumis, ka teeninduses ja nii edasi. Ja siis on mõtet seda ka õppida. See tähendab, et ei ole nii, et koolis viime läbi eestikeelsel õppel ülemineku, aga avalikus ruumis on kõik ainult inglisekeelne ja venekeelne. Nii ei saa teha.
Ühtse väärtuse ruumi.
No kindlasti viib ta me teame, et paljud rahvad on paari põlvkonna jooksul sisuliselt kaotanud oma kultuuri sellega, et imperialistlik või ütleme siis suurem partner nende koolisüsteemi muudab ära ja püüab neid ümber kasvatada. See tähendab, et tegelikult on võimalik hariduse kaudu teha sisuliselt inimesed oma kultuuri mõttes kultuurituks ja istutada neile teine kultuur. Meie eesmärk ei ole kahtlemata üldse see. Ja meie eesmärk on ka demokraatlikke väärtusi sisendada nii edasi, nii et mina võtaksin seda ümber rahvustamist rahulikult, selles mõttes, et meil ei ole eesmärk teha venelastest eestlasi ja vastupidi, siin 1-2 põlvkonna jooksul toimuksid mingid niisugused ülevaatused, kas te olete juba piisavalt eestlased. Et see, et inimestel on oma identiteet, on täiesti normaalne ja see ei ole ka kooli eesmärk teha inimestest muuta nende rahvust. Küll aga ühisesse inforuumi paigutamine, mis see kultuur on, mismoodi mõelda, sarnaselt mõeldes moodustatakse ju tugevam ühiskond, nii et see on meie koolireformi eesmärk, aga kui lubate, ma ütlen ühe märksõna, siin oli venekeelne Delfi või eestikeelne Delfi, siis ma olin Isamaa esimees ja kui paarkümmend aastat tagasi oli jälle see diskussioon, et kas tuua sisse massiliselt võõrtööjõudu, tööimmigratsioon, siis minu seisukoht oli, et me ei vaja massilist tööimmigratsiooni siia Eestisse. Ja teate, ma olin siiamaani, kuna minu eesmärk on olnud kogu aeg kooliga eestikeelseks üleviimine, seda reformi olen teinud gümnaasiumides, mujal, see eesmärk on olnud, ma ei ole olnud Vene Delfis kunagi populaarne. Aga sellel hetkel ma ei ole nii populaarne kunagi Vene Delfis olnud, kui ma siis olin. Sest mõtteliin oli täpselt see, ei ole meil vaja tööimmigratsiooni, võõraid siia juurde. Sellel hetkel justkui Eesti ja Vene ühiskonna liikmete arvamus koondus siis võimaliku ohu, et tulevad kolmandastest riikidest, võtavad meil
Trumpi poolt hääletasid ka latiinod, aga see läheb natuke kaugeks. Läheme sinna koolireformi juurde tagasi. Mart ja Vadim, kuidas teie näete, et kas see reform siis tagab selle sidusa ühiskonna?
Lubad mind esimesena, et ma rahustaksin kolleeg Lukast, et EKRE ei ole kuidagi soositud ei Vene Delfis ega Eesti Delfis.
Mind EKRE saatus väga ei huvita ka.
See selleks.
Seetõttu te olete kõige populaarsemad.
No just, me teeme populaarsus ise oma töö ja higiga. See selleks. Koolide osas ütleme see, mida ma tahtsin tegelikult natuke kaugemalt alustada, et see integratsiooni jutt, et kui Raimond ka rääkis siin, et kuidagi see grupid lähevad jube suureks, et me võtame nagu ühte massi, et me peame selle massi tooma siia. Juku Kalle meenutas siin kurba küüditamist või traagilist küüditamist. Ka küüditatud hulgas olid erinevad inimesed ja täpselt samuti, kes tegi koostööd, kes oli alandlik, kes võitles vastu ja nii edasi. Inimesed on paraku erinevad. Me ei saa võtta nagu kogu seda integratsiooni ühe stambiga, et me teeme kõik, integreerime nüüd, teeme nüüd koolid, nüüd teeme hurraad, eestikeelsele õppele kõik. Aga kuidas see kõik läheb, eks ole? Kas tekib protest koolides, sest me näeme praegu juba Vene koolides, näiteks Lasnamäel, ma olen kuulnud vähemalt, et seal tekivad mingisugused õpetajatel on protestid. Niuke Rooma streik, vaikselt, keegi ei ütle midagi, aga samas põhimõtteliselt protsess ei ole käima läinud. Ja see peaks olema loomulik protsess ja seda oleks pidanud alustama juba ammu, kui ma tuletaksin siin korra meelde, siis iseseisvuse ajal on 16 aastat olnud haridusministri portfell Isamaa käes, et kuidagi nüüd võetakse neid poose, et kuidagi...
Vabandust, kui see on loomulik protsess, siis ei saa seda ju alustada ka, et siis ta läheb lihtsalt nii omasoodu. See ei saa olla päris loomulik protsess, seda tuleb ikkagi
loomulikult läinud midagi hästi, kahjuks.
Me näeme siin tõukamist igalt poolt Tallinnas.
Ja ärge unustage, et ka eestlased on olnud mugavuspagulased.
Nii, Vadim.
Ja. Kui vastata otseselt küsimusele, kas on võimalik siis tänu sellele reformile panna inimesed või siis lapsed eelkõige ühtsesse väärtusruumi, siis teoreetiliselt on see võimalik. Kui me tahame, et see oleks mitte teoreetiliselt, vaid praktiliselt võimalik, siis me peame natuke teistmoodi sellele lähenema. Ma toon ühe näite, kui ma sain 2015 Kristiine linnosa vanemaks, siis ma sain teada, et Kristiines on olemas üks lasteaed, kus siis üks päev toimub eesti keeles, üks päev toimub vene keeles ja seal õpivad nii eesti kui ka venekeelsed lapsed. Ja ma mõtlesin, et see on päris ilus ja selline õige lõimumismudel. Selles mõttes, et siis kui nad lõpetavad lasteaeda, siis 2 keelt on mõlemal suus ja siis on hästi keeruline hakata neile ütlema, et näiteks kõik venelased on pahad või kõik eestlased on pahad ja nii edasi, siis nad ütlevad, mis mõttes ma tunnen neid, ma tean neid inimesi ja ma olen nendega koos kasvanud ja ma tean, et nad ei ole halvad inimesed. Et mulle see mudel meeldis, hiljem tuli siis päevavalgusele veel üks õppeasutus, kus hakati juba kooli tasandil sarnast mudelit kasutama ehk avatud kool, kus oli lausa 3 keelt ja samamoodi eesti emakeelega lapsed ja venemaa keelega lapsed õppisid koos ja siis idee seisnebki selles, et siis kooli lõpetades neil on 3 keelt suus ja nad valdavad neid täiesti vabalt. Kui me räägime sellest reformist, mis viiakse läbi praegu, siis kahjuks peab nentima, et on tehtud hästi palju vigu. Omal ajal siis, kui hakati seda reformi Riigikogus kehtestama, nendele potentsiaalsetele veadele ka osutati, aga kahjuks keegi ei võtnud kuulda. Ja nüüd me näeme, kuidas täpselt need vead
mis need vead on lühidalt?
Vead on väga lihtsad. Me alustasime lasteaedadest, alustasime esimestest klassidest ja alustasime millegi pärast 4. klassidest. See 4. klassi teema minu jaoks on täielik müstika. Et selles me siiamaani ei saa aru, nagu miks praegu hakatakse neid lapsi...
Kas midagi on juhtunud? Kas need lapsed ju õpivad ikka või on midagi jäänud?
Ei, mitte midagi pole juhtunud. Ma lihtsalt toon tsitaadi, nagu mille avaldas üks meie portaal ja see oli ühe meie niinimetatud ülemineku kooli direktori lause. Ta ütles väga ilusti, et küsimusele, mis seal 4. klassis siis toimub, ta ütles niimoodi. Lapsed ei saa mitte millestki aru, aga nad pingutavad.
No lastele meeldib, aga nad ei saa mitte midagi aru.
Ei, ta ütleski konkreetselt, Дети ничего не понимают, но очень стараются. Siis ongi küsimus, kas see on see, mida me tahame saada tulemusena või ikkagi me tahame, et tulemus oleks natuke teistsugune.
No küsime nüüd nendelt...
Pingutama ju peab.
Küsime nendelt, kes on siis nendest erakondadest, kes seda reformi ellu viivad järjest. Hakkame Raimond.
No jah, eks sotsiaaldemokraadid on pooldanud alati seda avatud kooli sarnast mudelit, eks ole, et me oleme juhtinud tähelepanu sellele, et keeleoskus loomulikult, see on fundamentaalselt on oluline. Selles mõttes mingites küsimustes, ma arvan, ma olen isegi nagu Tõnisega rohkem ühte meelt, et siin on olnud näiteks debatt Eestis, et ma ei tea, kas kuller peaks oskama eesti keelt või ei peaks oskama. Et minu arvates iga Eestis teeninduses töötav inimene peab oskama eesti keelt.
Kuller peaks makse maksma.
Makse peab ka maksma, jah. Aga selle, ja siis... Ja veel teine asi, mida minu meelest selle koolireformi puhul on ka oluline aru saada, et ma nüüd otsest, ma ei tegele Riigikogus selle läbiviimisega, ma ei oska seda selles mõttes kommenteerida, aga küll ma nagu oskan öelda seda, et ei maksa panna ka sellele liiga suuri lootusi. Et jah, ta loob teatud eeldused selliseks ühiseks väärtusruumiks, aga just hiljuti me riigikaitsekomisjonis tutvusime siis Kaitseministeerium viib iga aastaselt läbi sellist Eesti kaitsetahte uuringut, kus küsitakse Eesti inimestelt siis küsimusi, mis on seotud Eesti riikliku julgeolekuga. No ma ei tea, kas nad toetavad NATO liikmelisust, kas nad peavad vajalikuks Eestit sõjaliselt kaitsta sõja korral, kas nad usuvad, et Eesti on kaitstav, kas nad usuvad, et liitlased tulevad meil appi, nagu sellised baasküsimused julgeoleku valdkonnas. Ja me arutasime seda minu väga hea kolleeg erokolonel Leo Kunnas, kes on aseesimees, esitas selle huvitava küsimuse, et aga me räägime kõigist Eesti elanikest, aga riigikaitse põhiseaduse ja seaduste mõistes puudutab ainult Eesti kodanikke. Et mitte kodanikud ei osale Eesti riigikaitses, mitte mingil viisil. Nii. Ja siis meil tekkis sealt see mõte, et aga võtaks välja nii-öelda ainult Eesti kodanike andmed ja vaataks, kuidas need nagu erinevad. Ja siis me sain need hiljuti kätte ja ma võrdlesin. Ma kirjutasin Eesti Rahvusringhäälingu portaalis sellest ühe artikli, ma saan aru, lõimumisinimesed on minu peale väga pahased, et ma olevat tõmmanud kriipsu peale Eestis lõimumisele selle ühe artikliga. Aga see, mida ma avastasin, oli väga huvitav. Minu hüpotees oli see, et mitte eestlane, ja peamiselt need on venelased, eks ole, nagu me Statistikametis nägime, ehk siis Eestis elav venelane, kellel on kodakondsus, et tema vaated nii-öelda baasküsimustes, julgeoleku küsimustes on sarnasemad eestlastele, kui on kõigil mitte eestlastel. See oli minu hüpotees, et kui inimesele on kodakondsus, järelikult ta ju valdab eesti keelt, järelikult ta on rohkem nii-öelda integreerunud, rohkem lõimunud, rohkem osa meie ühiskonnast, ta peaks justkui olema paremini kursis, eks ole, sellega, mis on see julgeoleku keskkond meie ümber. Aga see ei ole nii.
Armastama valitsust.
Ei, mitte valitsust. Ma räägin põhiasjadest, ma ei tea näiteks kas või sellest, et kas Venemaa kujutab ohtu Eestile. Et ma eeldasin, et inimene, kui ta on kodanik, siis ta saab sellest võib-olla paremini aru kui mitte kodanik. Aga mingit vahet ei ole. Et see nii-öelda julgeolekualastes baasküsimustes, see lõhe on puhtalt rahvuspõhine. Pole tähtis, kas inimesel, milline on tema kodakondsus, kuivõrd ta siis on nagu lõimunud, milline on tema keeleoskus. Kui me vaatame näiteks NATO liikmelisuse toetust eestlaste seas 95%, mitte eestlaste seas oluliselt madalam. Kui me vaatame valmisolekut Eesti riiki kaitsta sõjalise ohu korral, Eesti meeste seas väga kõrge, mitte eestlastest kodanike seas ikkagi väga madal. Et selles mõttes see näitab nagu, et see lõhe, mis meil on just eriti, kui me räägime julgeolekust, mis on selgelt rahvuspõhine, sellel on nagu muud fundamentaalsed põhjused, kui vaid keeleoskus ja need barjäärid, mida me tavaliselt arvame. See on nagu midagi muud.
Siin on ju ka publiku seast tulnud küsimus sellel sarnasel teemal. Kas Ukraina sõjaga seoses on lõimumise osas Eestis ka midagi positiivset muutunud? Et vastupidi, näiteks on midagi läinud ausamaks või siiski on just veel rohkem maskid ette tulnud? Ja kui on veel küsimisi, siis kasutage slaidot, Maria.
Ma tahtsin esiteks rääkida sellest koolireformist.
Jätame selle teemast, muidu meil aega lihtsalt ei ole, et lähme edasi järgmised teemad, et me jõuaks läbi rääkida.
Väga kiiresti. Ma lihtsalt tahtsin öelda, et ennem kui meil tekib ühtne kool, et veel kulub palju aega. Sellepärast ma tean, et Lasnamäe koolides, isegi kui tulevad Eesti peredest lapsed, siis nad ei jää sinna kaua. Sellepärast, kui nad teadvustavad, et mis toimub ja tegelikult see ülemineku kool erineb eestikeelsest koolist, siis nad lahkuvad, et konkreetsed näited olid, aga see teine küsimus oli...
Jaa, see oli siis Ukraina sõja mõjust, et kas see on midagi ka lõimumise osas teinud ka positiivset või on pigem...
Ei teinud. Ja seletan miks. Kui juhtus 24 veebruar 2 aastat tagasi, siis tegid 24 veebruar. 22 aastat. 2 aastat. Nii, siis tegelikult osa inimestel maailm lihtsalt kukkus maha, et tegelikult minu maailm täitsa lõhenes. Ja mul oli selline tunne ja veendumus, et kõik teised vene keelt kõnelevad inimesed, kes elavad Eestis, nad tunnevad see sama, et lihtsalt maailm kukkus kokku. Aga tegelikult seda ei juhtunud. Ja juhtus see, et osa inimestest hakkas toetama agressiooni ja siiamaani need uuringud, mis tellib Riigikantselei, kinnitavad seda, et osa inimestest toetab.
Langesid ära.
Ja, maskid langesid ära, aga tegelikult see aidanud integratsioonile kaasa. Vastupidi, et suurenes polariseerimine ühiskonnas, et suurenes see lõhe. Ja 2 aastaga see lõhe ei muutunud väiksemaks. Et tegelikult kõik inimesed sisuliselt jäid oma seisukohtade juurde. Võib-olla kellel on seisukohad muutunud, et vanemaealistel inimestel, kes olid varem mõjutatud Venemaa propaganda poolt ja kui need kanalid olid siis välja lülitatud ja nemad vestlesid rohkem oma lastega, kellel olid teistsugune arusaam sellest, mis toimub ja nende suhtumine Venemaa agressioonile oli väga kriitiline, siis võib-olla nende laste vanematel see suhtumine Venemaa agressioonile hakkas tasapisi muutuma.
Aitäh, Maria,
aga põhimõtteliselt ei aidanud kaasa integratsioonile.
Jah, no tulemus on see, et need, kes olid varem integreerunud, need nii-öelda tinglikult integreerusid veel rohkem, sest nad mõistsid selle Vene nii-öelda imperialistliku soovi või olemuse ohtlikkust ka siinsele rahule ja siinsele ühiskonnale ja hakkasid ka häälekalt rääkima, kontserte tegema ja nii edasi. Tõepoolest, me ei tea praegu, kas lühiajalises perspektiivis see nii-öelda tõi nagu sellele läänelikule Eesti ühiskonna mõistmisele rohkem teistkeelseid või venekeelsete perekondade inimesi meie poolele tinglikult üle või mitte. See pikas perspektiivis, kui me teeme õigeid asju, siis see võib mõjuda ikkagi ühiskonda liitvalt. Ma usun seda, et see võib olla ühiskonda liitev. Mis on meie jaoks, kui vaadata seda nii-öelda riiklikku positsiooni. No kõigepealt, ega me peame eesti keelt selles mõttes ka pidama haridussüsteemis peamiseks, et kui me teeme täitsa kakskeelse haridussüsteemi, üks päev õpivad ühes keeles, teine päev teises keeles, siis on meil varsti ka 2 riigikeelt. See ei saa olla olemuslik taotlus praegu. Seda
ma ka ei pakkunud muidugi.
Ja, ma ei ütle, et sina seda pakkusid, aga nii. Aga mis on praegu see tunnetuse küsimus? Miks meie jaoks on see nii-öelda integratsioon või see olukorra mõistmine turvalisuse küsimus ja miks mõnikord jääbki eestlasele see turvalisuse küsimuseks, näiteks venelaste suur osakaal siin, et me näeme, et osa venekeelsetest inimestest on selle imperialismi mõju all ja nad seega on ohtlikud ka Eesti turvalisusele, kui asi läheb tegelikkusele, kui on tõepoolest ohusituatsioon, me ei tea, mis poole nad valivad. See on selline olukord.
Aga aastad on ikkagi poliitikud ära kasutanud seda, et üks on ühes leeris, teine teises leeris. Juku-Kalle, äkki põhjendaksid, et miks see nii on?
Ja, need leerid muidugi. See on sellepärast, et ütleme siis meie kõige suuremal keelelisel vähemuskildkonnal, me ei saa öelda, et see on ju venelased, eks me räägime venekeelsetest inimestest. Et neil ei ole nagu eriti väga vaja olnud ja alati tuleb meelde, et kui mingi üks kildkond läheb kuhugi teisele maal elama, näiteks nagu mugavuspagulastest eestlased 19. sajandil, näiteks Kaukasusse, Abhaasiasse, eks ju, Siberisse, siis ei tekkinud kellelgi ideed, et kehtestamisel oma riigikeele või et kõik peaksid eesti keelest äkki aru saama või paneme õllepoe sildid eestikeelsed või see on ju absurdne. Et see on punkt 1, aga punkt 2 muidugi selle sõja kohta mul tuli küll meelde. Ma käin aeg-ajalt koolides tunde andmas, siis mul on väga tore on vaadata, ütleme siis nende eestlaste poolt nooremad, ma just räägin, kes ei oska vene keelt, näiteks minu põlvkond enam-vähem, mina täitsa vabalt, aga need, kes ei oska, siis peale seda Ukraina sõda igal juhul oli see, et oota, mida ta ütles? Oota, äkki ei olegi veneline, äkki rääkis ukraina keeles. Ühesõnaga püüdsid seda vahet teha, et kui on ukrainlane, okei. Ja see on mentaalsuse küsimus. Ja see on mentaalsuse küsimus, mitte keele küsimus. Ja mentaalsuse küsimus tuleneb ajaloost, millesse sina just ei tahtnud takerduda.
Vadim, kui Maria ütles, et sõja algusega kukkus tal maailm kokku, siis kuidas teil ja teistel Keskerakonnas?
Kas sul ka kukkus?
Mul midagi ei kukkunud, sellepärast, et ausalt öeldes ka enne seda, nagu mul mingisuguseid illusioone nagu Venemaa osas või Putini osas ei olnud. Jah, see oli natuke ootamatu minu jaoks, seda ma võin tunnistada, et ausalt öeldes mina olen üks nendest inimestest, kes ikka põhimõtteliselt viimase päevani ei osanud uskuda seda, et Putin seda alustab. Ja minu jaoks ikka see oli üks väga ebameeldiv üllatus, aga mitte selline üllatus, et Venemaa ründas, vaid see üllatus, nagu, et läkski sõjaks. Nagu, et selles mõttes, nagu ma ütlesin, et mul illusioone pole kunagi olnud. Mis puudutab teisi inimesi, siis ma arvan, et see tõi kaasa lõimumisele nii positiivseid kui negatiivseid tagajärgi. Kui rääkida positiivsetest, siis tõepoolest ma olen ise näinud, kuidas nii mõnigi minu tuttav hakkas natuke teistmoodi sellesse olukorda suhtuma, Venemaa aktsioonidesse suhtuma ja võib-olla hakkasid natuke rohkem mõtlema, et kõik ei ole nii roosa. Jah, suur osa, ma arvan, vähemalt esialgu ei saanud sellest aru, aga mingi osa kindlasti sai ja ma arvan, et see oli igati positiivne. Mis oli negatiivne, ma arvan, et meil on tekkinud kahjuks ja põgusalt on ka Tõnis Lukas sellest rääkinud, et on tekkinud olukord, kus siin Eestis hakatigi vaatama inimestele viltu sellepärast, et nemad on siis kas Venemaa kodanikud, kas vene emakeelega inimesed. Ja näiteks see sama diskussioon, mis käib praegu ühiskonnas ja mis varsti jõuab ka Riigikokku, ehk kas me peame siis Venemaa kodanikelt ja Valgevene kodanikelt valimisõigus kohalikel valimistel ära võtma.
Kas Eesti kodanikel Venemaal on valimisõigus?
Et ma jätkan.
Ja ma järgmine küsimus kulab mulle, vabandust.
Et siis, jah, ma arvasingi, et see küsimus kunagi tuleb. Aga selles mõttes see ongi see, et inimestele tahetakse kuidagi näidata, et nad on kahtlased ja see on probleem. Ma tsiteerin praegu õiguskantsleri Ülla Madise, kes eile vist või üleeile ütles, et on tekkinud selline olukord, kus põhimõtteliselt tahetakse kuidagi nagu Putinile või Venemaale midagi näidata, aga kuna seda ei ole eriti võimalik siit teha, siis need Venemaa kodanikud on selline sihtmärk nii-öelda nagu nende emotsioonide välja elamiseks.
Ja
ma arvan, et see tegelikult kõlab kõlab
põhiseaduse
nagu väga
assamblee
laastavalt.
Liige Liia Hännid, kes ütles, et ärge solgime Eesti põhiseadust teadvustades seal Venemaa seeretki Ukraina vastu. Kas ei ole elutark mõte?
Ei, loomulikult, selles mõttes põhiseaduse assamblee liige Liia Henn ütles väga õigesti, et see oli esimene tsitaat ja teine tsitaat nagu samast esinemist, kus ta seda ütles, oli see, et praegu emotsioonide najal me võime teha selliseid otsuseid, nagu mis tegelikult tulevikus kahjustavad meie riiki päris tõsiselt.
Maria, miks on vaja Vene kodanikel valimisõigus ära võtta?
Ma tahtsin öelda Vadimile, et Vadim küll räägib selliseid toredaid ja intelligentseid asju, ta on ise väga suur intelligent, aga samas Keskerakonna fraktsioonis töötab selline inimene nagu Aleksandr Tšiplõgin, kes oma igapäevase tegevusega sisuliselt lõhestab ühiskonda ja seletab vene keelt kõnelevatele inimestele, kuivõrd halvasti nendesse suhtutakse.
Aga ta on Eesti kodanik, ta ei ole...
Ta on Eesti kodanik, täiesti Eesti kodanik, et osaleb valimistel ja lihtsalt probleem seisneb selles, et mis meediaruumis inimesed elavad ja need samad uuringud kinnitavad seda, et paljud vene keelt kõnelevad inimesed, nad ei tarbi isegi nii palju tavameediat, aga jälgivad suunamuudijaid ja tegelikult nendel blogijatel on tohutult suur mõju sellele, kuidas inimesed mõistavad olukorda, kuidas nad suhtuvad ühiskonda ja tegelikult selline natukene väga suur tegelikult silmakirjalikkus, et kuidas ühes ja samas erakonnas võivad elada hästi nii erinevad siis positsioonid. Ja mul on tegelikult selline ettepanek Vadimile, et rääkida pigem oma kolleegidega.
Jah, ma absoluutselt ei saanud aru, nagu kus on erinevad positsioonid, selles mõttes, et Aleksandr Tšiplõgin täpselt samamoodi nagu mina arvab, nagu, et tegelikult ei peaks Venemaa kodanikelt või siis mitte kodanikelt valimisõigust ära võtma, sellepärast, et see ei lahenda probleeme, vaid tekitab nad juurde. Ja kui me räägime julgeolekust näiteks, nagu mis on lemmik argument selles olukorras, nagu siis mina tsiteeriks Arnold Sinisalud, kes on endine kaitsepolitsei peadirektor, kes ütles, et esiteks selle teema kohta, et praegu on selline tunne tekkimas, et käib võistlus enne valimisi, et kes on kõige parem eestlane. Ja teine, mis ta ütles, oli see, et kas selline samm teeb julgeoleku paremaks, ei tee.
Aga lähme järjest, et teised saaksid ka kommenteerida.
Absoluutselt. Sorry, aga see on täielik bullshit.
Ütles Arnold Sinisalu, nii et sa võid seda talle öelda.
Ütlesingi, muidugi ma olen Sinisalule muuseas ta öelnud, see on bullshit. Küsimus on selles, et kõikidel inimestel, kes viitsivad ära õppida keele ja tahavad mingi kodakondsuse saada, on see võimalus. Aga me ei lähe nõudma Venemaalt, et seal peaksid saama Läti, Eesti, ma ei tea, Soome kodanikud valima või USA et sealt peaks Vene kodanikud valima. Ei ole.
Aga miks
ei ole
ise kirjutatud põhiseadusse? Miks see oli niimoodi tehtud?
Tõnis Lukas võiks sellest vastata.
Ma võin, Jüri Adams ja Tõnis Lukas mäletab seda väga hästi, kes ütles, et sai tehtud viga.
Keegi ei osanud arvata, mis juhtub aastas 2022.
Aga valida peavad saama antud riigi kodanikud, mitte väliskodanikud, mis on täiesti normaalne.
Aga miks need hallipassiomanikud siis ka saavad edasi?
See küsisin sotside käest, eks ole.
Ei, ma lihtsalt lühidalt ütlen, et Juku Kalle, kui ta räägib sellest, et mida seal Venemaal küsitakse ja nõutakse ja nii edasi, nagu et ta väga halvasti teab seda, nagu mis tegelikult toimub Euroopas, kus väga suur osa Euroopa riike tegelikult lubab kolmandate riikide elanikud
kui ei ole
kohalikel valimistel hääletada. Ja see on olnud niimoodi aastaid ja see on väga konkreetselt välja toodud ka Veneetsia komisjonis, mis on Euroopa Nõukogu siis põhiseaduslik.
Me räägime agressorriik.
Aitäh, härrased.
Ise sõna, et...
Nii, olgu Mart ja siis Tõnis Lukas.
Jaa, et ma loen vastas, et ühiskonna sidusus ja lõimumised, põhimõtteliselt nüüd valimisseaduse muutmine praegu või põhiseaduse muutmine, see on... Ma olen suhelnud inimestega ja tegelikult on ju valimisõigus on kodaniku privileeg. Ja kodanik ja peakski olema niimoodi, et kodanik saaks valimistel osalema, mitte eraldi teha mingi hallipastilisele, kes on 30 aastat elanud siin, kes põhimõtteliselt võiksid homne päev teha eksami ära ja saada kodakondsuse ükskõik mis riigi oma ja teha neile erand. Ja need Vene kodanikudki, kes on siin olnud, ma saan aru Keskerakonna argumentidest, et Vene kodanikkonsusest on väga raske loobuda, seepärast venelane ei anna vabaks ja Eesti seadused keelavad topeltkodakondsust, siis põhimõtteliselt see oleks näkku sülitame nendele inimestele, keda just sotsid ütlesid, et nad on demokraatlikud, lojaalsed Eestis elavad Venemaa kodanikud. Ehk siis ühelt me võtame ära, teeme siis veel lõhe sinna vahele. Konkreetne piir ja venelased oleksid, tähendab, ütleme Vene kodanikud ja hallipassilised võib-olla vähem oleksid sellega nõus. See on kodaniku privileeg osaleda valimistel ja olla valitud.
Ma lihtsalt natuke valgustaks, et see ei ole nii lihtne Vene kodakondsusest lahti saada, aga Tõnis Lukas ja...
Jah, no Kapo eelmise peadirektori ja praegu Kapo positsioon on paljuski õige, et loomulikult sellel hetkel, kui see toimub, tekitab see probleeme. Sest see lähenemine ongi niimoodi, et kui te meilt midagi ära võtate, siis me näitame. Ja kahtlemata praeguses situatsioonis Venemaa, me teame, kasutab seda ära, manipuleerides oma infokanalite kaudu ja eriti neid, kes teistest keeltest aru ei saa. Et see on väga selge. Küll aga Kapo raportis võin öelda on ka see, et ka senine olukord on olnud ohuks ja selle jätkumine on teatav oht. Ja seda näiteks ka eestikeelsele õppele ülemineku, kes on takistanud oma valitsustes, kelle kuuluvad koolid eestikeelsele õppele üleminekuid aastaid. Ikkagi need omavalitsused, kus ühe osa valijaskonnast on moodustanud Vene kodanikud või siis valik mitte kodanikud, kellel on olnud mugavam mitte võtta Eesti kodakondsust, saab sõita Euroopasse, Venemaale, igale poole, kes mentaalselt on Vene kodanikele suhteliselt sarnased. Nii et see on tekitanud meie ühiskonnale tegelikult probleeme. Ja sellepärast tuleb see samm praegu astuda.
Sama on e-valimistega.
Nii, Raimond Kaljulaid.
Teil on mõlemal mulle küsimus. Küsige, palun.
Ei, ma lihtsalt huvitav, et mis kumb variant on meie julgeolekule turvalisem, kas mitte 10 000 Vene passi omanike või mitukümmend 000 solvanud Vene passi omanike?
No siin teil nii palju asju on öeldud.
Majakovski.
Ma ei saanud aru sellest, aga okei.
Üks parafraas.
Selles mõttes tuleb nõustuda Tõnis Lukasega, et üldse selles küsimuses on kõik väga segamini nagu pudrud ja kapsad. Ma natuke lühidalt loon siis selgust. Et loomulikult, kui minna küsima Eesti julgeolekuasutuselt, kes vastutab Eesti sisejulgeoleku eest, hinnangut, et mida see otsus võib siis lühiajaliselt kaasa tuua, kas ta võib tuua kaasa rahvussuhete pingestumise ja sellega seoses siis näiteks mingid intsidente, siis loomulikult ütleb selle julgeolekuasutuse juht, et jah, see võib kaasa tuua teatud intsidente, mis on asi, midagi peavad poliitikud arvesse võtma, kui nad seda otsust teevad, peavad ära kuulama kindlasti ka julgeolekuasutuste hinnangu, aga see ei ole ainus hinnang, mida nad peavad ära kuulama. Teiseks, mulle tundub, et mina isiklikult toetan Venemaa ja Valgevene kodanikelt kohalikel valimistel hääleõiguse äravõtmist.
Aga miks need hallipassi omanikega on? Et kui neid analüüse, siis mõnes osas lojaalsus on nendel isegi veel rohkem sellist.
Kohe jõuan selleni. Põhjus, miks pärast minu arvates määratlemata kodakondsused isikuid praegusel hetkel ei peaks puudutama, on see, et kui selle algatuse eestvedajad on peamiselt viidanud, et seda tehakse seoses siis Venemaa agressiooniga Ukraina vastu, siis määratlemata kodakondsusega isikutel puudub seos Venemaa Föderatsiooniga. Neil ei ole kodakondsust.
Kõigi puhul, me ei tea tegelikult.
Jah, me ei tea muidugi ka osad Eesti kodanik.
Topeltdokument.
Vabandust, me ei tea ka osad Eesti, neil ei ole topeltkodakondsust, aga me ei tea ka Eesti kodanike puhul, osade puhul, kellel võib see topeltkodakondsus olla, aga see on väiksem probleem. Et veel kord ma ütlen, et olemuslikult ei ole võimalik minu arvates põhiseaduspäraselt algatada põhiseaduse muutmise eelnõu siis seoses Venemaa agressiooniga Ukraina vastu valimisseaduse muutmiseks ja siis võtta ära veel valimisõigust veel ka määratlemata kodanikelt, kes ei puutu sellesse agressiooni. Nüüd veel minu meelest on oluline, siin tegelikult see jutt algas meil sellest, enne kui me jõudsime selle kodakondsuseni, kuidas see Ukraina sõda on seda mõjutanud, sest tegelikult ega see kodakondsuse ja valimisõiguse küsimus on ju sellega seoses tekkinud. Siis kahetsusväärselt uuringud näitavad seda, et kui me võtame vene emakeelega inimesed Eestis, siis me teame, milline on umbes Venemaa president Putini reiting. See on kuskil 25%. On üks üle Baltikumi tehtud uuring. Kuskil veerand siis venekeelsetest toetab otseselt Putinit. Aga kui me vaatame, kui palju on neid, kes toetavad Putini põhiteese ja Kremli nagu poliitikat, siis neid on üle poole. Et lihtne näide näiteks ongi, on üks FESi uuring, mis tehti, kus küsiti inimeste käest, et kes alustas sõda. Ja see on ilmselge fakt, et Venemaa alustas seda sõda, aga rohkem kui pooled mitte-eestlased vastasid siis, et kas Ukraina alustas, NATO alustas või et nad ei tea, kes alustas. Et ühesõnaga, ja siis on veel, siin oli eelpool räägiti sellest, et kuidas see sõja kulg on seda muutnud, et siin ma kahjuks pean ütlema, et see päris paljude venekeelsete inimeste negatiivne suhtumine sõjasse selle algusetapis oli muuhulgas seotud sellega, et see sõda läks väga halvasti Vene poolele. Ja seda, see oli selline nagu, keegi ei tahtnud nagu luuserite poolt olla. Aga nüüd, kus Venemaal läheb paremini, on tegelikult tajutav ka Vene kogukonnas nende inimeste arvu kasv, kes nagu elavad kaasa ja ütlevad, vot õige, et ikkagi naše panevad ära.
Aitäh, Raimond Maria!
Mulle poole pöördus üks naisterahvas, Venemaa kodanik, kes ütles, miks te tahate ära võtta mult hääleõiguse, ma tahan teiega vestelda. Ja ma ütlesin, tulge külla Riigikogu ja ta tuli. Ja mis tuli välja, et tegelikult ta kolis Eestisse juba 7 aastat tagasi. Ta oskab eesti keelt, ta on isegi sooritanud B1 taseme eksami ja lihtsalt ta ootab sellist aega, mil ta saab Eesti kodakondsuse. Ja kui mina langitasin oma otsuse, et mina toetan hääleõiguse äravõtmise, kindlasti ma mõtlesin ka sellistele inimestele. Ja suheldes selle naisega, ma täitsa mõistsin, et need inimesed, kes tõepoolest tahavad siduda oma elu Eestiga, et kes tahavad panustada ühiskonna arengusse, kes on valmis keelt õppima, nende jaoks see on ainult aja küsimus, millal nad saavad Eesti kodakondsuse, sellepärast neil on täitsa õige suhtumine, on vaja keele ära õppida, aga mida on vaja siin kohal teha, et ei ole eriti hea ära võtta inimestelt mingisuguseid õigusi, keegi ei vaidle selle vastu. Aga samas ma arvan, et me peame rohkem rääkima sellest, kuidas on võimalik omandada Eesti kodakondsuse. Et ma arvan, et viimasel ajal me seda mingitel põhjustel ei teinud ja tekkis võib-olla selline arusaam, et see on kuidagi väga keeruline, pea võimatu. Ja teine küsimus, et Eesti poolt peab olema välja töötatud mingisugune juriidiline mehhanism, mis aitaks neid inimesi, kes ei saa hetkel loobuda Venemaa kodakondsusest, kui näiteks Venemaa saatkond ei võtta vastu teatud avaldusi. Ja töö selles suunas juba käib. Ma ei tea, kuidas juriidiliselt on võimalik seda vormistada, aga et lihtsalt, et meil tekiks selline situatsioon, kui inimesel eksam on tehtud, kõik on tehtud ja ainuke takistus, et ei saa loobuda Venemaa kodakondsusest, et äkki on võimalik välja mõelda mehhanism.
Meil on 2 eri asju, valimised ja kodakondsus.
Vadim ka tahtis kirja.
Meil on lihtsalt väga vähe aega, kui me tahaksime jõuda ka
Vadim juba mulle rääkis.
Ma ütleks väga lühidalt ja siis mulle enam ei pea üldse sõna andma ja sõnaga mul esiteks ma ei saa aru, kust pärineb see arusaam, et valimisõigus on kodanike privileeg. Mulle palju rohkem meeldib jällegi Ülle Madise välja käidud lähenemine, et valimisõigus on ikkagi põhimõtteliselt inimõigus. Just sellepärast see on pandud ka Veneetsia komisjonile. Ja tegelikult just sellepärast väga paljudes riikides on kolmandate riikide kodanikel siis õigus hääletada kohalikel valimistel ja lisaks nii mõneski riigis on neil võimalus ka kandideerida nendel valimistel. Meil Eestis seda ei ole. See on asi number 1. Asi number 2 on see, nagu millest rääkis Raimond, et kas tekivad mingid intsidendid lühiajaliselt või mis iganes. Mina arvan, et intsident ei teki. Kas tekivad pinged? Ma arvan, et pinge tekib, aga nagu see on selline üldine pinge. Aga mis tekib, on pettumus. Ja see on kõige suurem probleem. Pettumus tekib nendes inimestes, kes praegu tegelikult on Eesti riigi osa, aga neil on teine kodakondsus. Kui me vaatame integratsiooni monitooringule otsa, siis me näeme, et 50% Venemaa kodanikest tegelikult tahaksid saada Eesti kodakonsust.
Meil on Marju Lauritsin tulemas ärme integratsiooni monitooringu. Lähme nüüd kultuuririkkus
ole veel lõpetatud.
Meil ei ole aega nii palju, aitäh.
Üks oluline valimisõigus suvalises riigis teise riigi kodanikuna ei ole inimõigus, ütlen mina kui inimõigus.
No, mina usaldan ikkagi rohkem Ülle Madiset.
Väga lühike lihtsalt täpsustus, et tegelikult see õigus on olemas, aga lihtsalt vastastiku lepingu alusel. Ja kui tulevikus meil Venemaaga, kui seal muutub võim normaalsed suhted, ma ei tea, oletame, unistame, siis on võimalik sõlmida sellist lepingut.
Aga räägime kultuuririkkusest, sest see on tänase päeva ja terve aasta juhtmõte. Küsiks Mart teie käest, kuidas teie erakond kavatseb edendada kultuurilist mitmekesisust ja lõimumilist oma poliitilises tegevuses?
No see on nüüd hea küsimus. Täpselt nagu, jah, nuga silma sisse.
Kui on must, siis näita ust.
Ei. Katsuks need fraasid, ma ei hakka sotsida.
Ei, see oli teie loosung ju.
Ei, ma ei hakka Ossinovskit tsiteerima siin, eks ole, mis Ossinovski on ütelda, mis saagi ei ole ütelda.
Nii, Mart.
Jaa.
Tuleb ikka kakli.
No, iseenesest ütleme niimoodi, et meie meelest on asi läinud natukene kontrolli alt välja, eks ole, kui meil on siiamaani ma ikkagi loen, et meil on 200 000 praktiliselt inimest, ehk siis Venemaa kodanikud, eks ole, hallipassilised ja nüüd ka Ukrainast tulnud sõjapõgenikud, eks ole, kes ei ole meil integreerinud. Me ei ole sellega praktiliselt hakkama saanud. See protsess on käimas, aga see käib aeglaselt ja ta on, nagu me näeme siin poliitilised vaated erinevatel erakondadel on siiski kuidagi niimoodi kogu seda massini, kui poliitik tahab.
Hoidke Mart siin, meil on ülekanne.
Jaa, oleks mul rohkem valijaid, eks ole, ja kõik nii edasi, et poliitikute soov on see. Ja ma arvan, et kuskil on mingi uurimine ka olnud, et kui põhimõtteliselt ütleme klassiruumis on näiteks 5% on teisest rahvusest inimesed, siis on neid võimalik integreerida. Kui see piir läheb üle nurga, siis põhimõtteliselt tekivad juba probleemid, tekivad konfliktid.
Klassikvoodid siis on teie?
No näiteks ütleme, aga ütleme, see integreerumine me näeme ju, eks ole, mul on endal Eestis väga palju mitte-eestlastest tuttavaid sõpru isegi võib nimetada, et nad on täielikult integreerunud, osa räägib halvasti eesti keelt. See ei mängi absoluutselt mingit rolli. Ja kui ta võtab nagu põhimõtteliselt meie need elukombed ja kultuurikombed võtab nagu omaks, eks ole, ta teab, kus ta on ja mis mõtted minul on, ma mõistan teda poolelt sõnalt, siis ei ole mingit probleemi, aga kui me võtame kõike ühe massina, et näete, need on tulnud nüüd sealt, eks ole, või need on nüüd siin istuvad selles ruumis, et me peame kõiki teid ühe vitsaga lööma, eks ole. Ja tagasi tulles koolide juurde, siis ma tean, et vanasti oli vene koolid, olid puhtad vene koolid, Eesti koolid tehti paraku integratsiooniprojektideks, kus siis pandi igast erinevast rahvusest sinna, küpsetati kebappi ja kõik, eks ole, ei pea, see peab teist möödi olema.
Nii, kultuuririkkusest järjest lühidalt kõigilt, Raimond, hakkame sealt tulema teised ka veel juurde.
Vabandust, korrake seda küsimust mulle.
No võiks küsida, mida just nagu parlamendi erakonnad võiks teha sellist, et arvestada teisi keele ja kultuuri, et see kultuuririkkus oleks just nagu võimalus, mitte takistus.
No, ütleme, laias laastus on need nagu kaks asja, et üks on see, et nii või teisiti rändepoliitika jääb üheks väga selliseks suureks debati kohaks Eestis. Tööandjate poolt see surve on, samal ajal julgeolekuasutused hoiatavad väga tungivalt riskide eest, mis eriti kaasnevad siis islami kogukonna kiire kasvuga. Neid hoiatusi tuleb nagu tõsiselt võtta ja Eesti kindlasti peab nagu teiste Euroopa riikide kogemustest õppima. Ja nüüd nende inimestega, kes meil siin on, loomulikult me peame oma otsustustes ja tegudes mõtlema selle peale, kuidas siin olevad inimesed ikkagi nagu tuua, jagama neid ühiseid baasväärtusi ja ma ütlen oma töökohast, et oma tööpositsioonilt see, et meil on just nimelt nagu julgeoleku küsimustes sedavõrd suur rahvusvaheline lõhe, see on tegelikult väga suur probleem, et see tuleb nagu ületada.
No ma korra lihtsalt Raimond jälle üldistas, et tööandjad, kes need on tööandjad? Meil on 160 000 erinevat firmat. Ma olen ka tööandja. Mul ei ole mingit survet teile pannud migratsiooni suurendamist.
Aga lähme ikka suure...
Ma võin kinnitada, et isiklikult härra Kallas tõesti ei ole.
Väga tore, nii, Tõnis Lukas.
Nojah, Isamaa on olnud väikerahvaste ja rahvusvähemuste tegevuse toetaja ja kõigil tasanditel, nii rahvusvahelistes liikumistes kui ka Eesti sees. Kõik, kes on olnud nendes liikumistes aktiivsed, teavad seda, sest meie jaoks kultuuriline rikkus on oluline ja just täpselt sellel samal platvormil, et kui teised austavad meid, siis meie austame neid või ka vastupidi, meie austame neid, kui nad austavad meid. Või ütleme siis põhimõtteliselt see sama asi ka teistpidi, vastastikune arusaamine ja siis on kõik täpselt korras. Me ei ole rahvuste vahel vahet teinud ka koolide komplekteerimisel. Küsimus on keelelises ettevalmistuses, et kui sa paned täiesti keelelise ettevalmistuseta lapsi liiga palju, näiteks eestikeelset õppe ka kooli, siis see segab, see on kõigile lastele ju annab negatiivse tulemuse, selle tõttu see keeleline ettevalmistus on oluline, aga rahvuse järgi, passi järgi kahtlemata ju koole ei komplekteeri. Nii et see on meie põhimõte, aga mis on aluspõhimõte, on see, et imperialism jätke maha, see jätke ukse taha. See jätke siit piiridest väljapoole. Me täna Jukuga kohtusime näiteks Tiibeti delegatsiooniga, eks. Samamoodi.
Ja Tiibeti eksiilparlament, mille ma siia kutsusin.
Hiina tegelikult täpselt samamoodi ahistab ja püüab likvideerida tervet ajaloolist kultuuri. See on imperialism. Ja meil samamoodi. Kui suhtumine on normaalne, miks me kardame mingeid probleeme, on need samad näitajad. Kaitsetahet ei ole, või et ollakse Venemaa
Tõnis Lukas, aitäh, näete, sealt tiksub nulli kell, aga kõik teised tahavad ka lõpusõna. Nii, Maria.
Eesti erakonnad peavad pingutama selle nimel, et luua ühiskonnas sõbralik ja lugupidav keskkond, et mitte lõhestada ühiskonda, vaid siduda.
Vadim või Mart tahab midagi lisada veel?
Jaa, ma rääkis siinkohal täitsa Mariaga nõustun, et jah, vähem viha ja rohkem sõbralikkust ka erinevate maailmavaadetega inimeste.
Nii, Vadim.
Las Juku Kalle ütleb ja siis mina lõpetan.
Me teeme vastupidi, saad järjekorras enne mind, palun.
Okay.
Selle sa oled vähemuse rahvusesindaja, äkki muidu esitad mulle diskrimineerimissüüdistus.
Just. Ei ole naine ka, vaata, kes oleks võinud öelda nagu, et ladies first. Aga kui küsimus kõlab niimoodi, et mida siis parlamendi erakonnad peaksid tegema selles suunas, siis ma ütlen väga lihtsalt, kui rääkida konkreetselt Keskerakonnast, siis ma arvan, et aastatega on Keskerakond selles suunas ühiskonna sidususe parandamiseks ja kultuuririkkuse suurendamiseks on teinud rohkem kui ülejäänud parlamendi erakonnad koos. Ja me jätkame kindlasti samas vaimus ja me kindlasti jätkame inimestega rääkimist ja me kindlasti jätkame inimeste huvide esindamist parlamendis. Ja kui rääkida teistest erakondadest, siis mulle väga meeldib see mõte, et ärme lõhesta, rohkem sidusust ja nii edasi, aga kahjuks praegu ma näen seda, et just selle mainitud eelnõuga, kus siis tahetakse võtta valimisõigus kolmandate riikide kodanikelt kohalikel valimistel, just see lõhestamine toimubki. Aitäh!
Nii, Juku-Kalle filosoof.
Jaa, ma olen kõige lühedam, seepärast ma ei hakka seda parteilist joga ajama, mida ma siit enne kuulsin ja ei hakka mingi Eesti 200 nimel, kuhu ma ka veel ei kuulu üldse midagi rääkima, aga ma tahtsin kultuuririkkuse kohta lihtsalt öelda ühte asja. Kallid sõbrad, võib-olla me lahkame siit saalist ühe mõttega. Kui on kultuur, on ka rikkus. Aitäh!
Aitäh! Aplaus meie tänastele poliitikutele!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak after the Estonian parliamentary political debate. I have been asked to give a general overview of cohesion and diversity. So I will do my best to be as short and clear as possible, not to hold you from the coffee break. I believe that cohesion and diversity are two sides of the same coin. Both relate to the state of relationship of freedom and unity in a society. A healthy society, especially a democratic one, needs both. If there is too much cohesion, we get an ant colony, ants in a forest and so on. Yeah.
I was told that you have to be a bit closer to the mic.
I will do my best. It's too short. If there is too much cohesion, we get an ant colony. It is beautifully organized. Everyone cooperates 100%. There are no freeloaders, no traitors. There is no dissent. But there is also no freedom, no innovation, and no individuality. As the Harvard sociobiologist Edward O. Wilson stated when he was asked about the dream of communist utopia, he said, "It's a great idea, just wrong species." Humans are not built for complete cohesion. And that is why attempts to build such a society, we call them totalitarian societies, always fail. And while they exist, they must use exceedingly cruel methods to eradicate diversity. Today we meet in Estonia, a country that has received its own share of totalitarian experiments in the last century. So it would seem that cohesion is a dangerous idea, that it can lead to a disaster. And that certainly is true, it can. But I believe that this is the reason why many European countries today focus on the ideals of diversity and individual liberty. But at the same time, any mention of cohesion is treated with suspicion. Cohesion is simply not mentioned in a polite society in some European countries. Germany is an example of such a country today. Yet, this is not the case of Estonia. How come? Estonians know that they don't want total cohesion, but they know they need a healthy level of cohesion. Otherwise, they won't survive. In its core, it's a simple equation. Society with too much cohesion becomes rigid, inflexible, and intolerant, and eventually loses the ability to adapt and develop. It is prone to groupthink and violent enforcement of conformity. Today, a society that walked down this road the furthest is the North Korea. North Korean regime is still trying to remake human society into an ant colony. On the other side, society with too little cohesion become fragmented. They lack shared values and mutual trust, which leads to breakdown in social order, political instability, and economic inefficiencies because of high transaction costs. It also turns out that it may be a source of serious mental health issues. People are pack animals. They don't prosper in an environment of very low cohesion and high polarization. Examples of societies with extremely low cohesion are typically societies that they didn't survive, so we don't even know them. Often not because of natural disasters or conquest, but because of internal strife. Last country that has disintegrated was Sudan in 2011. Today, countries such as Venezuela or Lebanon are close to such fate. An interesting thing is that the business world has realized this early enough. Building company culture is a billion-dollar industry, and every big corporation is doing what they can to develop one. Why is that? Because they realized the economic value of cohesion. People with similar values, language, and goals cooperate better, easier, and cheaper than those who don't. As Simon Sinek put it, a reason why Apple was so successful is because they were not selling a device, a phone or speakers. They were selling a story, an identity. Apple workers are thus not just constructing phones, but they believe they are serving a community of like-minded people with a shared story. And they will work through sweat and blood and tears to do it. No wonder they outperform their competition. It is the same thing with SpaceX or Tesla today. Market-wise, these companies are very volatile. So why would you buy shares there? Because they have a cult following that has their back. Because their shareholders are not buying a share of a car building company or a rocket building company. They are buying a greener future with electromobiles and colony of Mars that will back up humanity on a different planet. You feel the difference? So it seems we need both. Our goal should be to strike a balance that promotes unity and shared values while still allowing for diversity of thought and individual expression. The main question for this audience, and also for policymakers all around Europe, is: do we realize this? Do we do enough to promote both? Or is cohesion just taken for granted? There are many countries that have serious problems with racism or other forms of discrimination. Many have inherited social tensions from the colonial past, such as Britain or France, or have strong need to atone for their role in the Second World War, such as German society today. These countries thus focus on diversity policies, which makes perfect sense. But it seems many European countries forget to pay similar attention to cohesion. We see important indicators of cohesion decreasing in most European countries, such as trust in institutions or willingness to defend one's own country. With war coming back to Europe, but also cost of living crisis and other challenges, countries that want to keep their citizens reasonably safe and reasonably prosperous cannot afford low cohesion. That is why I think Estonia is so interesting for us from the other post-communist countries, because it seems you have successfully found this balance, while having similar or even worse problems than Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary and Poland that had after the fall of the Iron Curtain. I believe I speak for many of those present, but certainly for my colleagues from Slovakia, that we are looking to learn from your experience. We are grateful for the invitation, and we are looking forward to discuss these topics over the coming days and years.
Thank you, Pavel. You can make it an applause. You said that you want to learn from Estonian experience, but we would like to learn about the Slovak experience. What is the current situation with social cohesion in Slovakia?
I agree that you can learn from the best and also from the worst.
Which side is Slovakia?
I think the people come to Estonia to get inspired, and in Slovakia to get warned. Unfortunately, well, I love my country, don't take me wrong, but we are not very good at this. In the last 30 years, our cohesion has mostly stagnated, and then it got worse. We are the third most polarized country in Europe, right after Poland and Hungary. So we have a club in Central Europe like that. We just went through an assassination of our prime minister, attempted assassination, 6 months ago, and there is a very rare shared opinion between politicians and media and general public. We don't get that very often, that polarization is behind this. Our society is fragmenting and tribalizing. And I don't really see how it will end. We can't even pick if we belong to the East or to the West.
But you personally, would you connect what happened with your Prime Minister Robert Fico, who is a populist, left-wing and conservative at the same time?
He's a very capable politician.
Yes. Would you connect this, what happened with him, to polarization of your society, that it led up to that?
Well, yes, but polarization and I guess behavior of political elites they're connected. It's connected. It influences each other, and the people that are the most powerful in any country have strong influence on the country. So it certainly was in the power of Slovak politicians to influence society, to depolarize the situation or to polarize it even more. And it seems that we picked the second option. So we are just getting more polarized.
So even after there was attempted assassination of your prime minister, the politicians didn't turn down their rhetorics, but they went even further?
It mostly escalated. I can give you a simple example. There was this call from the incumbent president of Slovakia and the actual president of Slovakia. We just had a change of presidents at that time, to call all the political parties, like everyone met here, and at a round table and discuss this and bring a united statement that violence is not the way and so on. And well, everyone refused it. Well, not everyone, but there were some parties that refused it. And they were speaking, they started to use war rhetorics that, we are under attack and we have to defend, and it's, it's the conservative fault or it's the liberal fault and so on. It wasn't a very responsible behavior. A week after that, they have met and they have issued a statement like that, but, the emotions have been already there, so...
What is your suggestion to Slovakian politicians and also Estonian politicians?
I'm afraid I'm a scientist. I'm not in the business of fixing countries, at least not yet. I honestly don't know, but we have a long list of things that we should discuss before we can actually come to any agreement. Because for at least basic cohesion, you need at least some things that people and political parties have to agree on. Right? As far as I know, the Poles have this general agreement that there are few things in the state that they don't touch, whoever is running the country. There is some security agreements, some education agreements, some strategic economic agreements. We don't have anything like that. So every few years, everything just changes. It doesn't seem to be working very well for us.
Thank you, Pavel. If you have...
Nii, tere päevast! On väga huvitav olla siin sellel konverentsil juba mitmendat korda toimuval ja näha, et sellel plakatil siin on loosung palju toredaid inimesi. Ma ei tea, kui paljud teavad, et see oli loosung, mis mõeldi välja siis, kui integratsiooni sihtasutus asutati. Ja mina olin selle esimeses nõukogus. Me kuulutasime välja konkursi, esimese integratsiooniprojekti konkursi, selle võitsid Tallinna Ülikooli tookord veel Pedagoogilise instituudi üliõpilaste meeskond ja nemad tegid siis projekti, mille pealkiri oligi palju toredaid inimesi. Ja selle mõte oli siis see, et see oli kõik 90ndate lõpus, eks ole, et seni on Eestis valitsenud põhimõtteliselt olukord, kus oli, nagu tookord räägiti, 2 ühiskonda ühes riigis või 2, võib öelda kogukonda, kuigi sisuliselt ikkagi 2 ühiskonda lausa ühes riigis. Ja üks oli siis Eesti ühiskond ja teine oli siis siin elava muukeelse elanikkonna, venekeelse elanikkonna ühiskond, mille teine ots oli piiri taga Venemaal. Ja nende vahel nõukogude ajast välja oli kujunud selline, just niisugusele, võiks öelda siis koloniaalolukorrale ja iseloomulik suhe, et valitsetavad ehk siis tolles olukorras eestlased püüdsid võimalikult vältida igasugust mitte vajalikku kokkupuudet. Vajalikke või sunni kokkupuuted oli niikuinii üle määragi. Näiteks ülikoolis mina pidin oma väitekirja, mis puudutas eestikeelsete lehtede tekstianalüüsi, kirjutama vene keeles ja kaitsma Moskva ülikoolis, sest Tartu ülikoolis ei olnud lubatud seda teha. Ja selle niisuguse nõukogudeaegse pärandina ka veel esimestel taasiseseisvunud Eesti aastatel siiski elati 2 täiesti erinevat elu. Erinevad koolid, erinev maailm, erinevad arusaamad ja seega siis see esimene projekt oligi see, et vaatame ümber, otsime inimesi, kes on teist keelt rääkivad ja avastame enda jaoks selle, et vastastikku meie hulgas on palju toredaid inimesi. Saame tuttavaks. See oli see nulltase nii-öelda. Kusjuures seda nulltaset iseloomustas ka see, et peale Eesti taasiseseisvumist teatavasti võeti vastu, taastati kodakondsusseadus, mis oli enne sõda juba, ja kodakondsuse said siis inimesed, kes olid enne sõda kodanikud või nende pärijad. See ei tähendanud mis rahvusest, aga tähtis oli see, et olid kodanikud enne sõda. Ja kõik need, kes olid tulnud siis Nõukogude ajal, Nõukogude okupatsiooniga, need osutusid enamasti mitte kodanikeks. Nii et oli ka veel see olukord, kui me ütleme, et demokraatias rahvas teemos, eks ole, on tegelikult kodanikkond. Siis ka sellest rahvast oli välja lülitatud see juurde tulnud või sisserännanud osa. Nii et selles mõttes see oli väga teistsugune olukord kui praegu. Ja kui küsitakse ikka seda, et kas Eestis siis see integratsioon on toimunud või ei ole toimunud, ja siis selleks mõõdupuks võetakse 100%, kõik on integreerunud, sõbrad, räägivad, suhtlevad ja ei mõtlegi sellele, mis rahvused keegi on, kuigi niisugust ühiskondi maailmas tegelikult on väga vähe, kui üldse. Aga selle maksimumiga võrreldes muidugi võime öelda, et me oleme ikka ja igavesti poolel teel. Aga mina kuulun nende hulka, kes alati küsimusele, kas klaas on pooltäis või pooltühi, kui on tegemist sellise klaasiga, kus on siis vett. Mina ütlen alati, et on pooltäis. Ja sellepärast minu jaoks ka, ma olen jälginud nüüd kogu seda protsessi, nagu ma ütlesin algusest peale, on siiski see olukord praegu võrreldes sellega, kust me tuleme. Selles suhteliselt lühikese aja praktiliselt ühe inimpõlve jooksul radikaalselt muutunud. Mul oli au ja lõbu tegelikult tänu Kultuuriministeeriumile möödunud aastal olla ka viimase lõimumismonitooringu tegijate hulgas ja seetõttu mul oli väga huvitav jälgida ka neid numbreid, vaadata, kuidas siis tegelikult see lõimumisprotsess nagu kajastub. Aga enne kui ma tulen nende numbrite juurde, ma natuke nendest ka räägin, ma juba kuulsin, et siin eelmistes aruteludes oli juba natukene seda lõimumismonitooringut ka nimetatud, siis ma siiski tahaks natukene tänase teemaga seoses tuua selgust, mis asi ikkagi on siis see integratsioon, seepärast, et sotsiaalteadlaste jaoks see on mõiste, millel on hoopis keerulisem ja mitmekihilisem tähendus, kui see tavaliselt poliitikute või ka võib-olla teistpidi tavainimeste suus kõlab. Ja integratsiooni vaadatakse sellise mitmekihilise tordina kus siis see põhikiht alus pannakse sellega, mida meie nimetame siis sotsiaalteadlastena süsteemi integratsiooniks, mis tähendab seda, et on olemas siis näiteks põhiseadus, seadused, reeglid, süsteemi toimimise selline üldine struktuur, tööturg ja nii edasi, asutused, ja et need on siis sellised, mis kehtivad ühtemoodi kõikide jaoks, sõltumata sellest, mis rahvusest või mis keeles need inimesed räägivad, nii et see on tegelikult siis nagu õigusriiklik alus integratsioonile. Kui seda ei ole, siis tegelikult ka need muud protsessid ei toimi. Ja siin siis on üks mõiste välja kujunenud, et juhul, kui see niisugune süsteemi integratsioon hästi toimib, siis inimesed selles ühiskonnas, nad tunnevad, et see riik on nende jaoks nagu kaitset pakkuv, see riik on õiglane riik ja tekib riigi identiteet. See on meie riik, see riik teeb asju, mis on meile ja teistele selles mõttes nagu positiivsed. Nüüd teine tasand, ja see esimene, see sama õigusriigi tasand, see oli muidugi, võiks öelda Eesti taasiseseisvumise puhul kohe esiplaanil, sellepärast, et meil pidi ju kogu seadusandlus muutuma. Kogu Nõukogude seadusandlus lihtsalt lõpetati või siis jätkati ajutiselt ja alates põhiseadusest juunis 1992 hääletati uus põhiseadus, täiesti uus põhiseadus, ja selles põhiseaduses oli siis erinevalt sellest, mis oli olnud enne sõda, tänu sellele, et kogu maailm oli arenenud, eraldi täiesti uus peatükk, see on inimeste põhiõigused. Põhiõigused ja vabadused. Meil olid selleks ka Euroopa eksperdid, kes olid abiks selle kirjutamisel, nii et me saime öelda, et me olime väga modernsed, meil oli tõesti väga kaasaegne modernne õigusriiklik põhiseadus, kus olid ka need samad inimeste jaoks tagatud, kõikide jaoks tagatud õigused sees ja kus oli öeldud, et nendest olukordi ja erandeid saab teha ainult seadusega, mitte kellegi oma voliga, eks ole, ja nii edasi. Et seadus on see, mis maksab. Ja me ütleme, et see on siiski päris hästi töötanud, sest kui me näiteks vaatame praegu ja neid küsitlusi on ju tehtud kogu aeg, milline on usaldus nende institutsioonide vastu, mis põhinevad põhiseadusel. Eesti riigis siis alates presidendist ja siis ka kohtusüsteem, eks ole, politsei ja nii edasi, siis nii eestlaste kui venelaste seas on need põhiseaduslikud institutsioonid väga kõrge usaldusega. Ka muide kohus ja politsei, mis ei olegi nii triviaalne. Et ka inimesed, kes nii-öelda ei kuulu sellesse, ei eliiti ega enamus rahvusse, aga omavad kõrget usaldust õiguskorra tagajate suhtes. Ma pean ka ütlema, mis on veel huvitav, et meil on ka kõrge usaldus pankade vastu, mis ka ei ole mitte alati ühesugune. Rääkimata sellest, et meil on üldine kõrge usaldus tehnoloogia vastu. Nii et ühesõnaga on olemas need niisugused, võiks öelda, teatud alustalad, materiaalsed alustalad, mis tagavad selle, et inimesed tunnevad, et selles riigis, selles ühiskonnas neil elada on üldiselt turvaline, seda üldiselt võivad ette aimata, mis toimub, kuna seda tagavad seadused. Nüüd järgmine tasand on juba keerukam, sest et siin ei saa riik midagi ette määrata, vaid see sõltub sellest, kas inimesed omavahel tõepoolest pööravad ükse poole näoga ja suhtlevad või ei suhtle. Kas jätkub selline olukord, kus koolid on erinevad, eks ole, töökohad on erinevad, tutvuskonnad on erinevad, tänavad on erinevad, kus elatakse ja nähakse üksteist tõesti võib olla, ma ei tea, autoaknast või trammis või bussis. Ja seda võiks siis nimetada selliseks kommunikatiivseks integratsiooniks. Integratsiooniks läbi inforuumi, läbi meedia, läbi kontaktide kokkupuudete. Ja sellega kujuneb kah, nagu ikka suhtlemise puhul, teatud ühine tähenduste väli, näiteks teatakse enam-vähem samu uudiseid või mis juhtus või tuntakse enam-vähem mingeid samu nimesid või nii edasi. Tähendab ühesõnaga teatud niisugune, nagu mitte ainult siis see raam, vaid ka see sisu, see nii-öelda, ütleme, kui vaatame kogu ühiskond pildina, eks ole, siis algus paneme selle raami, siis paneme selle kanvaa sinna raami ja siis sellele nii-öelda kanvaale pannakse esimene see värvikiht või krunt peale, eks ole, see, mis seob, mille peale saab juba peenemaid mustreid hakata joonistama. Selle omavahelise sidustamisega läbi suhtluse on tegelikult asjad keerulisemad, sest nagu ütlesin, riik ei saa see midagi teha, sest ka viimased uuringud, ma kohe näitan ka need numbreid, siiski näitavad, et siin mingit sellist veel väga, võiks öelda, tihedat, ütleme niiviisi, suhtlust ei toimu ja sellest on kogu aeg räägitud. Meil on küll väga palju edenenud ühise meediaruumi teema, näiteks ja sama monitooring näitas, et muidugi kah siin tänu nendele väga negatiivsetele sündmustele Venemaa agressioonil Ukrainas on ka venekeelse elanikkonna jaoks meediaruumis Eesti enda meediaproduktsioon muutunud usaldusväärsemaks ja hinnatumaks, kui oli enne. Venekeelsete kanalite mõju, Venemaa kanalite mõju on marginaliseerumas teatud rühmade hulgas täiesti lõppenud, teatud rühmade hulgas on teatud, aga ei ole domineeriv, mis ta oli veel 10 aastat tagasi. Omavahelises suhtluses aga on niiviisi, et kui vaatame noori, siis seda suhtlust on rohkem, aga see kipub minema inglise keele peale. Ja kui me vaatame vanemaid, siis see on väga erinev erialati ja elukohati ja nii edasi. Aga igatahes see toimub ja toimib, aga siin on üks väga suur aga ja see aga on keele küsimus ise. Sellepärast, et see keeleoskuse teema, see on olnud algusest peale väga tõsine kogu Eesti integratsioonipoliitika, üks keskne teema, nagu ka kodakondsuse teema. Ja ma näitan hiljem ka numbrit, aga see keeleoskus on praegu, ta on jõudnud palju kaugemale, kui ta oli, kui ütleme, alguspunkt oli see, et kuskil 15% venekeelsest elanikkonnast üldse oskas midagi eesti keeles, siis nüüd on see jõudnud pooleni, juba üle poole, aga see ei ole siiski veel mitte 100%, sest keeleoskus, kui me vaatame teisi ühiskondi, kus on palju teisest rahvusest inimesi, siis siiski on see nii-öelda põhikeel, ühiskonna põhikeel on kõigil ühine. Ja kolmas ongi siis see, millest siin täna rohkem on juttu olnud teil, see on kultuuriline, sotsiokultuuriline integratsioon, mis on juba sügavam, see on nii-öelda süvakihtides, see puudutab inimese hinge. See puudutab väärtusi, see puudutab seda, mida inimesed tõesti peavad enda jaoks oluliseks ja kus on see võimalik, et näiteks vaikides saadaks üksteisest aru, ka juba rääkimata, sest teatakse, et enam vähem mingid asjad ongi need ühised, mille pärast, mille nimel ollakse siis ükste suhtes nagu koostööks valmis. Ja siin üks väga oluline märksõna on usaldus. Selle üks põhilisem see nii-öelda mõõtja on tegelikult usaldus erinevast rahvusest, erineva kultuuritaustaga, erineva elulooga inimeste vahel. Ja üldine usaldusnivoo jälle võime ütelda, et Eestis, mis on olnud üsna madal ka Euroopa tasemel, aga nüüd on ta üldiselt ikkagi tõusnud, ka üldine inimeste vaheline usaldusnivoo. Aga ta ei ole kaugeltki nii suur, nagu näiteks on, võtame kas meie Põhjamaa naabrite juures, eks ole, kus see on väga kõrge üldiselt. Ma ei räägi siin rahvuste vahel, vaid üldiselt ka inimeste vahel. Igatahes on selge, et me saame rääkida lõimumisest maksimaalses ulatuses siis, kui kõik need 3 tasandit, see tort on täielikult valmis. Mitte nii, et kõik on 100%, seepärast, et siis oleks juba totaalne situatsioon, ja seda me ka ei taha. Aga just see, et on olemas siiski teatud sünkroonne areng kõigil nendel 3 tasandil, minnakse edasi ja jõutakse nii kaugele, et me võime öelda, et kõik need inimesed selles riigis moodustavad rahva, selle sama rahva, kes on siis demokraatlikus riigis siis see põhiline võimusubjekt. Kui me küsime inimeste käest monitooringutes, kas Eestis lõimumine on õnnestunud või mitte, siis ma pean ütlema, et ka viimases monitooringus see vastus ei olnud mitte, et klaas on pool täis, vaid lausa veerand ainult. Veerand vastanuid nii eestlasi kui mitte eestlasi. Ütles, et lõimumine on olnud täiesti edukas. Enam-vähem seal ka ja tuli ka teine veerand juurde, aga igatahes pool ja üle poole mõlemalt poolt ühtemoodi leidsid, et see ei ole veel nii kaugel, nagu tahetakse. Ja siis me küsisime, mis siis mõeldakse, et kui oleks edukas, mis siis on selle edu niisugune sisu? Miks võiks öelda, et me oleme nüüd edukalt ületanud kõik need probleemid? Ja siin on nüüd üks pilt, mis on väga kõnekas. Ma väga loodan, et see jääb teile hästi meelde, sest see oli meile ka, see oli esimest korda niiviisi küsitud ja võrreldud. Vaadake, mis on esimesel kohal ja kus näete, see sinine tähendab eestikeelset vastust ja see oranž tähendab siis venekeelset vastust, kus see on mõlemal kõvasti üle 75% ühtemoodi praktiliselt ja see on nota bene aasta 2023, mõtleme, mis on maailmas ja mis on praegu, mis on teistes maades, mis on meist nii-öelda vana ja vanemad demokraatiad, vägivaldsete rahvustevaheliste konfliktide puudumine on Eesti ühiskonna selle sidususe niisugune väärtus, mida hinnatakse positiivselt, öeldakse, et jah, see on see. Ma arvan, et see on äärmiselt oluline, mis iseloomustab seda, et Eesti tõepoolest ta on turvaline ühiskond, sõltumata sellest, kes see oleb. Ja teine selline ühine, nagu me näeme, siin keskel on ka, kus on 2 pulka, on täpselt ühe pikkused. Näete, 60% juures. Kah väga oluline. Ühine panustamine Eesti majandusarengusse. Nii et siin me võime öelda, et selline selle raami tugevus ja teeb poolt selle niisugune materialistlik sisu, majanduslik sisu, eks ole. Et see iseloomustab seda hoiakut, mis inimestel on integratsiooni suhtes. Oodatakse tõepoolest, et ühiskond on turvaline ja et kõik saavad panustada ja kõik saavad sellest siis ka muidugi tagasi. Siin me tuleme palju keerulisem asja juurde, mis on siis sama võrdsuse küsimused. Kus aga on suured erinevused? Vaadake, kus tekib selline väärtuskonflikti situatsioon. Kui me vaatame üles kohe väga oluline, Eesti kui demokraatliku riigi põhiseadus austamine, näete, see on eestlaste jaoks äärmiselt oluline 78, see on mitte seaduse täitmine, vaid seaduse austamine. Ja siis venekeelse vastajate jaoks 53% peab seda esmatähtsaks. Siin on teatud niisugune erinev suhe. Teine, valmisolek kaitsta Eestit sõjalise agressiooni korral. Ei, see on 4. 3. on, näete, eesti keele üldine valdamine ja kasutamine, mis Eesti vastaja jaoks on sine qua non. Kuna Eesti ühiskonna enda ajaloost sõltuvalt, eesti keele kasutamise võimalus, eesti keele olemine riigikeelena, aga eesti keele olemine ka selle keelena, mille kaudu see ennast väljendatakse, üksteisega suheldakse, see on ajalooliselt, ma võiks öelda, ta on enamat kui lihtsalt praktiline. selles on teatud niivõrd tugev identiteedi komponent, et selleks, et täielikult usaldada teist inimest, on väga tähtis, et ta suhtub sinu keelde positiivselt ja püüab vähemast rääkida. Isegi kui ta hästi ei oska, aga ta näitab, et see keel on tähtis. Teiselt poolt on eestlaste puhul ka täheldatud, et eestlased ise on küllaltki varmad teisele keelele üle minema, sest eestlaste jaoks on mitme keele oskus olnud ajalooliselt omane. Ikka on räägitud 3 kohalikust keelest, eesti, vene, saksa, eesti, vene, inglise, nüüd eesti, vene, inglise, soome ja eestlaste jaoks see switchimine keelelt keelele on väga omane. Aga samas, kui me vaatame seda venekeelset elanikkonda, nende jaoks nagu paljude suurte rahvaste, suurte kultuuride jaoks teisi keeli praktiliselt nagu vaja ei lähe ja nendeni oskamine nii loomulik ei ole. Nii et see on olnud üks probleem, et see sama eesti keele muutumine ühiskeeleks, seda takistab see, et eestlased sagedasti ise ka võtavad selle hoiaku, et räägime siis midagi muud ka, aga see respekt ja väärtus on sellele vaatamata väga-väga olulisel kohal. Ilma selleta nagu lõimumist ei tunnistata. Ja nüüd järgmine siis on siis sama niisugune valmisolek kaitsta Eestit sõjalise agressiooni korral, mis seoses nüüd praeguse olukorraga Euroopas ja maailmas on muutunud äärmiselt oluliseks. Ja siin ma näitan teile pärast andmeid ka, siin näete see olukord, ta ei ole väga vastuoluline. Näete need neljandad pulgad, 63 ja 44, see ei ole mitte 80 ja 15, vaid 63 ja 44, tähendab, nad ei ole, seal on vastandlik olukord. Aga selles on ka oma niisugune probleem. Kui me nüüd vaatame selles reas allapoole, kus on pikemad pulgad just nimelt need, kus on venekeelsed vastajad rohkem oluliseks pidanud mingid asju, siis siin on 2 äärmiselt olulist asja, tõesti võtmeküsimus. Alt 3, võrdne ligipääs tasuvatele töökohtadele ja sotsiaalsetele hüvedele. Sest üks asi on seadus, aga teine asi on elu. Ja kuna Eesti on peale iseseisvust taastamist olnud, võiks öelda, väga selgelt, isegi jäigalt liberaalturumajanduslik ühiskond. Mis tähendab seda, et ka selles kogu lõimumisprotsessis on öeldud, kes püüab, see saab. Kes ei püüa, on ise süüdi. Siis see niisugune konkurentsi ja turumajanduse situatsioon niisuguses valdkonnas tähendab ka seda, et nagu on kirjutanud mitmed minu kolleegid, meie see kogu see lõimumise protsess mingis mõttes peegeldab ka seda sama konkurentsi situatsiooni, nii et ta viskab ülespoole paremini lõimuvad need, kellega muud ressursid on paremad ja allapoole jäävad need, kellel neid muid ressursse ka on vähem. Nii et see võimendab üldiselt ka ebavõrdsust. Ja siis viimane äärmiselt oluline venekeelse vastajale üle poole vastavalt, see on oluline, ühine osalemine ühiskondlikult oluliste otsuste tegemises. Ja 35% eestikeelsest vastajatest ja ainult ja 58% venekeelsetest. Ja see on jälle üks neid probleeme, kus seadus küll ütleb, et kõik on võrdsed ja kõik osalevad, aga tegelikus protsessis võtame siin mingisugused, edutamised, valimised, aktiivsus ja nii edasi, on siin üsna mitmeid ja väga erinevaid probleeme. Näiteks kas või isegi seesama osalemistahe on erinev. Kui me oleme uurinud näiteks Eesti ja vene koolide koolikultuuri, siis seal juba õpilaste hulgas näiteks Eesti kool teadlikult arendab seda niisugust osalemiskultuuri. Samas, kui me näeme, et vene koolis tihti on pigem selline autoritaarne, traditsioon ja õpilaste osalemist näiteks õpetajate kritiseerimist või midagi sellist, seda ju nii väga ei armastata. Nii et ühesõnaga, see tegemist ei ole ainult siis nende niisuguste juba suurte olukordadega, vaid väiksest peale selline osalemise vajadus on suur, aga osalemisoskust, osalemistahet ja ka võib-olla nende kanalite tundmist, mille kaudu osaleda, on selgelt erineval määral. Nii et me näeme, et neid lahendamata probleeme on meil veel küll ja küll, aga mis on tähtis, on see, et vundament on selgelt paigas. Vundament on selgelt paigas. Nüüd, kui me vaatame natukene ajalukku, siis see integratsioonipoliitika, mida me alustasime, siis kui loodi ka see sama integratsiooni sihtasutus, alguses ikkagi põhiliselt panigi rõhku nendele juriidilistele, lingvistilistele aspektidele. Ehk siis sellele institutsionaalsele ja puhtkeelelisele, mitte suhtlusele, vaid keeleoskusele. Ja küllalt formalistlik lähenemine oli see alguses. Nüüd järgmine periood tõi sisse pigem sellise sotsiaalse teema, aga ikkagi rohkem see keele teema püsis keskse teemana, nii et kuigi juriidiliselt olid paigas need alused, aga keele ümber toimus põhiline integratsiooni arendamine, mõõtmine, keele õppimise võimaluste loomine, keelekursused, keelekolid, see oli seotud ka kodakondsuse institutsiooniga, sest kodakondsus eeldab Eestis keeleoskust. Nii et ikkagi jäi küllaltki selline formaalne pool domineerima, kuigi tulid juurde juba need samad sotsiaalse ja kultuurilise integratsiooniga meedia ja muud teemad, eriti teravaks muutusid 2007. aastal, kui toimus Eestis üks ja ainukene õnneks meie ajaloos selline täiesti vägivaldne kokkupõrge Tallinnas, see oli üks kord, 2 päeva kogu selle pika aja jooksul, aga sellest välja tulles juba järgmisel nädalal räägiti, et nüüd me peame rõhku panema sellele, et meil oleks ühine meediaruum, rohkem me hakkame vaatama sisu, eks ole, ja ainult sellest, et me vaatame seda formaalset külge ja nii edasi. Ja siis edasi toimuski selline üleminek siis lõimumise sellisele mitmekülgsele mudelile, aga just nimelt sellel samal niisuguse liberaalse konkurentsi põhimõttel. Nii et võimalusi anti, aga kas võimalusi kasutati, see sõltus ikkagi sellest. Ühesõnaga integratsioon on meil kogu aeg olnud ja ilmselt jääb ka väga palju sõltuvaks isiku enda aktiivsest ja tahtest. Mitte niivõrd mingitest sellistest kollektiivsetest meedetest. Nüüd, kui me vaatame praegust olukorda, siis siin on toimunud muidugi väga suur murrang, mis on seotud ühelt poolt selle sama Vene agressiooniga Ukrainas, aga teiselt poolt ka nende kogemustega, mis meil on olnud ja ka nende uuringutega ja võime öelda, et nüüd me oleme teinud ikkagi tõsise pöörde sinnapoole, et vaadata rohkem just seda kultuuri poolt, väärtuste poolt, aga teisalt see kõik toimub uues kontekstis ja see on sõja kontekst, millega paratamatult tuleb sisse julgeoleku teema. Ja siin me näeme, kuidas moodi usalduse probleem, see usalduse probleem muutub täiesti niisuguseks väga, väga teravaks probleemiks. Ja usaldust ei saa käskida, usaldust ei saa õpetada koolis, usaldus ongi see, mis tekib läbi kultuuri, eks ole, läbi ühise kultuuriruumi niiviisi, et me näeme erinevates väärtustes ka võimalust neid väärtusi austada ja tõlkida üksteisele ja olla partnerid kultuuris. Kultuuri muidugi kandvaks osaks on, nagu ma ütlesin, enne keel ja siin nüüd see väike graafik ka, mis näitab, kuidas keeleoskus siis on arenenud nende aastate jooksul ja me näeme, see on see paks lilla joon, mis näitab siis venekeelse elanikkonna eesti keele valdamist. See on nüüd need inimesed, kes vastavad, et nad tõesti valdavad keelt, et nad mitte ainult lihtsalt ei ole õppinud, et nad oskavad rääkida, lugeda, kirjutada, saavad aru ja nii edasi. Ja esimest korda nüüd sellel viimase monitooringu ajal, esimest korda oli olukord selline, et neid inimesi, kes ütlesid, nad valdavad tõepoolest eesti keelt, oli rohkem kui eestlaste hulgas neid, kes ütlesid, et valdavad vene keelt. Sest siiamaani ka nõukogude aja pärandina, näete, alguses oli nii, et 50% eestlasi valdas vene keelt ja ainult 32% 2008. aastal valdas eesti keelt. Nii et see on ikkagi selgelt edasi arenemine ja nüüd praegu lähtudes sellest, et meil toimub üleminek eestikeelsele haridusele, me loodame väga, et siin tekib selline hüppeline areng, et lõpuks see kogu keelelise integratsiooni probleem tegelikult lahendub, küll mitte üle öö, aga ütleme selle järgmise siis koolilaste põlvkonna jooksul ja sellega koos ka kultuurilise integratsiooni teemad. Nüüd, kui vaatame suhtluse poolt, siis keel on ikkagi suhtlemiseks. Kui ei suhelda, siis mis sest keelest kasu on, eks ole. Ja siin on nüüd küsimus selle kohta, kus suheldakse. Siin pool on siis eestlased suhtlevad muu rahvusega ja selle sinised on muu rahvus suhtleb eestlastega ja on antud, kus suheldakse. Ja mitme erineva aastaga kõige heledam on 2010 ja kõige tumedam on 2023. Näete, 2010, 2017, 2020, 2023. Me näeme siin dünaamikat. Tööl või koolis on esikohal ja näete, siin on selge hüppe. Selge hüppe viimase 10 aasta jooksul, kus tööl või koolis järjest enam igapäevaselt suheldakse. Nüüd, kui me vaatame naabritega, järgmine plokk, eks ole, siin praktiliselt mingit progressi ei ole. Ja meie sotsiaalteadlased ja geograafid on juhtinud tähelepanu sellele, et meil nagu paljudes ühiskondades, kus on need erikeelsed kogukonnad, ikkagi väga toimub see elukohtade segregatsioon. teatud linnajaod, tänavad, kohad, majad ja selle tõttu ka naabritega suhtlus ei saagi olla, kui sul ei olegi teisest kultuurist naabreid. Või siis, kui nad on, siis isegi ühe maja piires ikkagi ei suhelda. Nii et see on nagu üks teema, millest meil on räägitud, ka meie geograafid on sellega palju tegelenud, see on teadusliku probleemina ja ka sellise kultuurilise probleemina väga palju tähelepanu leidnud. Nüüd internetis ja sotsiaalmeedias, see on 3. Näete, siin on muidugi hüppeline areng toimunud 2017 ja vaatame praegu, siis me näeme, et muu rahvus suhtleb eestlastega 42% ka internetis sotsiaalmeedias. Kui alguses oli see üsna väikene, aga ma ütleks, et siiski see pilt ei ole selline, nagu võiks arvata, et internet, sotsiaalmeedia väga toob kokku, aga tegelikult me näeme, et ikkagi siin on erinevad, need mullid on erinevad, erikeelelised mullid tegelikult. No muidugi asi läheb üsna kurvaks, kui me vaatame vaba aja tegevusi. See on siis alt 3, näete, eestlased muu rahvusega ainult veerand puutuvad kokku vaba aja tegevustes ja muu rahvus eestlastega 44%, kuna muud rahvast on vähem, eks ole, siis 24% eestlasi ja 44% venelasi annavad kokku enam-vähem sama niisuguse hulga. Aga see on väga oluline teema, vaadates Kultuuriministeeriumi poole, kes meil vastutab huvihariduse eest ja vaadates seda, kuidas meil näiteks praegu kas või eelarves huviharidust isegi veel kärbitakse, eks ole, siis seda huvihariduse olulisust tegelikult sellise kultuurilise suhtluse ja kultuurilise identiteedi loojana ja kohana tegelikult on ikka väga alahinnatud. Ja väga paljus ka huviharidus ongi olnud nii, et eestlastel eesti keeles ja venelastel vene keeles või siis on muud keeled veel ukraina keeles või Moldaavia keeles, aga seda ühist osalust on ikkagi suhteliselt vähe. Ja see on tegelikult kõige efektiivsem, sest see on see, mis just väärtustega kokku puutub kõige rohkem. Nüüd oma perekonnas suguvõsas näeme siin mingit progressi üldiselt ei toimu ja ka nõukogude ajal, kus suhtlemine oli sunduslik, siiski eestlaste ja venelaste hulgas Eestis see segaabielud hulk on väga väike, suhteliselt väike. Ja suguvõsade kaudu sellist suhtlust on suhteliselt vähe. Ja oma sõpruskonnas, mis peaks olema nüüd see koht, kus tõesti noored saavad rohkem kokku, siin me näeme, et eestlaste hulgas on siin väga oluline hüpe. Näete, 50% eestlastest vastab, muu rahvas vastab 50%, et ta suhtleb eestlastega oma sõpruskonnas. Pooltel on sõbrad. Ja see on äärmiselt oluline. Nii et üldiselt võib ütelda, et toimub teatud valdkondades siis nagu edenemine, aga on teatud valdkondi, mis on väga olulised, aga kus edenemist praktiliselt ei ole. Ja siin see huvihariduse teema on tegelikult äärmiselt tähtis, sest vaatame Eesti üldisemat kultuurielu, siis meil kogu see koorilaulu traditsioonid, tantsutraditsioonid, kõik võimalikud üritused, mis on seotud sellega, festivalid, kõik, need on need, kus see on loomulik, see suhtlus, kus tõesti need ühised väärtused tekivad ja sellele rõhku pannes, mitte pannes see mingid loosungid, et nüüd hakkame integreeruma, vaid lihtsalt tekitades neid kokkupuutepunkte järjest rohkem, me saavutame tegelikult hoopis efektiivsemalt seda sama väärtuste ja kultuuri arusaamade dialoogi. Loodetavasti üleminek ühisele eestikeelsele haridussüsteemile aitab sellele kaasa, sest kui me vaatame noori, siis väga suur osa sellest huviharidusest on seotud ikkagi kooliga ka ja tekib rohkem neid sidemeid ja me teame, mida nooremast peast need sidemed tekivad, seda rohkem nad ka püsivad. Muidugi meil on ka väga positiivsed näited ja kui me tahame positiivset näidet tuua, siis muidugi see on sport, mis on ju ka huviharidus ja kus me näeme, et sport on meil olnud väga võimas selline ühiste huvide, ühiste väärtuste, ühiste staaride tekkimine ja kui me vaatame neid noori inimesi, kes esindavad siis Eestit rahvusvaheliselt, siis nende hulgas on väga suur hulk neid, kes on tulnud vene koolidest, on vene nimega näiteks ja nii edasi, aga keegi ei ütle nende kohta, et nad ei ole eestlased. See tuleb see koht, kus ka Eesti ajakirjanik ütleb reportaažis õhtul televisiooni uudistest, eestlane näiteks, meil on siin niisugused toredad nimed nagu Jefimova ja nii edasi, nemad on meie staarid ja see on üks niisugune huvitav moment, eks ole, et läbi staaride tegelikult hakkab toimuma see sulandumine. Ja seda me näeme muidugi kultuuris, kui me vaatame kultuuristaari, popstaare, siin toimub sama protsess. Ja see on tähtis märgata, sest seda sama asja 20 aastat tagasi ei olnud. Näiteks 20 aastat tagasi mäletan olid tulised vaidlused, kas Eesti jalgpallikoondises võiksid olla ka mitte eestlased. No nüüd ei kujuta keegi ette niisugust vaimustades. Nüüd edasi minnes, kui me vaatame seda majanduslikku ebavõrdsust, siis siin on üks niisugune lihtne pilt. Sinised on eestlased ja tumepunased on siis venekeelsed elanikud ja see on elanikkonna jaotus sissetuleku, perede jaotus sissetuleku kvintiilidesse. Kui see oleks rahvuslikult võrdne, siis need pulgad oleks võrdsed, eks ole. Oleks 20% ühtseid teisi. Kui me aga nüüd seda pilti vaatame, siis näete, siiapoole on madalama sissetulekuga pered ja sinnapoole on kõrgema sissetulekuga pered. Ja siin on täiesti selgelt näha, et eestikeelses elanikkonnas on tunduvalt vähem neid madalamate kvintiilide peresid ja venekeelses elanikkonnas on neid palju rohkem ja vastupidine pilt on kõrgem, kui kõige kõrgemas kvintiilis me näeme, on 24% on eestikeelne ja 12% on venekeelne. Mis näitab, et see sotsiaalmajanduslik niisugune, see võrdväärsus, see on praegu ikkagi väga, väga terav küsimus ja mida on uuritud väga palju ka meie lõimumisuuringutes ja nii edasi, on põhjused ja siin on see sama keeleoskus tulnud välja ikkagi väga olulise põhjusena. Sest tööturul Eestimaal eesti keele valdamine on paljudes ametites ka professionaalne nõu. Ja seepärast see sama koolireform tegelikult on väga paljus ka reform just ka majanduslikus mõttes. Nüüd, kui me vaatame lõimumise niisuguseid, võiks öelda ideaalkujutelmasid, siis väga palju on juttu lõimumise puhul sellest, et peab kujunema ühine meie tunne, ehk teiste sõnadega identiteet. Meil on olemas riiklik integratsiooni ja lõimumisstrateegia ja seal öeldakse selgesti, et Eesti identiteedi, ühise identiteedi kujunemine on siis Eestis lõimumisprotsessi eesmärk. Siis seetõttu on ka oluline, et me kogu aeg seda ka küsime, mõõdame ja ma tahaks teile näidata siin 3 erinevat seda identiteeti puudutavat pilti. Siin pool me näeme, on küsimus selle kohta, väga lihtne küsimus, kas te tunnete ennast Eesti ühiskonna liikmena? See on kõige lihtsam, kuulute Eesti ühiskonda või ei kuulu? Üleval on keskmine ja siis need 2 pulka on võrreldavad. Eestlased on üleval pool, muu rahvus on allpool. Ka eestlastest, jah, kindlasti ainult 59%, mis näitab, et ühiskonna suhtes on võimalikud erinevad hoiakud. Ja kokku siis, eks ole, 89% eestlastest siiski positiivselt ütleb, jah, me oleme Eesti ühiskonna liikmed, ka 11% muide ei ütle seda. Aga kui võtame nüüd teisest rahvusest inimesed, siis siin 29% ütleb jah kindlasti, kokku siis 75% ütleb jah, aga 25% ütleb ei. Ja see nüüd on, võiks öelda, selline lõimumise puust ja punasest väljakutse, sest lõimunud või see sidustunud ühiskond eeldab, et inimesed tunnevad ennast selles ühiskonnas ühiskonna liikmetena. Mis see ka ei tähendaks? Ja see, et tuli välja, et ka eestlaste hulgas on siiski, see on kümnendik, see on ikka arvuliselt, see on sama palju kui muukeelset tuleks, ütleme arvuliselt, eks ole. See on tegelikult väga suur probleem. See on väga, väga suur probleem, küsida, miks see nii on ja võib-olla seda aitab seletada ja see, kui me vaatasime ka näiteks sellist küsimust, kas te tunnete ennast teisejärgulisena näiteks mingite otsuste tegemisel ja nii edasi, see sama ühiskonnast välja tõugatuse teema, see on nii eesti kui venekeelses elanikus olemas, see ei ole mitte rahvuslik, aga selles on oma see sama sotsiaalne ja majanduslik probleem juures, nii et see on teema. Nüüd vaatame neid teisi tulpasid, mis on huvitav, kui seotuna te tunnete ennast Eestiga, see on see isiklik side, see on tõesti, see on minu kodu ja minu Eesti. Ja siin on tegelikult väga positiivne pilt. Sest siin me näeme seda, et valdav tõesti rõhuv enamus venekeelset vastajaid tunneb ennast emotsionaalselt Eestiga väga seotuna. Eestiga, maaga. Ja siin on vahe, see on huvitav, see ühiskond, mis on ühiskond ja mis on siis see maa. No maa juurde tuleb loodus, eks ole, ja kõik niisugused asjad. Ja siin on tõesti väga tugev side mõlemal. Ja kontrastiks vaadake all, kui me räägime identiteedi puhul teatud katusidentiteedist, kust need väärtused tulevad, eks ole, siis ma arvastame öelda, et meil on Euroopa identiteet, meil on Euroopa väärtused, euroopalikud väärtused, me oleme Euroopa Liidus. Kui me küsime, kuivõrd te olete seotud Euroopaga, kui te tunnete seda seost, eks ole, siis näete, see on seal all nurgas, eks ole, see pilt. ainult väikene osa, tõesti 16% eestlastest ja 10% mitte eestlastest ütleb jah, väga. Ja siis natukene juurde veel, eks ole, eestlastest seal 40, muust rahvast 36, enam-vähem sama proportsioon, peab ütlema, et siin ei ole vahet tegelikult eestlaste ja mitte eestlaste vahel. Aga küsimus on selles, et mõlema seisukohalt ei ole see nii-öelda katus, see Euroopa väärtuste katus, ei ole väga, väga selgelt tunnetatud. Ja siis võib küsida, mis asi see üldse on? Mis on need Euroopa väärtused, eks ole? Miks see nii tugev ei ole? Kust see tuleb? Ja see on omaette teema, mida meie see analüüs ei puuduta, aga see tõstab selle probleemi väga tugevalt, seepärast, et kui me hakkame vaatama neid eriti nooremaid mitte eestlasi, kes on tõesti hästi lõimunud, suhtlevad, räägivad, kõik, siis nende puhul meie kvalitatiivuuringud on näidanud intervjuud, on väga tugev just see sama katusidentiteet, et nende jaoks Eesti on Euroopa. Ja väga paljus nad sellepärast on nagu Eesti patrioodid, et nad on teistpidi väga tugevalt eurooplased. Ja see teema praegu muidugi omandab jälle uue valguse, sellepärast, et olukorras, kus meil on tegemist siis sellise sõjaga, kus üks poolsõja algataja Venemaa on ju ametlikult teatanud, et ta ei pea sõda Ukrainaga, ta peab sõda, eks ole, läänega. Lääs ja Euroopa on peaaegu nagu synonüümid, eks ole. Ja see tekitab tegelikult siin väga, väga tõsiseid probleeme. Ja siit siis ka üldse kogu see ajaloo teema, mis peab ütlema, et kui me räägime kultuurilisest aspektist Eesti lõimumisprotsessis, on see ikkagi probleem, mis on siiamaani kõige valusam, kõige suurem probleem. See on erinev ajalugu ja selle erinevad tõlgendused. Ja kui me hakkame nüüd vaatama jällegi seoses selle sama sõjaga, on ju palju ajaloos ka juttu, siis venekeelses koolis kahjuks meil ja venekeelses elanikkonnas on väga elav see ajaloo tõlgendus, mis on pärit nõukogudeaegsetest õpikutest. Nõukogudeaegsest Valšajast Roodinast, Širaka Stranama ja Radnaja. Ja need hoiakud ja kogu see arusaamine sellest, kuidas moodi ikkagi ei olnud mitte teine maailmasõda, vaid oli suur isamasõda ja kõik need stambid, mis sealt tulenevad ja sellega seoses ka need samad emotsioonid. Meil oli siin, mina ütleks tragikoomiline situatsioon selle tanki monumendiga, mis oli Narvas, mis polnudki õige tank, mitte ajalooline reliik, vaid tehtud spetsiaalselt disainitud Venemaal ja laiali pandud igale poole. Ja kui siis see viidi ära Narvast Tallinnasse sõjamuuseumi, siis käisid noored inimesed lilledega, küünaldega ja olid selle tanki ümber, nagu oleks nad kallis kadunukene seal olnud. Ja kui me vaatame praegust Venemaa seda sama niisugust noortekasvatuskultuuri, kus lastele pannakse ümber papist tankid, kui nad lasteaias tantsivad, eks ole, siis niisugune tankikultus, eks ole. See on midagi, mis näiteks on Eesti enda puht sisemiselt kultuuriliselt, selline relvade kultus on põhimõtteliselt võõras. Ja siin me näeme sellist nõukogulikku niisugust nagu mõju väga palju. Ja muidugi, kui me räägime praegu eestikeelsest haridusest ja üleminekust eestikeelsele koolile, see ei ole mitte keeleõppe. Siin tuleb väga suure teemana sisse üldine ajaloo narratiiv. Mis on see ajaloo narratiiv, mis annaks selle ühise niisuguse ajaloo välja, kus ei oleks need lähimineviku kõik need teemad niivõrd esiplaanil, vaid kus oleks tõepoolest ka see sama, võtame praegu, kas veel see samas Ukraina sõjas, Putin ju ikkagi toob sisse peaaegu 1000 aastat, kuidas moodi õigustada oma sõda, eks. Nii et kuidas me saaksime tekitada sellise Euroopa ajaloo suure narratiivi, kus tõepoolest iga kultuur, iga rahvas on eri aegadel olnud eri positsioonis, omavahel sõdinud, eks ole, nii ja teistpidi ja kuidas need väärtused on liikunud ja nii edasi. Kui me vaatame näiteks praegu kas või neid lääne produtseeritud ajaloo narratiive, mis on telekas, History kanalis näiteks, eks ole, siis seal praegu seda sama kaasaegset ajalugu püütakse mõttest näiteks esimesest maailmasõjast on väga põhjalikud keskel sõdid. Meil ei ole sellest ka meie muide, ka eestlaste sellest ajalooteadvuses ja õpikutes praktiliselt on väga-väga vähe. Nii et ma arvan, et see seisab meil veel ees, see luua ühine ajaloo narratiiv, see seisab meil veel ees. Ja samas, kui me küsime inimeste käest, kas te tunnete ühtekuuluvust Eesti ajaloo ja traditsioonidega, siin on näha, et see on tegelikult väga oluline eestlaste jaoks, on see 63% tunnevad väga tugevat ühtekuuluvust ajalooga. Muu rahva jaoks on Eesti traditsioonide, Eesti ajalooga ühtekuuluvuse tundmine väga palju madalam, ainult 24% tunnevad seda, kuigi nad ütlevad, nad on Eestiga seotud, aga Eesti ajalooga nendel sellist kontakti ei ole. Jah, kohe, jah. Nii, ja siis see ongi meie praegune see lõimumis, ütleme, tänapäeva niisugune väljakutse. Ja tuleme nüüd viimast selle juurde, mis siis nüüd praegu on aktuaalne, see on ikkagi tõesti see sama sõjaga seotud teema, kus üheks kriteeriumiks on see sama valmisolek kaitsta, valmisolek olla ühel rindel, nii-öelda, ühel rindejoone poole peal. Ja siin on väga oluline see, me tegime niisuguse indeksi, mis seda kajastab. Mitmest tunnusest koos, usaldus Eesti riigi jõustruktuuride vastu, usaldus NATO vastu, valmisolek vastu astuda Vene agressioonile, sõjaline toetus Ukrainale ja selle indeksi, kui me arvutasime selle indeksi Eesti ja Vene vastajate hulgas, siis mis on huvitav, et üldtendentsina on see Eesti vastajate hulgas kõrgem, kuigi mitte mäekõrguselt üle sinine. Aga millega ta korreleerub, näete siin, ja üheselt on rahulolu eluga. Kes on rahul oma eluga, see on valmis ka seda kaitsma. Kes oma eluga rahul ei ole, sellel sellist tunnet ei ole. Ja teine asi, mis on äärmiselt oluline ja mis on tõesti sotsioloogiline sõnum meie integratsiooni poliitikatele, jällegi me näeme, et rahvuste vahel on väga suur sarnasus vastuse järgi küsimusele, kas te tunnete ennast Eesti ühiskonnas teisejärgulise inimesena. Need, kes tunnevad ennast teisejärgulise inimesena, tunnevad ennast nii-öelda võõrdununa, nendel on see äärmiselt madal, see sama kaitse valmisolek kaitseks, võiks öelda patriotism või riigi lojaalsus. See on väga madal, see on nii eestlaste kui muust keelest inimeste juures äärmiselt madal. Ja mida vähem sa tunned seda, mida rohkem sa tunned, et sa ei ole teisejärguline, sa oled, eks ole, osaline, seda enam see läheb kõrgele nii eesti kui venekeelse vastaja jaoks. Ja lõpuks, kuna meil praegu väga palju vaieldakse selle kodakondsuse teema üle, siis kui ma arvutasin selle indeksi väärtusi erineva kodakondsusega inimeste jaoks, siis tuli välja mitme teisega ka, ja ma olen seda ka öelnud kõikides ettekannetes, et teaduslikult, statistiliselt kodakondsus omamine või mitte omamine ei korreleeru identiteediga, ei korreleeru ka selle sama kaitsevalmisolekuga. Ja miks? Sellepärast, minu sellet see, et Eesti kogu see kodakondsus integratsioonipoliitika esimestel perioodidel oli väga formaalne. Seal tegelikult ju ei vaadatud seda, kas need väärtused klapivad, vaadati ainult seda, kas keelt oskad. Ja vaadati seda, oli põhiseaduse eksam, eks ole. Ja see tähendas seda, et kodakondsuse omandamine omandas puht pragmaatilise väärtuse. Kodakondsust omandasid rohkem inimesed, kellel olid ettevõtlushuvid, muud huvid, rohkem edukad ja nii edasi, ja kellel see tähtis ei olnud, see sai inimesed vastasid ka, Eestis saab väga hästi elada ilma kodakondsuseta. Ja kui me nüüd vaatame seda situatsiooni, mis meil toimub, siis see kodakondsusteema tulnud esile, sest ta on lihtne. Siin on tõesti väline märk ja ütleme, see peab tähendama seda, et ollakse lojaalne või olda. Uurimisandmed ei näita seda. Uurimisandmed näitavad, et lojaalsus sõltub sellest, kuidas sa oma ühiskonda oled sisse elanud, kuivõrd sa oled seal osaline, kuivõrd sa tunned, et siin on see sama võrdne kohtlemine, aga sellest kõigest sõltub see võrdselt nii eestlaste kui mitte eestlaste puhul. Ja võti on tegelikult selles. Ja see on meie sõnum. Aitäh teile.
Aitäh, Marju Lauristin.
Hi everyone, and thank you very much for the organizers for the honor to moderate the next discussion panel. I think I will say a few words about myself and my background, and then I will raise a few common questions, because after every speaker has presented themselves, I would ask quite precise questions to each of you, but there are also some common questions. So I was born in Moscow, but I live in Finland since 1994, so this summer it turned 30 years. As mentioned, I am an entrepreneur since 2002, dealing with all kinds of communication questions. I used to work as executive director of Finnish Association of Russian Speakers Organizations and being also representing this organization many times on the integration forum here and also in other countries. I also used to work as a freelance journalist for Finnish national broadcast company making news and reading news in Russian. But very interesting place I worked for 1 year called Culture for All, where my title was diversity advisor, and my first task was look through our website on your part of our website and see is it okay like that. And then I open it, and the part of the website started with a question: how can you promote diversity? And I thought that's the first problem. Because to be honest, to answer this question, there are two ways to promote diversity. You either smuggle people from all different places, or you, I'm sorry, having unprotected sex with as many different women as possible from different backgrounds. You cannot promote diversity. You can learn to deal with it, you can learn to understand it, and this is also existing and ever-changing thing. So therefore I think this idea has been already in the morning, and I was very, very happy about that. But to the questions, to common questions, Finnish philosopher Esa Saarinen said once that our world is full of open, tolerant and empathic people. The only problem is that they are all under 5 years old. And actually, interesting thing is that when children play with each other, and I mean a practical play, not sitting on the computer or telephone, I hope it still happens, and then a new person arrives, a new child arrives. Of course, if the child wants to join them, and if they want the child to join the game, they won't say that, you know, we have certain values, and you have to accept our values, then you can play with us. Or that we have this attitude, or that we have this kind of agenda that we are. So they don't do this kind of thing. They simply explain what are the rules of the game. And they leave all this personal stuff as values, attitude, identity, actually out of the thing. And then another philosopher, I think Belgian or French, I don't remember, pardon me, remember his name, but he said once that the playing child is a genius because it plays 100% being in the play, in the game, but never forgetting that it's just a game. So always ready to realize that there is also a reality. And then, as a metaphor, we all grown-ups are playing different kind of games, but very often we forget that this is just a game. And there is a reality. So we play our games for real, and sometimes it comes as a problem. So the questions, actually, I would like to raise. I heard a phrase in the morning, who we trust and who we don't trust. So my question is actually, who the hell are we, and who the hell are they? Can we define it? Because a declaration of having common values and trusting or distrusting someone is just a declaration, and quite often it's an illusion that we build because it's comfortable to have illusion that I have people who think similarly, who have similar values, whatever it means. And yet values, attitudes, and all this stuff is very personal and always changing. But it's very uncomfortable idea to think that I'm surrounded by continually changing things that I have every minute to solve this dilemma with. How do I deal with that? And then another question is, of course, what to do, and this is the actual question for this panel discussion, what to do if someone doesn't want to play with us, or if we want to play, if we don't want someone to join our game. And now I shut up and I let our guests to present themselves and whatever they have to say, and then I might present some more questions. Thank you very much.
Maria Murumaa-Mengel, and I work as an associate professor of media studies in University of Tartu, and my main research and teaching area is digital stuff. So social media, communication, media and information literacies, and all of that good stuff, but also horrible stuff. Because especially the past year has given me a different view on many things. We started with a 1-year-long master's program that is called Disinformation and Societal Resilience, which has brought together experts, budding experts, or people who feel very passionately about disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, the general incivility in online spaces that has an overspill to not online spaces as well. So if we're talking about digital stuff, then it always is augmented stuff, because it never stays only in the digital sphere. So for a year now, I've had the chance to talk about disinformation, harassment, incivility, digital communication culture with people who have very different perspectives on this matter. And this was my question to myself when I was invited here, which I'm really honored to be here. Should we always try to build bridges, or should we sometimes not do that? Because we do have a problem, like a huge problem, right? And I think that when we talk about information disorder, everything that is happening in the informational spaces today, you all know that it's polarized, it's getting nasty, there are some serious power relations and power hierarchy issues, and our attention is being hoarded. Attention economy does not value the original, the good, the moral, the ethical. Attention economy values everything that draws our attention. And that usually means it has to be scary, it has to make us angry, it has to evoke strong emotions. So that's how the main capital flows go today. People who hoard that fear, anger, the best, they will gain access to various goods and capitals. So that means that we have seen deliberate or accidental erosion of trust amongst very many different groups. We're seeing increasing fighting, infighting, just you have to be against or for something. And for the next 2 slides, I do apologize because they are full of vile stuff. But this should not come as a surprise. One of the slides is in Estonian mainly, one of the slides is in English to accommodate many languages. One of them is really fresh overview, and one of them is 15 years old already. So this is the first one. It's in Estonian. Are you feeling shocked, Estonians? Does this surprise you? There's some vile stuff. There's some nasty stuff there. But we have grown accustomed to, come on, dummy, that's the internet. That's the online public sphere. Haven't you gotten to know that already? You're a professor, so you should know it. So the sad thing is that we have accepted this as the communication norm in digital public spaces. Not only private, there is some private spaces as well, but also in public spaces. We see these types of comments under our president's Facebook page, under news pages, everywhere. In English, that's an old one, and that's gendered harassment, because so much of that type of information tends to be heavily gendered. Not only. Race plays an issue. Everything that has the potential to divide us is used immensely. What can be done? Because we could just stick with these and be like, okay, we're doomed. There's nothing to do. But we have much to do. And I'm happy to see that Marju Lauristin was using the metaphor of a cake, and I do continue with that. Because we're talking about the metaphor of anti-disinfo cake. Of course, disinformation is a generalization because so much of it is misinformation or just plain old malinformation, harassment, hate speech, and so on. First, we have to figure out how to restrict information manipulations. So no bridging there. We don't need to bridge everything, right? We can silence some things. We can filter some things. We can socially sanction some things. We can show our disapproval of things. But that's the problem, in my opinion. For 20 years, we have been taught in public campaigns, in our education systems, by people like me, I have given lectures on that topic, to shut up, to just don't leave digital traces, don't argue with the trolls, just ignore it, move forward, keep your digital spheres, untouched, don't post, don't do anything. But now we have grown so accustomed to that we never do. We don't intervene. So if we compare the digital public sphere to physical public spheres, if you see someone in a public space that is acting completely out of control, you do something. You either call for help from, judicial norms and police, or you intervene yourself. You look at them in an angry manner. You say, hey, don't do that. Think about the stereotype of an old, angry lady in a bus who is like, why don't you stand up? I'm here. I need to sit down here. We need more older, angry ladies to show up in the digital spheres, to actually do the social sanctioning, to create new social norms in the communication sphere. Because otherwise, we're just like, okay, yeah, we lost that. But considering that the digital sphere is increasingly important for people to get news, over 60% of people say that they get their news from social media. So I say we can't give that up. Supporting the media and trying to push for the turn of journalistic, professional, quality media to social media. So it's not just something that we do on the side, but it's actually one of the main fields for journalism. It's probably the second tier of the disinfo cake. Educating audiences, obviously, as a person who is working in higher education and education circles, this is really important to me. Exposing influence activities, keeping things in order, in that sense that in order to have any kind of social cohesion, we need to have some anchors. We need to be able to trust some institutions, rules to exist. And of course, international cooperation, because so much of the information disorder is created deliberately, very often from our neighboring country. So we have to build resilience and resistance. Resilience comes usually from the large macro scale interventions that have to be very, long years and so on. So media and information literacies as education, but also to support and normalize people stepping up and speaking up when they see that something is going on that they don't disagree with. Thank you very much. Feeling all passionate.
Hi, hello. My name is Bridget Kendall, and I'm a former journalist with the BBC, based in Moscow from 1989 to 94, and then Washington, and then a roving brief as senior diplomatic correspondent overall for over 30 years. And then I moved into higher education and was at Cambridge University for 7 years. My term there has ended, so I now speak as a private assistant in a private capacity. And I wanted to start, we heard from Professor Lauriston, she went back in history, and I also wanted to take us back and start with a historical perspective from a different era, because I first came to the Baltic states during the Cold War in the 1980s, initially as a student and then as a journalist. And as you know, and as some of you remember, the Soviet Communist Party and its security apparatus imposed its will and a veneer of control over its entire empire, including not just the Soviet republics, also the Baltic states, and to some extent countries of Eastern Europe. We all know the ways in which that control was exercised, some very similar to what we see today in Putin's Russia. Threat of job loss and prison was one of them. A stifling diet of blanket state propaganda and a closed information space imposed through draconian censorship was another. And language was also another tool of coercion. Russian was the lingua franca in the Soviet Union, and everyone was required to learn and speak it. But as we heard from Professor Lauriston, language was also a way to fight back. Your native tongue, here in the Baltics, in Ukraine, in Georgia, in other places, was a way to protect your identity and remain linked to your local community and protect the national memory of your own history through private interactions with those you knew well and could trust. And even Russians, the language in their case was Russian, but a different, free-thinking sort of Russian, was a way to maintain your integrity and your belief in yourself, your connection to family and close friends, to find comfort through a shared experience of internal exile. Frank conversations around the kitchen table that provided a counter-narrative to the official propaganda. I like to hope that a lot of that is happening in Russia today. Today, in places like Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, the tables are turned. As we've been discussing, Baltic governments want to encourage other ethnicities to learn to speak the national languages of the Baltic states as well as their native tongues to help promote integration. And it seems to me it's good to remember that recent past to keep clear why today's situation is different. Of course, this is not the Soviet Union. This is a democratic state. It's not totalitarian. It's not an imperial power. And there's an added challenge, the aggressive, powerful neighbor bombarding locals with distorting propaganda from across the border. But it seems to me the key point should be underlined, and it's been made, I think, more than once today, that we must take care to make sure that the policies of integration always remain collaborative, as any hint of coercion, as used to happen in the Soviet Union, creates a backlash where minorities retreat into enclaves that then might threaten or fragment the host nation, the very outcome the aim is to avoid. If you like, in Professor Joseph Nye's well-used terminology, language learning must remain a tool of soft, not hard power, a means to make people want to become like others or join with them, not be forced to be like them. Thinking back over those final years of the Soviet Union is also a reminder of how different the access to global information was then. Very few people outside the Communist Party in the Soviet Union Communist Party elite, were able to travel or even have much access to information from abroad. It's hard to remember or imagine if you weren't there now. So confirmation for Russians that their internal private world had international validity and support came not through linking up with like-minded people via VPNs or watching foreign YouTube videos, as happens now in Putin's Russia. In that pre-internet age, any glimpses of the outside world came through external broadcasts from other countries. TV and radio from Finland here, for East Germans from West Germany, and in Russia through international shortwave broadcasts from the BBC, Voice of America, Radio Liberty. People used to tune into them out in the countryside where they went to their dachas for weekends. The Soviet Communist Party tried to block these broadcasts through jamming, but as time went on it was a losing battle, partly because the endless Soviet propaganda messages of that era about glorious grain harvests rang hollow. They were so clearly at odds with the grim realities of the empty shops and long queues of everyday life. For a long time I thought propaganda doesn't work anymore in our modern world, and I was really shocked to discover how well Putin's government has managed to hone propaganda which does seem to have an impact. It's worth thinking about why it works, and I think it's something to do with how much the gap there is or is not between how people perceive their own lives and what they're hearing in this propaganda. In the late Soviet period, everybody thought it was ridiculous. But it was also difficult for the Soviet authorities to maintain a closed information space as the new digital world began to emerge. So in the 1980s, typewriters of samizdat gave way to Xerox copying machines. Overnight, the dissemination of forbidden literature became easy and prolific. At first, the Soviet government used to try and clamp down on those copying machines. I remember in the mid-1980s visiting a joint venture in Moscow which had a Xerox machine which was kept in a metal cage. And every night a policeman would come and lock the cage and padlock it and seal it with a wax seal to make sure that no one crept in during the night to use it to copy forbidden literature. Likewise, the shortwave radios at the dacha gave way to satellite TV dishes. I remember a conversation with one of Mikhail Gorbachev's reformist allies, Alexander Yakovlev, then in charge of ideology for the Politburo. And in the mid to early 80s, he was asked, just before perestroika, he was asked by the Communist Party if it was possible to jam TV satellite broadcasts as well as shortwave radio. He told me that at the time, remember he was a reformer, they were particularly jamming down Kutuzovsky Prospekt, where most of the Soviet elite lived, so they'd think that the radio didn't work, but actually they weren't particularly bothering about shortwave radio out in the countryside. And he duly reported back to the Politburo that it would be far too expensive to jam satellite TV. Within a few years, by the end of the 80s and early 90s, as the Soviet Union teetered on collapse, the first laptops appeared, the first mobile phones and pagers, the first tentative steps towards global live rolling TV news. By now, Gorbachev had lifted censorship and introduced his policy of glasnost to try to wake up society and encourage Soviet people to embrace his reforms. And the genie, as we know, was out of the bottle. The explosion of digital information and connectivity in the early internet days of the 90s was exciting and empowering for journalists like myself. It opened up so many opportunities to report from remote locations, to deliver historic events live as they were happening. We all take it for granted now. Then it was new and extremely exciting. But for someone like myself, already then, working for a global media organization like the BBC, it was also unnerving. No longer did terrestrial broadcasters and powerful national newspapers have a monopoly on what information was delivered to and consumed by their audiences. Multiple global TV and radio stations appeared competing for space, joined by bloggers and citizen journalists, all claiming to be authentic voices and demanding to be heard and read. Making your own voice count as a BBC correspondent amidst this clamour became harder. I found maintaining a voice of authority that was still respected and believed and listened to, rather than the often sensational competition we've just been hearing about, was an increasing challenge. Then in the late 2000s, once connectivity of laptops and smartphones improved, social media and digital networks took off. No longer were information networks exclusively vertical, top-down, a news bulletin chosen and delivered to you by a professional news team in a particular country. Now they could be horizontal. Information pick and mixed and shared between like-minded individuals or communities, regardless of national borders, all over the world. And with that revolution in information sharing came, of course, the darker trends we've just been hearing about. The manipulators, the groomers, the fraudsters, the algorithms that give more of the same, perpetuating prejudices and screening out alternative viewpoints, creating echo chambers that reinforce divides. And a new and troubling trend where it seems that more and more people around the world no longer even seem to care if they're subjected to falsehoods, either by bots and trolls or even the political leaders they vote for. This conference here is partly about the challenges you face in integrating communities with different mother tongues and encountering a new onslaught of propaganda from over the border aimed at stirring up fears and divisions. By way of contrast and comparison, I thought I'd bring to you some recent examples from my country, from the United Kingdom, where we too have faced problems of divided communities, raising the prospect of fragmentation, division, and unrest. And I want to focus on three examples. The first, the Scottish referendum of 2014, when Scotland could have voted to leave the United Kingdom, but luckily didn't. The Brexit vote of 2016, when the population of the UK narrowly did vote to leave the European Union, a seismic change in the country and one we're still paying the price for. And this year, recent riots across the country this summer, fueled by online postings triggered by the shooting in southern England, which killed 3 little girls. So the Scottish referendum. This didn't come out of the blue. A movement campaigning for Scotland to restore its lost nationhood had been fueled by long historical memories of injustices and recent frustrations that Scotland didn't see more of the profits from North Sea oil and gas. It wasn't a language issue. Not many Scots outside the fringes of the Highlands and Highlands speak Gaelic, unlike in Wales, where Welsh is a powerful force for reinforcing national identity among many of the Welsh, and there is a national movement, but nothing like with the power of what was in Scotland. I first became aware of the Scottish independence movement, ironically, here in the Baltic states, when I used to report on the independence movements here from 1989 onwards. And BBC Scotland was always asking for more reports. They said, people here want it as a blueprint for what Scotland might do one day. When Tony Blair became Prime Minister in 1997, he gave more devolved powers to regional governments, including Scotland, and from then on, Scotland in particular developed a more separate identity. When David Cameron became Prime Minister, he decided to agree to a referendum in 2014 as a plan to see the idea off, get rid of it. It turned out to be a highly risky endeavour. A couple of weeks before the vote, a poll suggested the Scots might break away. And we all went to bed that night wondering if we might wake up in another country, truncated and maimed by a sizable tranche of the North disappearing. In the event, it didn't happen. Scotland stayed in the UK. But for me, and for many others I suspect, it was a wake-up call. National unity could not be taken for granted. And we, in the media, had not paid sufficient attention to the sense of grievance and alienation from England that many Scots felt. And polls still show that though the appetite for Scottish independence has abated somewhat for various reasons, it's not gone away, especially among younger people. I'm not sure that the media could have done more during that referendum campaign to encourage people to stay in the UK. That was not our job. We were there to report on what different people felt, not to influence them. I think it was more, anyway, about political and economic realities than what happened in the information space. Now there's a Labour rather than Conservative government in power in Westminster. Many Scots feel less alienated. They have a more socialist mindset than quite a lot of people in England. The economic shock of COVID, the insecurities of today's world, a Scottish nationalist party that has imploded for internal reasons, and the fact Scotland would have to join a long queue to rejoin the EU, these are all factors which have subdued the appetite for independence for the moment. But like the Baltics, part of the emotional desire to break away in Scotland is rooted in history, and for my part, I wouldn't be surprised if in my lifetime it did happen, and the concept of the UK would have to be entirely rethought. perhaps with knock-on implications for other constituent parts of the UK, Wales and Northern Ireland. So that's Scotland. The Brexit vote. This was another festering sore which had split the Conservative Party for years, and David Cameron hoped this would be another referendum to see off the idea in 2016. But as we all know, the vote went another way, narrowly in favour of leaving. I'll never forget the shock of waking up and finding that the UK had voted for Brexit. I saw it as a terrible mistake and couldn't understand how so many people had voted to leave. And again, I think those of us in the mainstream media and many of the UK's leading institutions, like Cambridge University, where the city voted to stay in the EU, but all the villages around Cambridge voted to leave, we have to admit our failure to listen and recognise the views and mood of a significant sector of the population, that we, a metropolitan and cosmopolitan elite, were out of touch with much of the rest of the country. In 2016, this was still a new idea. I think since then, we've seen the same tendency elsewhere, notably in 2 US elections that have brought Trump to power. Rural versus urban, older versus younger generation, richer versus poorer, one more suspicious of outsiders and of change, is part of a general trend we see across the UK, the US, we see it in Europe. It manifests itself particularly in attitudes to immigration. And I think it's a lesson to those of us in the UK anyway, in the media, in political and educational elites, to reach out more, to get outside our own bubbles and be more attuned to what others say, even if it is views that we find difficult to agree with. Less broadcasting from on high, more listening, more paying attention to the local, engaging with local leaders and local communities to reach parts of the country where voices are not so easily heard. That brings me finally to this summer's riots, which raises a different problem, a problem which we just heard about a minute ago. The riots were triggered by a knife attack on a dance class in southern England, which killed 3 little girls. It caused an outcry that very soon spiraled out of control. The riots were the worst case of social unrest in England and Northern Ireland for over a decade, including arson, looting, racist and Islamophobic attacks, anti-immigrant sentiments. But what was particularly troubling and something of a shock was how fast the unrest spread, seemingly unorganized, because it was fueled by online posts which quickly clocked up audiences of thousands, including from activists posting from abroad. These posts were based on false claims that the perpetrator might have been a Muslim and an asylum seeker. In fact, though his parents originally came from Rwanda, the 17-year-old was born in Wales and was a British citizen. He is due to stand trial in January. The government took a tough line. Well over 1,000 people were arrested and hundreds charged and many put in jail. And what was good was that there was also a strong counter-response from local communities to show solidarity with those who'd been attacked and help those whose shops and mosques had been damaged. But it raised a troubling question for the mainstream media. In a world where online posts from half a world away can trigger riots across the country based on misinformation, how do you counter that trend? Exposing the fraud is one way. But if you're the BBC in a world where an increasing number of people, especially young people, go elsewhere to get informed, including from dubious internet sources, the biggest challenge is to make sure you're heard in the first place. The BBC has something called Reality Check, which tries to check out and analyse and give facts behind claims to show up, to reveal and expose claims that are false. But there's always a worry that we're preaching to the converted. The audience for that are people who respect that point of view already. So one way is to have a rigorous social network policy to post on platforms that will have an impact. Another is to invest in investigative reports to expose cases of fraud, manipulation, and if possible, confront the fraudsters and tricksters responsible, and put a lot of effort into giving a lot of publicity to try to break through into public consciousness. The BBC had one online report that had a lot of play, where it tracked down one online activist in Finland, whose posts had directly fueled those riots. But it's also, I think, the responsibility of governments. There's a new UK Online Safety Act, which puts the onus for the first time much more on service providers to do more to manage risks caused by illegal and harmful content. Maybe this will work in the UK. Maybe it'll work in Europe. I worry that in the United States, that's now going to have President Trump with Elon Musk by his side, that may be much more difficult. And in our world of porous borders, national legislation can only help so far. It's hard to come up with answers that provide a solution to this evolving set of challenges, an increasingly hostile environment for truthful reporting and peace building. Maybe conferences like this, pooling experience across borders and disciplines, is the sort of thing that can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget.
So the mic is working, right? It should be on. Now it's on. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'll try within the next couple of minutes to be both, to give you something useful and to reflect immediately the invitation, the request made by Maria. I'll try to play a role of a grumpy lady, grumpy schooler, paying attention to maybe not so usual filters when we are discussing trust. But first of all, I'll be speaking in my private and personal capacity. In my professional capacity, I work with a great organization. I work with IREX, which is a global NGO. The organization is working in 100 countries, and the experience on building trust is absolutely amazing. That's why when I promised you to give something useful, I will give you some tips from my colleagues. They just published a new framework on building trust, and it is called Cultivating Community, a framework for building trust in leaders and institutions. And there are three main blocks. I hear this click, 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 click. Yeah, so maybe it's time to write down something. I promise it will be useful if you're working in this area. So the main blocks my colleagues are addressing are demonstrating competence. So it is not only enough to to increase your confidence, you need also to demonstrate it. The second block is showing good intent. We already discussed it on the level of empathy, on other levels. And the third block, general block, is promoting belonging. And my colleagues are suggesting 7 practices to foster trust. And these practices are made in the form of guide. This is not like a checklist, so to do check, 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 but you can make your own combinations. You can select what works for you. So number 1, we already heard this idea today, unite people against shared community challenges. So this is not only enough to unite, but you have to unite them in action. And a good challenge is a good practice, how to start it. Number 2, elevate ethics. This is something new for today's discussion, starting from the morning session. In my opinion, fully dedicated to trust. So elevate ethics, it means be explicit about what you expect. At the same time, what could be expected from a public leader or from you if you are a leader. And in this case, I want to also reflect the panel when politicians discussed what they are doing in the field, when they are reflecting what is going on and how to build trust as well. Number 3, invest in long-term relationships. So this is not only enough with just one activity or one interaction. You have to be present. You have to be present with your actions. And the idea is that you need to keep showing up. You need to keep showing up with your activities. Number 4 is don't. So this is not what to do. This is what it's better to avoid doing. So ask for input and then ignore it. And I think when it comes to many practices also related to government, it's the case. So when you are asking, when people are sharing their ideas, and later they do not see these reflections. So, and this definitely is not a way how to build trust. This is a way how to destroy trust. Number 5 also is don't. don't rely on a single leader. So you will not be able to build in this fabric of trust with only one person. So it should be a community, it should be a network. Number 6, tell a compelling story. And I think this also is the key, and we can reflect to stories we heard today, the stories of how people decided to build trust when it comes to mixing identities, when it comes to new languages. But my question to you is now, if you work in the field of trust, do you have these stories? How do you work with these stories? And number 7 is, I think, the toughest one. Take responsibility. And I will take my responsibility as a schooler now, so I'm switching fully into my private and academic identity, and I will address some challenges. Also today, we've been exposed to different types of surveys, right? We saw a lot of indexes, reflections to indexes, some ideas of mainly quantitative data, not a lot on the side of qualitative data. So my idea is that when it comes to measurements, nothing is simple. And it is crucial to remember that there are unknown knowns when it comes to, in our region, wartime sociology. And we need to understand that when we are discussing this information, it is not only that we are building trust in this laboratory-like, brilliant conditions, when we have our gloves, we have our society, and we are engineering. We have an elephant in the room, and this elephant is present, and the ultimate goal of this elephant is to destroy trust. So someone is here to destroy trust. And when it comes to my grumpy schooler identity, I do not use the idea of information space. Why I do not use the idea of information space, and this is in the title? Because when we are using when we understand the conditions we live in, and it is a warfare, and when we understand that it is on the level of cognitive side, so we have to switch into the filter of military implementations. In the military implementation, we can see that information space is related to gadgets. Information space is related to cables. When it comes to human minds, it is cognitive space. And is it even space? So we spend a full day here together. I would doubt that I have the same outcomes as you do, since at the very beginning I had issues with the gadget. I used the headset. So I do not know what the minister said, because I had problems with the gadget, right? Later on, it was in English, and then when it was in Estonian, it's language-related issues. So I had noise, literally noise in my headset, because it was quite difficult for me to understand. Later on, and translational service did absolutely great job. But when we had a panel with politicians, they talked simultaneously, a couple of them, and translators tried to tell, now this one is speaking and this is inaudible. And so for me it was so difficult to follow. And at the same time, I was following also the mindset that they suggested. So filter number 1, if it is a cognitive warfare, is it enough for us to speak about literacies and to be focused on media literacies? Is it about media at all? Is it about information? Is it about the stimulus? Or it is about a human? So my approach is that from media literacy approach, from media-centric approach, when we want to solve the problems related to society, we need to move to human-centric approach. And when it comes to human-centric approach, so it's, of course, there are different levels. So it's a group level, it's societal level, but let's go back to the human. And when we understand this human, and when we see all these indexes, and when we try to fit a personality in these indexes, it could be a trap. It could be a trap to make some measurements publicly available without a proper context. And the proper context is
that you do not need to fit yourself in this column, in this column, so you can have these different diverse identities. And I think that we need to be responsible, and as scholars we should take responsibility when it comes to measurements, since I think that you could provide damage without putting these data in a proper context. What else do I want to address in these opening remarks? When it comes to adversaries, they are adopting a long-term strategy, right? When it comes to build trusting exercise, we also need to have a long-term strategy. So this is not a short distance run. So we need to be prepared for a long-term investment. But when it comes to measurements, we also have to follow long-term perspective. Even there, even with a long-term approach, you can get into the trap. And we managed to get into brilliant trap back to 2021 with my great, brilliant colleague Dmitry Tseparik. We did a research on disinformation resilience practices in the Baltic, and also with Dalia Bankauskaitė covering Lithuania. And we had the same set of questions. With the same set of questions, we get to the same people. So it's a longitudinality, the same set of questions, and the same people. In year one, when we addressed them, their responses were so positive. So we are dealing good, we are good in this, we are good in that. A year later, the same people said that we didn't develop, we are not developing. So when you are checking reality, you see that the reality is getting better. So they definitely increase, they can prove with the fact that they increase their capabilities. When it comes to self-reflection, so self-reflection showed that they decreased. And it also was a trap. It was a great academic discussion for us. But why I want, I will stop here, and then we will get into the discussion. Maybe you will have questions. But I think that in many questions, unfortunately I didn't understand a lot of these questions. Why? Because the majority of slides were in Estonian. And when it comes to a person is showing to the slides, right? But I wasn't able to follow, since translators, they were busy with the spoken speech, not busy with the visuals showed. But I think that many surveys also were based on self-reflection. So we need to be focused on these possible damages and traps. And I will stop here.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you holding up? I hope, now it's maybe from a not so academic perspective. I'm Claudia from Germany. I'm a producer, a filmmaker, and I want to talk about our feature film, which will be shown tonight, so you will hopefully also be able to see it. And I hope we can all move around later, but before that I will hopefully show you some moving images first. But first of all, I want to talk about the film. The title is called Turning Tables, which is actually the English title, and we have a German title which is called Clandestine. And with this year's festival, the PÖF, we also have an Estonian title, which is Salajas. I practiced it with Sven yesterday. Was it okay? Salajas. It means, like the German title, it means hidden or in secret. And we talked a lot today about trust, so maybe it's about our characters who are also not really trusting each other. But before I will start to tell you a little bit about the film, what's going on, I will start with a quote by Audre Lorde. You probably know her. She was an American writer, intersectional feminist, poet, philosopher, civil rights activist, and so much more. And she said, it is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. And I came up with this quote because I thought it may also fit to our film. We tried to make, and we made it, so we were able to do it. And the film is about turning tables. It follows British artist Richard, who lives in Tanger in Morocco, and he can no longer afford to live in his British homeland in London anymore. So with his help, with the help of Richard, the young Moroccan boy Malik, who wants to become a rapper, makes it to Europe, which is the destination of his dreams. And he makes that in an illegal way. Unexpectedly, the conservative EU politician Matilda, who is dealing with her own struggles, ends up hiding Malik in his Frankfurt apartment. And Matilda's assistant, with her name Amina, who is frustrated being labeled as a second-generation migrant, is delegated as cultural meditator. It seems complex, and it is. And to give you a glimpse of that, we are now watching the 4-minute promo material, which we actually haven't shown before. So you're the first audience for that. So to quickly try to put it in the discussion, to today's discussion, because of course I struggled a bit to try to make the connection. But I think our film fits because it represents or it presents 4 perspectives and reveals, without actually being a love story, it reveals as a thriller about personal feelings and political dimensions, the individual longing for a different life, the search for love, and realizing its absence. So it raises questions about society and how we want to live in Europe as such. We, as filmmakers, are dealing with emotions, so this is our way to try maybe to find an answer to what you are also trying in your academic work, in your daily work. And we tried that we are presenting characters on their journey who are challenging and they are confronting us. We are dealing with stereotypes. We are dealing with biases, and we engage with diverse perspectives in today's polarized and very political world. So our film makes the attempt to present those perspectives without judgment, allowing them to coexist alongside each other. And we tried that each perspective is given equal weight in terms of screen time, visual style, and also emotional depth. And on a meta level, what we are dealing right now out of our filmmaker bubble, we are also facing the challenge of how to promote this kind of film, because it's not easy to communicate, and we have made the experience that whenever people are at the cinema, they are touched, they feel the emotions, but for example, how can we make them to go to the theater? How can we actually communicate our film? So that's our current challenge as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claudia. I would bring the first question on you, actually. Well, always when we try to change something, when whoever we are, see problem in something, we sooner or later come to the point where in able to change the thing, you have to change attitudes of people, or you have to discuss values, as I told before, and you deal with identity. And one of the biggest problem is that approaching one grown-up approaching another one with the message, you got wrong attitude, I've got the right attitude, you have to adopt my attitude and then everything will be all right, doesn't really work, actually. It creates even more conflict situations, and it definitely does not change the attitude for, as I see, the better. How would you say, does creative industry like film or theater or whatever, does it have more possibility to get to the level where the actual change of the attitude is possible? Even though you are not moralizing, you are not saying what is right or wrong, but you make people start to feel and to think and to get like own opinion on that. But do you think it's got something that others don't?
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think we know from the past that propaganda is the word for that. So we should be very precise about our work. So I think everything, also doing a documentary like we have seen the team before, it's also a manipulation, because what do you put in the film? What don't you put? Where's the edit? Like, it's all about being precise and being aware of what you actually present as maybe reality or the things you show, which is a fiction or if it's a documentary. I don't know if we are different than other media formats, like also theater or museum or art in general. I think we don't want to be manipulative. But in a way, probably we are also acting out of our bubble. So we are also, in a way, filmmakers who is actually able to become a filmmaker and who is not able to tell the story. So I was not really on your page in the beginning when you talked about diversity, because I think it's an important question to raise, who is capable and have the, the role to actually go to a film school, to even come up with the idea to become a filmmaker. So I did not really answer another question. I raised another question, but it's, I hope not, to say the least.
Thanks. Another question for actually more or less all of you. They say that nobody was killed today is not a news. This and that amount of people were killed today is a news. And that's what you mentioned before in your speeches, more or less all three of you. So the common answer to this kind of phenomena is that they all lying, especially if we have situation of conflict, whether it's in the Ukraine or in the Middle East or wherever. When there is a conflict, there is always a propaganda, a counter-propaganda, and then it's very, very easy to get a feeling, they're all lying. And then I ask myself, am I interested enough in this subject to spend like 3 hours searching through the internet, filtering all kinds of other lies from different sides to get closer to the truth? And doesn't it leading also in to creating this kind of bubbles that people stay in, which is actually the topic of the conference? So how would you respond on that? Yeah.
So more and more people worry that the sources of information they get can't be trusted. And as I said, there's a worrying trend, I think, that more and more people don't care. And they even hear politicians say one thing one day and a different thing the next day, and still vote for them. I think it used not to be like that. This is a new trend, and I'm sure we can analyze why it has come about in this maelstrom of information that the internet has unleashed. But there are moments when something happens which is urgent, which is real news. I mean, I'm a long-time news journalist, but I must say quite a lot of the news all the time isn't really very newsy. I mean, it's kind of obvious, one event leads to another. If somebody dies, there will be a funeral. That's sort of sacrilegious to say, but it's obvious, isn't it? But there are news events which come out of the blue, which really matter. The outcome of the American election, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the emergence in Europe of the COVID pandemic was one, when all those old people were dying in Italy. And at moments like that, mainstream traditional broadcasters or news organizations like the BBC do find that people flock to them. Because at those moments, you need to get the closest you can to something you might trust. Even if it's not as entertaining or sensationalist or easy to find, because it's not in your Facebook feed, you have to look for it. During the COVID pandemics, the BBC did some research in the United States, which is a very contested market for information, and found that the BBC was the source that first of all, people would go to their Facebook page or look on what was then Twitter or whatever. And then they would go to the BBC to check whether it was true or not. So that was quite a comfortable place for the BBC to be. Okay, we weren't first, we weren't as exciting, but we were the check place where people went to see if it was true. When in 2014, when Putin took Ukraine, and again in 22 when he invaded Ukraine, the BBC Russian service spiked because people in Russia sought it out to check what the BBC was saying as a kind of account. So that's a bit reassuring that in crisis, but you're right, it doesn't last. I don't think people go to the BBC to find out about health stories now. They're not reading Ukraine stories now. They've got crisis fatigue. And then that's a challenge. How do you keep people wanting to be informed with something where there are professional journalists really trying to provide an accurate picture? And I don't think we've got an answer to that.
Ooh, you have some questions there, and we have 10 minutes. I think we could push platforms to take responsibilities. They are taking our data, they are taking our money, so perhaps like a little nice change for responsibilities as well. Because right now we've seen that it's a jungle. Things have become ungoogleable. Systems have been broken that we have relied on. So for sure, these actors have to step up, but it's super hard to pressure the platforms. Although European Union is trying their best right now, I have little hope for that. And perhaps you have ideas how to do that more efficiently. But also when we look at youth studies, then young news audiences say that they are practicing media avoidance strategies, avoiding a certain topic, avoiding a certain platform, a person, different formats of avoidance. They are doing it because they see in the news these representations of hopelessness. And one thing that the kids and the teens are asking from journalism is to have a hopeful, solution-oriented perspective somewhere in there, so that their generation won't feel like, well, everything is shit, I might as well not do anything. So I think that that's the little tweak that we have to do in journalism as well, to keep that balance in mind even more. Because so far, at least in Estonia, it has been very conflict-centered, so that's the main newsworthiness criteria. Does it have a conflict in it? Right now, I think we have to readjust it. And also ask what news is, because for my 11-year-old kid, the newest updates of Minecraft or what's happening in the Roblox sword stock market, whatever, is news. So what is news even? Should be perhaps somehow furthered and combined with traditional news.
I will pick up here on kids, and I will defend the power of lie when it comes to kids, since when they are requesting something from journalism, they have to have a pre-ready mindset, right? And there are some ways how to address the kids, and one of the way is to address them through the fairy tale. And what is the fairy tale? It's a storytelling, and it is based on lie. But in the story, you can provide a mindset how to deal later with media. Here in Estonia, you have a brilliant example of fairy tale, how in one of the forests, imagined animals defended trust. In Latvia, I also have a couple of examples, including mine, when you are on the academic level, you are creating practices of pre-banking for preschool students. When it comes to the story of fairy tale, it's a wolf manipulator who tries to trick animals. And every time when I receive from Moldovan youth that they have Muppet shows based on a story I created for the kids, I feel that this power of lie could be used for good. So, but the question is about the mindsets. And what you just packed in your question is the mindset. Should I check it? Should I understand it? Maybe this is not also about the check in itself. And maybe it is not about effect itself, fact valuable or not valuable. This is a trustfulness of effect. Do you want to trust in this information or not? With this, I'm like, combined the first intervention with the second.
Okay, thank you. I think it was you who spoke about qualitative and quantitative researches, and I think that maybe majority or at least half of the people sitting here are involved in one or another way into different kind of researches. I think there is also another phenomena between making researches and publishing them, and then what media does with the results. And one of the best examples is from Finland, where they say Finland is the most happiest country in the world. We made a research about that. And then if you go around and ask people, are you happy? They even still might be very proud of that Finland is considered the happiest country. And the reason for that is that the questions people were asked has nothing to do with feeling happy. They have to do with assumption that if this and this and these things are working, then people must feel happy. And they're already there, they went wrong, and then the result is presented as the Finland is the most happiest country in the world. So what do you think? Because most of trusted experts, even we speak about integration or security matters or social media questions, they all most of them base their statements on some kind of researches. And most of the researches is actually quantitative because we don't trust qualitative researches as much as, yeah, unfortunately, that's an impression I have at least. So how can you make this thing work better? Because I have the feeling that they don't really, they are not doing the same thing. They are like going different directions. I'm sorry for my questions.
Well, I'm a hammer nail kind of girl, so scientists have to be where their audiences are. So they cannot rely on only journalistic media to do the mediation, but they have to be there as influencers. They have to go and get personal and talk about the work that they do with their own faces, with all the dangers, with all the risks that come with it, all the discomfort that comes with it, and just do it. Because all the others are talking there, all the esoteric, howl to the moon and take MMS drops and whatever, they are there, they are doing their jobs. But the scientists are not. So that's my answer.
Well, if I was just thinking, if I was asked, I'm not doing it anymore, but if I was asked to do a report on ethnic diversity in Estonia, and someone gave me Mari Lauriston's research, I would probably say, fine, but I need to go to Narva and talk to people. And then I also need to talk to them maybe in Tartu and Tallinn, so that it wouldn't just be about data, it would be about people. Now that's an inexact science, and there's a derogatory term that journalists use, vox pops. We just go out and stick a microphone under someone's nose, and then you talk to lots of different people and you choose the ones that fit your story. But I must say that over many decades of covering elections in all sorts of places, including the Soviet Union, the early elections, but also here and the United States and Britain and many other countries, I always found going to a polling station and talking to people as they came out was very reflective of the vote. And the way it worked was you had to give people at least 20 minutes. So you didn't just ask them one question and get a quick answer, which is hard to interpret. This is back to data and polling. You had 20 minutes to understand the context, to give them a chance not just to give their first answer, but maybe it's their 10th one, where they say something a bit more revealing. And then you can build up a picture. And that way you do two things. One is you interrogate the data a bit, but the other is you put a human face on it, which then means that if you're being the mediator of that academic research, you make it more easy for people to identify with, because if you do a report, it's just a load of numbers, people are going to scroll through it.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything on that? All right, then we have some time. I thought I would get some kind of device to read questions that were sent, but I didn't. So maybe I would just improvise and use the time. So okay, thank you. Okay. So the question is, why is a problem if people stay in their bubbles as long as they share same basic values and don't disturb others? I love this sharing.
Okay, I'll give you one answer. Brexit. From my point of view. People stay in their bubbles, they think, I'm all right, my life's nice. Why should we stay in the European Union? What does it give us? And if you don't have a wider perspective to answer the question, what is the reason for international collaboration, joining with others, the benefits that, I couldn't have said this when I was a BBC journalist, by the way, but I can now. The benefits that we've had from joining the EU. For example, it was the impetus that gave women equal pay in Britain. Then if people live in their bubbles, they can blithely think that taking responsible decisions like that change geopolitics, as we've seen in the vote in the United States, they are not aware of the consequences.
And also technologically mediated information bubbles, they tend to get really like a thick membrane. So, ideas bounce around, they amplify, and you get all sorts of very polarized views. And, it very often spirals out of control. And within these bubbles, we're just cognitively built that way. So the human side of it is to view us better as better than others. So we must be right, we must be good, we must have the right answers, but they over there, they are so wrong. So if these bubbles allow us to have a nice little comfortable, not bothering others kind of relationship, we always bother the others because the others are a part of us. So our relationships with the others, they're always inbuilt. So it's impossible to not bother each other.
Is it?
Thank you. I think I had in mind that it's the loneliness, the increasing loneliness of people, so it makes people divided from each other. And I think the bubbles are not that huge that there are so many people in the same bubble. And in Germany, we have an increasing political situation, as you know, probably with racism, fascists. So I think it's pretty dangerous. And I think it's not just dangerous, it's already arrived. So I think we must be more like on the political side about togetherness, but togetherness, which does not mean we have to be on the same side regarding different topics, but we have to find a way to talk to each other and to listen to each other, especially. So that's why I think it's very important to at least know what are the bubbles.
Okay, in that case, I say thank you very much for all of you. I think we had a fantastic discussion.
Thank you. Make a round of applause, please. Thank you all.